Oh. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 Embassy Open, live here in the San Gabriel, California. We're at the Embassy Billiards Club. A lot of moving and shaking today. It's going to find the conclusion of the round robin. We're going to find out who is going to be the top 16 moving on to the knockout phase. Got a great matchup to get us started. A local favorite in Michael Chen taking on Abdul Razik, who is the owner and operator of the Iran Snooker and Billiards Club up in Sacramento, a club we've heard a lot about as they have 10 snooker tables up in that room. A lot of us are itching to get up there. It's David Burney in the booth alongside with Christian Youngers. How are you doing today, Christian?
How's it going, David? Yeah, it should be a fun one to watch. A little bit of a California clash. Should be exciting. I think the players have flipped the coin and are getting ready to go. And I think, yeah, we got the thumbs up. So Abdul Razek at the table. Ready to get us started for day 2 action. We're live here at San Gabriel. Ox Promotions bringing you the snooker.
Yep, Abdul donning the Johnny Cash, the all black, and Michael in the more traditional white shirt and black vest and pants.
Okay, yeah, this is Michael Chen at the table. Yep. All right.
I think, as you aptly said, Christian, it's a nice no-cal against SoCal. Do they say no-cal up in the Bay Area or
NorCal?
NorCal?
Yeah, NorCal, SoCal. That's the split. No-cal sounds a little bit funny, I think, if you think about it. Like, there is no California. Okay. All right, don't know either of these two players, but Abdul, being a room owner at least, is going to be competent, I'm sure, and Michael Chen, being a local regular here, I'm sure is quite used to these tables. Abdul Razek mentioned his top players that are from his club here. Fawad, who I got the chance to play yesterday, I think on the stream table, right? Not my best showing, but you know, I think he's a decent chance to do okay in the group. I think his other player, or Hassanin, I think is his name. Not in a group that we've been displaying on the live stream recently, but I think yeah, someone definitely to look out for when looking at getting out of the groups and possibly into the knockout stage.
Definitely Hassan. He won the Q Tour back in February up at the Paps Academy in San Jose.
Oh, is that right? Okay. So he must be top of one of the groups, probably. Okay. Yeah, definitely a player to look out.
Nice long red by Michael to open up this, and takes that blue and opens up a few reds. And good morning to you, Peter, as well. Do let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, we're under Ox Billiards on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch TV. As well, if you look at the San Gabriel Embassy Snooker Club, you can find that they have a stream on additional tables, and as well, I believe our friends at the OBSA are streaming more Canadian content over there. Rob Richards is doing a great job remotely. He's all the way back in Ontario. So lots of action. Yesterday was a busy day, and today's going to even be busier. A lot of players are going to be playing for their livelihood. Everyone wants to get into the knockout phase.
Yeah, we get to see who advances into the knockouts today. Ray Fung joining us on the Facebook stream. How's it going, Raymond? Sorry I missed you when I took my trip to New York, but sure we'll link up again at some point. I hear you might be coming down for the Nationals, something like that, possibly. So, hope you're doing well. Oh, look at this safety from Abdul. Picture perfect speed.
Yeah, in this tournament it is 3 attempts So, I mean, 4 attempts, 3 putbacks.
Yeah, 3
For
putbacks.
foul and miss. There is no concession rulings, as sometimes some tournaments have more than 3 snookers on the colors. It's an automatic concession. We started to use that in North America more as a teaching aid, as in America snooker is rather new, and in Canada it's just getting a resurgence. So just a lot of players sometimes, if they come from pool, it seems like when all the balls are down, that's when the game is over. But in snooker there's a bit of etiquette that once the frame is really out of your grasp, it's time to put down the cue and try yourself at the next frame.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a little bit of a point of contention, but usually not the end of the world. Either way. Oh, hits the black here. Expensive foul. Hey, Aaron Moss, how's it going? Tuning in on Facebook, how's it going? We're gonna be up in Seattle in a few days to stream the World 9-Ball Tour.
Yeah, Aaron, we could use your wonderful refereeing skills down here. Hopefully next year. You know, I think this is the first Embassy Open after the pandemic. They did run it in 2019, where Renat Denka won it. So we're yet to see Renat, but Renat, and I think, and Albert Kenny, who holds the high run so far at 100, right on the ton mark. They're in their same group, so that might be an exciting round-robin match. Hopefully we can get that on the TV table.
Yeah, I hope so too. I think likely that those 2 players are going to be advancing to the knockout stage either way, but not a match that we want to miss. Even though it's a best of 3, it makes it that much more exciting. We're going to see some tight play, I imagine. So this is his 2nd attempt, right, on this snooker? Or 3rd attempt, sorry. 2nd putback, so he's got at most 2 more attempts where you have to play the ball to lies. Obviously, this is with a well-effort attempt, or well-intentioned attempt, I guess you could say. None of this push-out type.
Yeah, in a situation with that 4th attempt, you can really be kind of nasty. That's why most of the times when a 4th attempt does come, they'll wait to get one of their tournament directors to come over and just make sure that it's a worthwhile attempt.
Yeah, I had a 4th attempt situation in my match yesterday against Carter. He ended up snookering himself while trying to escape from a snooker I laid. And he came up millimeter behind the black, dead to rights on the yellow to kick at it. So it was a situation where he got to the 4th attempt, and at that point I realized, you know, caliber of player, I'm sure he's going to be well intentioned in it, and he did, so I didn't see an issue with it. But yeah, that can come up where players just kind of like push the ball to a part of the table that's kind of an in-between shot where you can see a red or something, and that's usually a violation.
The only problem, I think, big one with the amateur game with the foul and a miss is a foul and a miss is a judgment call by the referee. Now, if you know you're snooking an opponent really well, you say you got the cue ball in the jaws, right nestled behind obstructing ball, and it's just like not a hope in the world that you can hit.
Yeah,
it should be up to the referee to call that. It might just be a foul, but obviously in the amateur game we don't have a lot of referees at the table.
Yeah, in this knockout stage, I don't think there's any referees, just because of the sheer number of matches and players playing. So yeah, there is a bit of it on the players, the referee themselves.
But as well, you know, hey, if the game is called snooker, if you lay a very telling snooker, you should be rewarded. So
yeah,
it's always a bone of contention. You come into these rooms and there's conversations about it that go into great lengths, almost even spill over into the pub later in the evening, that people will still be talking about it. Yeah, it's the first match of the day for both these guys, so maybe just a little slow to wake up. But these reds are getting spaced out quite nicely.
Yeah, an early start, 9 a.m. once again, but there's a lot of matches to be played, so we're going to see a lot of snooker today. Hopefully not as late as last night, but by end of today, we should be down to 16 out of 64, which is going to be a huge reduction of players. And that's when the real fun begins. The best of sevens start. Single elimination process is there, and I'm excited. Sunday's going to be a fun day, as well as the finals.
Yeah, I know, Christian, you up there, well, you're now in Virginia, but when you were in Seattle, and myself up in Vancouver, we started a little bit with some of our qualifiers for the BC and the Seattle Open, that sometimes if you win a qualifier event, you immediately secure your spot in the knockout round. You don't have to play in the round robin.
Yeah.
Which can be a blessing, but can be a hindrance, because everyone's kind of just warming up, get on the tables.
Exactly.
Some players would have had 2 days of playing, whereas if you just got that advancement to the knockout phase, you're coming in tomorrow rather cool.
You almost need to give those players like a dedicated time to just practice, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you're a seeded player, you get to play or practice during the dedicated seeded player time before the tournament starts, or maybe the evening of the first group stage, or each group stage day you have a dedicated time just for those players to warm up a bit, to get their legs under them, because you're right, there is a bit of a disadvantage not being able to have essentially like a warm-up stage. But there's also an argument to be said that you're a top-seeded player for a reason. You don't necessarily need that warm-up. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to perform and play at a top level with enough time to get there, etc.
Yeah, how about this? If you've advanced through a qualifier to the knockout phase, just before your match, you get to warm up, but your round robin opponent doesn't.
That would be interesting. I feel like that might be deemed as unfair a little bit, just because the like that localized like 2-minute warm up before you shoot in a match.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that type of warm up is not what we're talking about, really, right? What we're talking about is match play warm up, right? And you really only get that from like playing a couple hours at a table, or playing, you know, a buddy in a sparring game or something like that, or an actual match. Those are the only ways you really can try to practice that. So I feel like warming up for 2 minutes, you know, before your frame, I don't know if that's enough to be like swinging the scales one way or the other, you know. Just my thoughts, though. So Abdul's been playing some decent shots here. Michael's had a couple of misses. Maybe he wants back, especially that black early on, and recent miss here. And looks like Abdul's playing a little bit more defensive or more tactical in his style. I think he knows that his opponent is used to these tables. The way these reds are laying is awfully tough to get safe, especially from this position. All the colors lined up along this left cushion. It makes it difficult to escape down the left side. I think if this red doesn't pass, I'm talking about the red right below the black spot. If it doesn't go to the left corner pocket, you could just dump the cue ball anywhere in the lower right quadrant of the table along the top cushion. Might not be a bad choice, but getting there is a little bit tricky from this position. That's kind of what he's trying to put his cue ball. If you get some separation off the cushion, it does allow for a couple of offensive or attacking options to screw back to the top cushion. Based on the reaction, I don't know if this red goes. I don't think so. He's looking up table, so is he shooting this to right middle? This can go wrong for Abdul if he takes this on. It's a bit riskier of a shot, and I don't know if the reward is there personally. If he's going to be playing for something like brown. with all the colors on their spots. Yeah, this is a better option, I think. Dump the cue ball.
Oh, the in off. That hurts.
Even though he goes in off, the real unfortunate part is leaving this red over the left corner pocket. Unless there's no window to get on, but I think he has it, yeah. Because with the in off, with all the reds up table, you're still fairly safe. You just lose some points for the most part. And a 4-point difference is usually not that big of a swing in the early parts of the frame. Another miss from Michael, though.
You never know, those points getting near the end of the frame could come back to haunt him.
Yeah, especially more at the amateur level. Every point counts more heavily. It's really funny when you see the pros attempt what is the two cushion snooker escape or whatever, when they come two cushions behind and try to clip off the edge of the pack and send the cue ball up table. The Cliff Thorburn shot, right?
Correct.
When you see that type of shot and they always miss it short and they just get it creep ever closer to the pack, they'll miss it 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a row, not caring about the 30 points that they're going to be accruing, because they know if they leave a shot on, that could be end of frame century clearance, right? Like, so it's more like less valuable to them at each point at the top stage usually. But here in the amateur level, yeah, and any foul can really swing the match, especially when you're getting down to it. But when it's early on in this frame, I think a 4-point difference is not the end of the world, especially when you don't leave your opponent a shot. Wow, talk about a pot.
Yeah, no easy color to keep it going. That's a impressive red there. Would like to get this black back on its spot.
Yeah, fortunate to push the black up table, because that's really the only color that's on now. That pace, he probably would have ended up somewhere in bulk. Maybe had to shoot the yellow or play a safety.
Looks like a rather scrappy frame to get us going here on day 2 of the 2004 Embassy Open. We'll just take a look at that after this shot by Michael, that great red by Abdul.
Yeah, it's the first glimpse of a big offense that we've seen from Abdul here. Tough shot this and down a long cushion. This is a tighter table, this one, with these pockets. So real impressive to pot that at distance, but then it doesn't come with the color, unfortunately, with missing with the rest immediately after. Brutal game, snooker. Sometimes you can pot amazing reds all day long and only end up with less than 10 points for the whole frame. And this is part of the swinginess I was talking about earlier too, where Michael Chen didn't really have to work too hard to get that red-black situation. It was kind of like his opponent just leaving in the opportunity. And then let's say he misses here and doesn't leave a pot on, you could start to feel momentum shifting just because of how the balls are laid out. Now, that's not the case here, since Abdul does have a couple of reds to shoot at, but he's got to capitalize now. And it can almost be worse for you to miss easy shots over and over and over again than to take on some tough ones and miss those. Who was it that said, was it Steve Davis, I think? Talks about putting extra effort and focus and emphasis on potting the easy shots, because those are the most devastating to miss.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, but the Nugget definitely potted a lot of balls in the 80s, that's for sure. He was indestructible. Man of the boom when it happened in 1980, but we're seeing a resurgence here in the 2020s. Good to see that Charlie Brown's fan club vice president, Haley, has tuned into the stream.
Oh, nice.
Charlie is actually playing right in front of us, so we'll try and get you an update from time to time of how he's faring.
Let's pull up the side camera.
Yeah, this open frame just kind of a really sparring match. Both players taking their hits here and there. No one really getting the big combination of big break and running away with it.
Yeah, a couple of misses from Michael Chen. He's had better opportunities in this frame. Just not closing out some of these colors. I think level of comfort has a lot to do with how you play snooker. It's such a mental, psychological game. You can go from one match to playing your worst snooker ever to the next match. Playing like you feel like you can't miss. Yeah, good solid pot there. Should increase the confidence a bit for Abdul.
Got to run a little bit more for the pink, but he does have the blue.
Is that a break of 14 so far from Abdul here? Picking off the easy colors and now just doing a bit more of a two-way shot, screwing back into bulk on an offensive attempt. There's our side view. You can see Charlie Brown there at the table for those fans of his. This is the table closest to where we're seated. And you can see we're streaming the table in the far corner as the main match table. We're going to be doing some room swapping and changing as we get to the final day as well. We're going to be going down to a 2-table setup, right, for Monday semifinals and finals. So we're going to be right up against the action, a bit closer. And we're going to get access to all these fun camera angles for that event. So that should be a good time. Speaking of fun camera angles, if you guys want to see the other side tables going on, there's 3 or 4 tables being live streamed. 2 of them are on the Embassy YouTube channel. It's table 5 in the VIP room, if you know how Embassy is laid out. And Ontario Snooker Tournaments is running their own live stream remotely on table 4, which is the table right next to the one we're streaming here. And you can go check them out on YouTube to watch that live stream as well. A lot of good action.
Yeah, this could be a costly miss there for Michael. He's left a relatively easy starter for Abdul. Could swing around the house and maybe come back for pink or black.
He's choosing a stun in and out of bulk. Let's screw back in and out of bulk. Try to get the blue into play.
He's left a red to the green pocket, so no one really taking this frame by the horns just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a bit early, and I don't know where this group stands in terms of these 2 players, how likely they are to get out of the group. And apologies for those who want to keep track more on a live basis. I don't think we have access to the live scoring. I think he's using pen and paper, old school. So we'll just be able to update you with who advances into the top 16 as the day moves on. Hopefully we can get some updates there. We'll keep you guys informed. A lot of big players showed their stuff yesterday, and I think some might be pretty close to qualifying. I think Darren Taylor might be almost qualified into the knockout. A few basically undefeated players in this group stage. Nice. What a pot from
blue.
Michael.
Very nice blue, Michael.
It's a big difference potting those colors. He's got a red to the right corner. The green is clustered up, so he's going to have to float forward or screw back on this shot. And just the tight pocket gets to him a little bit. But excellent blue here. Let's take a look. Makes it easier. This shot is being really close to the blue. You can really dial in the angle that he's cutting it at, but it's a bit of a blind pocket, so impressive to say the least. And now back to match play. So far, Abdul definitely playing a bit more defensive and executing his defense a bit better than his offense, I'd say. And kind of the opposite for Michael Chen. He's playing a little bit better offense in some cases. But he's also been getting a bit better run of the balls when his opponent misses. So anyone's frame, really.
Yeah, we see so often in the amateur game that a lot of these frames come down to the colors. Good mantra to have. Just get yourself to the colors with a fighting chance.
Yeah. I always feel if I play an opponent and I'm in the colors, I know I had a chance to win that frame. You know what I mean? Simply being in the frame while you're in the colors usually means there's at least one shot you could have done better or could do better to win the specific frame.
Cannon into that pink. It's left to red to the right middle. Abdul definitely has the power. This is the time to flex that finesse.
Good shot there.
Good angle on the pink to come back down table.
Yeah, loose red will be what he plays for next, but don't know if the red passes green. Don't think so. Left corner, so he might cannon it right now. And he's only made it tougher. Probably gonna have to take the red along the top cushion, and this doesn't have to go. This is a tricky shot. Yeah, especially at that pace. I think he's got to... It's possible, but it requires a better stroke to get the same type of action on the cue ball with much less pace. His pace is what really kills that shot, potting into the corner. And if you can really slow down the speed of the cue ball while increasing the amount of action or spin, that's the real magic. That's why a lot of top players look so good, because they're doing that effortlessly. And
yeah, the key is controlling that cue ball. So often the pros are called that they have that cue ball on a string, and when you have that going, breaks are going to be pretty high. Abdul increasing his lead with that red. 41-26 advantage in this first frame. It's a best of 3. It's always good to get that first frame on the board early in the day. Hopefully get a match win. Help your cause to get into that knockout phase that starts tomorrow.
It's a tricky green once again. He's shooting these balls along the top cushion, and I'm not sure if he realizes that the table's a little bit tighter this match one, so don't think it's worth going for. Actually, I think has a higher percentage to make this black of all things than the green, and it's even got a built-in safety. So I think this is the right shot. I believe he is leading as well in the frame, so. Didn't really force a mistake, but has initiative now, Abdul, to lay a better snooker.
Yeah, that target area, the brown and blue are, definitely looks quite appetizing for a snooker.
This is interesting the way this has turned out. A bit more of an attacking snooker since he's left the red in an easy position, or more potable position if it's anywhere. If the white is left anywhere on this bottom half of the table. Oh, I got bumped it out. It's gonna get away with it, maybe? No, pot is definitely on. Abdul gonna be taking this one, I think.
Did well to get rid of that red away from the middle pocket because it was just sitting over the bag. It was going to be an easy starter for Abdul.
Yeah, pretty fortunate. I don't think that's what he was going for because he kind of cannoned into it after the fact. This is a decent safety as well. If he can, if there's no edge of this red with the black blocking. Now it looks like you can see a slice of it. If he was in behind it, it would have been pretty telling snooker, I think. There, he's gonna leave a shot, I think now. Oh, is his red gonna come into play? Nope. So, choice of reds. I think the one into the middle is a bit awkward in terms of cue ball position. If he can't strike down on the ball, looks like he does have enough separation from the cushion, so might just stun over for black in the same pocket. It's a good shot. Good confidence boost. The balls are laying nice. Green and yellow are safe, as well as brown, maybe blue. So really just going to play for a few points here. I don't think we're going to see any clearances. It's got an angle going towards the bulk cushion, so you might have to force this with a ton of topspin, 2 cushions, or you might have an angle that's straight enough. Just screw back and come back up table. He's decided to screw for the pink. He wants to shoot that with a bit of left-hand side if he's comfortable with it to get that zip on the cue ball towards the business end. Yeah, some good potting here from Abdul. Starting to build some confidence. On a break of 15.
What was his frame ball there? So now Michael needs at least to ask snooker to get back in the game with a 30-point difference and 27 on the table.
Much too much pace. Way too hard, I think, on that double attempt. I know he wanted to work his cue ball over, but he can get there with spin.
With that brown and blue very safe on the right cushion, that's an advantage for Abdul to take this initial frame in this best of 3 match.
This is going in off. Yikes. So pretty disastrous for Michael. If he can get to green here, I imagine might be seeing handshakes.
Oh, we're just in the first frame, no handshakes yet.
Sorry, we might be seeing a concession. Sorry.
Maybe handshake for a good job.
Mini handshake for the frame. How about that? So it doesn't manage to pot the green, so Michael might come back. Nope.
Oh, a concession there. So Abdul Razik takes that first frame by a scoreline of 62-26. He needs one more frame to complete the whitewash and put one match to the good for him, but we'll step aside for a few moments and be back with frame 2. And we're back here with frame 2 of this group stage match between Abdul Razik of Sacramento taking on a local boy, Michael Chen. It's the 2024 Embassy Open here in San Gabriel, California at the Great Embassy Billiards Room. If you live in Southern California, it's definitely a spot to be if you're into cue sports. They've got 9 snooker tables, obviously 8 out in the open, 1 in a private room that you can book, and an assortment of Chinese 8-ball tables and the regular 8-ball tables. So just a quick update as well. Looks like Charlie Brown did win his first frame in his best of 3 match. So you can see the Canadian came all the way down from Whistler. Actually was quite happy. Most of the time he's flying east, so he has to battle the time change, where this was just a straight jaunt down over the 49th parallel.
Straight jaunt. I like that. Ooh, is that a foul? Wonder how many points the foul was. Players have not updated the score yet, so...
Was there a foul there? Like he was...
Well, you could hear over the microphone him saying foul.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got hand signal from Abdul. Looks like he said a 5-point foul. I think he just nudged the blue.
Just when he was coming through.
Yeah. Some good potting now from Abdul. I think he's warming up a bit.
Yeah. Green is on. It's nice to see that black will go to both top corner pockets.
This is tricky if you're trying to hold this ball. Might just choose to stun across. He tried to hold it, and that usually makes the potting a lot more difficult. Just that angle, you want to shoot it to just kill the cue ball, and it's that kind of shot is not always there, or just takes a really good bit of cueing.
Tricky shot here for a left-hander, negotiating all those red balls that you're cueing over top of.
Right-hander, you mean, right?
Oh, right. My apologies.
Yeah, would have been easy for a lefty.
That's true.
That was funny. Yesterday, I think one of the side tables that was being streamed was actually mirrored by mistake. So they were all left-handed players shooting on the screen, and somebody brought up, that couch is on the other side of the room, and it's like, oh yeah, it's just mirrored. This guy's not actually left-handed; he's right-handed. I found that kind of funny.
Yeah, got a good balance of right and left players here. Some are ambidextrous as well. I've seen that a lot more these days, that players are shooting both right and left. I know, talking to the great coach Nick Barrow, a player had mentioned that Nick has a cue action trainer, which really helps you develop your cue action. And this one player is going to start to use it to improve his left-handed stroke. And Nick, who invented the cue action trainer, was like, that's not a bad idea, but with these 6x12 tables, eventually you're going to need to use the rest.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm a fan of being a jack of all trades. I think definitely when your hand on the table close to your work, I feel like offhanded is a little bit more comfortable. Even for shots that are, quote, right-handed or left-handed, whatever your handedness is, you just can't reach them. So you have to use the rest for sure. So I think the argument is to be able to do everything, ideally.
Yes, for a snooker player, the toolbox of shots is very vast.
And if you have to go with only one, you have to go with the rest, because the rest actually lets you play every shot on the table. You can't not be a rest player at all and play the game of snooker effectively, in my opinion. A lot of pool players get away with it because the table's not as large. But you still see the pros using the rest every once in a while. More often they will be using their own cue extensions on the back of their cues to extend-o-matic their length of their shafts, but it's usually not an option on the snooker table.
Interesting. Fern Loyer, great snooker player from Sudbury, Ontario, Canada, actually travels with his own rest.
Travels with his own rest. Wow.
MQ, so.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I guess if you're really used to it, or don't like the quality of certain rest. One thing I've noticed that varies from club to club and place to place is the weight of the rest itself. I know here at Embassy, looks like Steven has replaced a lot of his rests recently, and they're newer looking, and these rests I think are made of a different material. They're not wood. They're significantly lighter though. So it can be a little bit different when you're used to a certain weight behind it, holding it up on the table and then trying to, pick it up too quickly, or it might tilt on you, etc. It can be a little dangerous. Maybe put you in some foul points if you don't watch yourself on the sudden movements. But yeah, it's a good argument for having your own rest if you don't want to deal with the variance.
Well, it's just like your cue. If you've been playing with your own cue for quite a while, let's say you were out somewhere and you didn't have it with you, you had to play with a house cue. The difference is astronomical.
Definitely. And I was talking to Darren Taylor about this yesterday when he was in the booth with us, which I think the importance behind just being used to whatever you're using and comfortable with it, I think goes a long way. It's really more important, I'd say, than trying to put some sort of objective measure behind, this is better objectively. In that context, the discussion was about carbon fiber versus wood, because we're seeing a lot of pool players switch to carbon fiber and some snooker players starting to get into it. But it doesn't replace years and years and years of experience and feel and the comfort you get of using a specific wood shaft or whatever you've been used to playing for so many years. Usually it's not worth it for you to switch at that point. But what I'm more interested in is learning is there an objective difference or measure, and are new players thinking about using more carbon fiber? But look at this shot. Another long pot. Beauty from Abdul.
So you have a path. Looks like he has a path for this green into the right middle.
No, he's playing the safety, just roll up. Must not have it. Got to look at that long pot again. So far, long pots going in the favor of Abdul. Another good one here. Top spin and glances off a couple of balls there to get back into bulk. Not too shabby, but unfortunate not to get a bit of a better run of the balls and get his money's worth, so to speak.
So Michael's got to hit a red and make sure he doesn't leave any red on here. That's not too bad. He hasn't left an easy starter there for Abdul.
It's picking the leftmost red to clip off of, which I feel was a little bit risky if it was going to cannon into that second red, but all is good. Let's put Michael in a strange spot. I think there's a couple of escapes down the left side of the table still. The way the reds lay, there's not going to be many tough places to not leave a look at an easy red, but wow, look at this, flukes it in.
Yeah, just a raise of the hand to apologize to Fluke. You wanted to just clip out those reds and come back. I thought we were going to be in for a little safety battle. A lot of reds be pushing to the right, but flukes are allowed in this game. It's not all call shots.
He's pushed this black up against the red. I don't know if it passes anymore. Just might. I think one of the balls must go, or who knows. There is that strange scenario where if they're frozen in a certain angle, neither ball goes to either pocket. He might be close to that situation here. I think the black does go, if I had to guess. The fact that he screwed back a bit. I wonder if he just over screwed his position, was really just trying to do a stop shot. And the black does go, but I'm not sure. Didn't really even threaten the pocket on that one. I think the elevated cueing affecting him a bit. There's a shot to nothing on the red just above the black, to the right corner, I think. Abdul opting to take one of these reds down the right cushion. This can be fruitful if black does pot. Well, now it definitely pots somewhere.
What's this? Oh, he almost had a fluke of his own.
Yeah, he's left it though.
Yeah, he's opened up the table.
And a couple of options, 3 options probably here for Michael. Red to right middle. I think the black passes to both corners so he can send this 2 cushions around and come in behind black. So looks like that's what he's trying to do. No, just play the window between the 2 reds. It's gonna run on him though. It's not there anymore. Tricky shot that with this glassy, slick cloth. What I always think is with the new cloth, it's not usually the speed that gets you. It's the last little bit of roll that the balls have. You think they're about to stop, but they always roll that extra 6 to 8 inches across the distance of the table, so kind of have to just aim for a mark just short of where you want. I think on that shot too, he could have put a bit more top spin on the ball to hit a different part of the right cushion. But now probably yellow or a safety attempt here. Not bad.
Yeah, a few hiding spots up there in the bulk area. If you can get in, the black is quite open down at the business end of the table. Does have a chance on this open red on the right side.
Good pot. Nudges the blue. If there's any separation between the cushion and the blue, he's got to roll up safety here, but might opt to take brown, seeing as the balls are open. It's risky though. You're leaving your opponent in.
Yeah, I think a roll up is in order here. Just get tight to that yellow ball.
Yeah, you'd like to do the blue since it's the closest, but I think it's frozen to that bulk cushion. He's taking the brown on, it looks like.
Interesting. Didn't leave anything easy for Michael, so probably evaluated all his options there. Thought that was the best.
Caught the wrong side of the ball. And this red's gonna roll down and cluster possibly. If it pushes the brown, it can make things weird. Yep. Now these reds really only go to left corner pocket. And he's got a tricky one to the left middle. I think the shot here though is to just play safe. You've got a decent amount of blockers up table with the pink and now in bulk. Yeah, that's the shot here, I think. A bit pacey, though. He's taking away all the reds along the left part of the table, which is decent. Although this cluster, he could clip off the right edge of this red and send it past the brown. He needs to hit that with a bit more pace if he's going to go thicker contact, I think. Made a mistake now.
Yeah, this could be really costly. This is a good opportunity for Abdul to punish him. That's the kind of the difference between the good and the great player in this tournament. A great player is going to see an opportunity and punish their opponent.
A little too much screw. Yeah, someone in chat mentioning Abdul is playing a bit better in the first frame than he was, playing more defensive. In his second frame, he's gotten a little less aggressive, and it might cost him the frame. Yeah, he's playing shots like this where he's, instead of just playing the outright defensive shot, he's trying to be a bit more aggressive. I think his defensive play, like I said, outranks his offense. I don't want to be too blunt with that, but when you know that that's your strength, you kind of have to use it to your favor and force your opponent to just leave you easy shots as opposed to taking on hard ones. You know, it's kind of difficult when you want to get started, you want to run away with it, but you just have to know how to bide the time and live to fight another day.
Yeah, you got to play your game. You can't play your opponent's game. You got to know what your strengths are. Some players are better long potters than others. Some have a good tactical game. Some are big breakers.
Oh, is he going to get fortunate with this? No, I think it's... I guess was never going to be fortunate with the red in the middle of the table, but red nearest the green does pass. Going to play for pink here and maybe try to clear the red up table next. And a bit quick on the backswing on that shot. Maybe a little bit of nerves or a bit of a twitch. Knowing the importance of the shot, he had a good chance there to get some solid points on the board, but you can kind of tell when the backswing is a little bit jerky or quick.
It's interesting how hard both these guys are hitting the shots with these super slick costs. Seems like they're sending balls all the way back to Sacramento, it seems. 18-10, second frame. It hasn't been a real high-scoring affair. Balls are in tough positions here. So I think it's really just going to be a battle of when we get down to the colors, who's going to get the driver's seat there. But that cannon with that red into the pink has an opportunity for Abdul. He's got choices: red in the green pocket, red in the middle bag.
Yeah, and a lot of the game of snooker, I think, is about, especially at this amateur level, just force a mistake from your opponent to leave you a shot. Don't gotta overwork it usually. I'm sure once you get to the higher and higher level, you're gonna have to take a bit more chance offensively to create your own opportunities, but oftentimes it's just a better overall strategy to force the mistake. A nice pot from Abdul.
Yeah, I thought he almost ran too far on that last red, that the pink wasn't available, but he's got a better eyesight than we do. He's down on the table. But yeah, it's correct, going back to that, Christian, like, there's a lot more missing that goes on into the amateur game. So you got to really pounce on those mistakes when your opponent does make them, because you will get them. Yeah. Obviously, I think when we get into the knockout phase, we might reach that stage where one mistake can be costly, because there is a lot of great talent in this tournament. A lot of players potentially can have one frame visit wins.
And just knowing your own strengths and weaknesses, not trying to outperform yourself. You know, like, if you know that you can achieve certain break standard or certain whatever, stick to that and just take your medicine when you have it, etc. You'd be surprised how often, and I'm a bit of a numbers guy. It's interesting to see it more from a data perspective at times, but you'll get players that are playing like levels and levels above their standard, and their results just aren't there, so they're dissatisfied or not feeling good about how they're playing, not realizing that they're actually playing, 30-40% better than they normally do. But when you focus too much on the results, you don't really realize what your percentages are in the context of things, how much better you are playing or not playing. I feel like the real time to be upset is when you have a certain standard and you're nowhere near achieving that.
Definitely agree there. Like a loss is a lot easier to stomach when you just come against a better player.
Yeah.
If you beat yourself, that's when you're sick to your stomach and just want to crawl into the center of the earth and not come out for years.
It's a little bit intense, Dave.
Well, this is an intense game. Yeah, it's definitely, there's no worser place to be in the world, sitting in that chair watching your opponent just rack up points. It's really the only game or sport where you really are sitting there, you are helpless, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Tennis is very reactive, as well as badminton. Golf, you're kind of out on your own on the course. Obviously, there's opponents, but you're not seeing what they're doing face to face. And you kind of got to play your own game.
Yeah, I think it's that delineation, like pool and snooker and cue sports is in a different playing field. It's like a third category, I'd say, of sports. You got your team sports or your, versus sports where you can directly influence your opponent's behavior, whether it's physically, whether it's strategically or decision-making wise. Like you said, tennis, you can literally place a backhand to a certain place for this player, knowing that they struggle with, etc. Or basketball, you can jump up and try to block the shot. In snooker, you have that, but it's a bit less direct. It's like your indirect safety play is what affects your opponent, but they're still the only ones at the table, so they have the ultimate control in terms of what's happening. Then you have your individual sports, but I think golf is a little bit more along those lines of an individual sport where it doesn't really matter what your opponent's doing. Oh, he flukes this red in. Yikes. Michael Chen with a big fluke in this frame. But yeah, you have your individual sports, your athletics, track and field type things, gymnastics, all these events which are just you out there performing without anyone else to influence what you're doing. Obviously, if you see them running faster or slower than you on the side, that maybe can mentally influence you, but there is no direct impact that you can put on your opponent. So cue sports is kind of in this in-between zone where it's kind of an individual sport. You're the only one at the table. You're the only one doing your thing. But then you sort of indirectly can affect your opponent, kind of like you would in basketball or football or soccer. And what is going on here? Oh, my goodness.
He's fluking everything. He's fluking balls. He's fluking fouls. Michael Chen, maybe his nickname is the fluke artist. Yeah. Fluked 2 reds there, but then that cue ball found the bottom of the middle pocket. That was interesting talking to Albert Kennedy when he was in the booth. Kenny, that is. My apologies. When he was in the booth yesterday. Just saying, hey, when a player's getting all the luck, you can only control what you can control. And definitely the snooker guards are watching. If you do feel like a player, your opponent is getting all the breaks, it can turn at a moment. And when it does, you got to capitalize on that.
All right, score is correct. 24-22, so it's a tight one still in these colors.
Yeah, just get to the colors.
Abdul wants to close this match out as quickly as he can. It's the first match of the day. A little bit nervy, a little bit jittery. maybe lack of focus for a lot of the players, but got some good matches on the side too. Stephen Wong playing against Fawad in Group B. I think that's my group. I lost to Fawad yesterday, but didn't really play up to my standard in my opinion. Stephen, I think, has a loss as well in this tournament. So our Group B might be a little bit shooken up.
Very nice yellow at that pace. Going a bit too far for the green.
I think there he's playing the shot kind of two ways. He's playing it, maybe try to pot it in the corner and then roll his cue ball forward. I think there he's got to just commit to playing the safety. Just the offensive shot is such a low percentage, and his safety game, I think, is still relatively strong, especially compared to his offense. And I think he's playing better safeties than his opponent as well. So keeps going back to that. What are you leaving your opponent? I think he could have left a much more difficult shot had he outright played the defense instead.
That was Brown looking of paramount importance here, as the blue, pink, and black are out in the open, not really that safe, and it's just a 1 point difference between the two players. Michael Chen wanting this frame to force us into decider, just waiting for the adjacent table to take their shot. But as you said, Abdul would like to take this frame and get the whitewash, and there we go, gets a late breakfast.
Speaking of late breakfast, I'm gonna have to go hit up Tasty Choice. If you guys are in the area, check out Tasty Choice, one of the sponsors of this event, restaurant across the way.
It is the tasty choice of all snooker players in Southern California.
Yes, indeed. And he's a bit fortunate to bump the black in the way of the brown here. The speed control was just a little bit too long to try to hold behind pink.
And it looks like we have a result that Charlie Brown has won his match. So Charlie's got 3 wins to 1 loss.
Oh no, it was there.
Charlie looking pretty good. I think Canadian maybe to get into the knockout phase.
I think he's looking pretty good in his group. We're gonna try to get some update on where the groups lie and what the results were tallied from yesterday. Hopefully we can show the viewers where players are at. I think this is frame ball now for Abdul. He's got to bear down and pot this pink. I like going a bit more of a stun run through in behind black in case you miss. There's a lot of space to be safe, and look at that pot. He's going for the clearance. None of this two-way action.
Those pots usually go in when the frame is really done and dusted. On a frame ball, he took that by the horns. So Abdul Razik and puts the black in as well. What a finish there. Abdul wins that frame 48-25 and wins the frame to make a 2-0 advantage. And he'll have a good match win. There's us in the booth. That's Christian Youngers. I'm David Burney, and we'll be right back in a few minutes to see what our next stream match is. So stay tuned, everybody. We appreciate all your viewership. Take care. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Embassy Open here in San Gabriel, California. Got another great match here with Chek-Yan Kwan from Canada taking on Adam Najit. Adam, who had an impressive 85 break yesterday. Chek-Yan has been a runner-up in the Richler Cup way back in 2015. He's definitely a dangerous player. Raz, good morning to you as well. Thanks for tuning in. It's definitely trouble there. With Adam, it's just one long pot that he gets in and then he's off and running. He's got the black, he's got some open reds. This is not what the Canadian really wants. And Adam is coming out guns blazing, that's for sure. Taking off from his great potting ability from yesterday. Thought about it a little bit, so it's just a little out of position. It's the saving grace of that long red by the green pocket. Long red, nice green, come back down table. Nice little opening mark there of a 27 break there by Adam. Let's see if Chek-Yan can respond. Maybe not right away, but looks like he's got a good path. Get by the yellow, clip off a red, and come back into the bulk area. Oh, didn't even see that plant. Very nicely done. Chek-Yan. Got an angle. On the yellow to come back down table. It does look like that black does pass the red near the top cushion on the right side. judgment of pace there. Got it pretty close to the bolt cushion. Adam's going to have to do some work if he wants to get going on a break. Red open. The right of the pink. It's a mid-range shot. Ooh, that's gonna sting. Check Young's has got to be a little furious with himself there. That's a shot he usually makes. He's going to be in the driver's seat, so now he's given an opportunity for Adam to counterattack. You don't want to give Adam a sniff of anything. Real strong player. This frame could be over pretty soon. It's definitely, I have to say, looking at the spreadsheet, if there was, the quote-unquote group of death, shall we say, this probably is it. Had a legit strong player, as well our friend Sharam Shanzi, who had a maximum first in America a few weeks ago. Also Karam Namek, strong player, and as well Chechen Kwan. So it's a shame, 4 great players. Actually, I haven't seen anyone. Their other group, Jackie Wee as well, is in there. That's another strong player. So it's great to see that the list of talent is just increasing with every tournament we put on. It gets exciting snooker, that's for sure. A lot of these players are capable of making those high breaks, and those are fun to watch. See, sometimes when we get bogged down in a safety battle, it can be tricky. Oh, 48 in it, and 75 left on the table. It's a tough game, check in, but those are a few pots that he's just got to brush it off. Got to tell himself he's going to have one more chance. But Adam definitely does not want to let his opponent come back to the table. So Adam led off a little bit with a check-in mistake. He made a mistake himself. Check-in was back in. Like he could make a substantial break and get him back into this first frame, this best of 3 round robin match. Unfortunately, check-in faltered, and Adam is punishing him now for that mistake. That's what you got to do in this game. Players will miss. It's just what you make of that miss. That was his frame ball there, that black. Put us into the snooker's required stage. Like to bury the frame right there. It's giving check-in a little bit of a chance. That's gonna make you feel good for the Canadian. A nice long, solid, right in the heart of the pocket. Just answer your question, Pool of Champions. Obviously, if you're a professional, you carry a professional card. So once you submit and relinquish your pro card, you become an amateur. So that's how they decide how an amateur player it is. As, in tournaments that I've run back in Vancouver, Canada, we had the great Brady Golan play in some tournaments. Now, Brady was a professional. He did play on the professional tour many years ago, actually even played at the Crucible Theater, but he has stopped being a pro. He's given up his pro card and now become an amateur, so he is allowed to play in those tournaments. So that clarifies it up for you. There are some very strong players, and they might have been a pro in the past. I think we have a very accomplished, there's a guy named Cory, I think, that is a great pool player, might even be a professional pool player. But I think maybe in this tournament I'd have to check with Stephen Wong just to see if it is a professional snooker player. I'm not sure if they allow professional pool players. So obviously on that last foul that Adam had, he could not go back. So our snooker's required. Check-in just needs one more. That's a concession there by check-in. So Adam and Najet takes this first frame of this best of 3 match. We'll just step aside for a few short moments while they set up frame 2 and come back to this exciting second frame. Take care, everybody. Players don't like to waste any time, and we're back at it. Frame 2. Check-in just missed a few gimme shots for him in that last frame. That might have been the difference. Both these players can put high runs together. And let's see what Adam starts up here. Hopefully Peter is asking about standings and point rankings. If you look at Embassy Billiards, San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club on Facebook, they possibly might be posting the standings there. Unfortunately, they're not using any of the other sites that we've used in past tournaments like CompuSport and snookerscores.net. Check out Embassy's Facebook page. Hopefully you can find updates there. And if we can find some results, we'll definitely happily pass them along to you. I know Peter is a good friend of Charlie Brown. Just let you know that Charlie's got 3 match wins to 1 match loss. So that's looking good for his cause. Obviously, he'd like to get 2 more to solidify himself into the knockout phase. Now we know we have some friends from the Great White North up there in Canada tuning in. I believe if you search on YouTube on the OBSA channel, Rob Richards, our friend from Ontario, he's handling a lot of the stream for the Canadian side. So Rob doing a great job there. Not sure exactly what table, but he might be covering the Anita Jan match right now. She's in action. We're happy that you're with us here on the Ox Billiards page, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. And also, if you do go to the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube page, you should be able to find some other streams of other tables here, as they've got streaming set up in their private room and 2 other tables. So lots of action to take in. Lots of action today. A lot of matches round robin. We're going to find out from this illustrious group of 61 great players. It's going to be narrowed down to a small Sweet 16. Out of position, and the safety isn't really elementary. You're clipping off that red and going into bulk, but there's a red just right in the middle of the D up there. That double with element of safe, but it's going to make Check-Yen just feel a little bit better, putting a few balls together. But you can't even give a little whiff to Adam here, and he'll take it. Good angle. Can really open up these reds after this blue. How's your luck, Adam? Not deal, but I think he's got a red that's close to the top right corner. His body language after that shot, a little disgusted, didn't roll enough. Brown is blocking that red, it looks like. Yes. It looks definitely close. He's trying to just will it there, but it's not happening. One frame advantage. He's took it on. Impressive. Could be dangerous. You don't want to warm up the Quan machine. Tough little miss there for Chen. He's gifted an opportunity to add him.
Back in the booth. Sorry, just took a little quick break there. Looks like this match is on its way. Adam Nijiat playing against Chekian Kwan, our first Canadian on the stream.
Yeah, two heavyweights right here, that's for sure. Chekian in the first frame just faltered a little bit, and Adam pounced on the opportunities. Chekian just missed a blind cut just as you jumped into the booth, Christian, and Adam's doing his best work here to punish him and maybe even take this frame.
I think Adam so far is undefeated in his group, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to get the update later, obviously. Stephen Wong's playing a really tight match over here on table 10. He's got a little bit of an update. I think he's playing for Snookers. He might be down in the frame, or it's a decider. It's a 9 a.m. match they started, so it's got to be at least a decider, I would assume. And he's one snooker required on the pink, so that's a tight one. But we're going to find out from him later on how the groups are laying out, and he just laid a nice snooker over there. Yikes. Sorry, I might have to pan over to that table just to catch the tail end of it.
Big mistake there by Adam. Letting Chekian back in. Chekian wanted to give Adam the wrath of Quan. Let's see what can happen here. This is a delicate little shot into the left middle. Just opted for the safe.
For those of you wondering what I'm talking about, the side table here. We've got a match here between Fawad and Stephen Wong, owner-operator here at Embassy. I think this is a decider. This could be a big match for deciding that Group B situation. It's in a close one. Stephen needs one snooker, I believe, in the pink-black situation. I have to keep an eye on that one and give you an update on how it ends.
Yeah, I don't think actually even Adam has lost a frame yet.
Yeah.
In this tournament, so...
Sorry, I got to pan over. This could be for the match, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, there it is, handshakes. So Fawad takes down to the man, the room owner, Stephen Wong. Group B action. It's going to shake up the group for sure. Sorry for the interruption, but back to the match you were saying. Adam, undefeated so far in frames?
I don't think he's dropped a frame in this tournament. He's channeling On Yi of the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Open Championship up there in Seattle.
Yeah, hers was a full or a clean sheet, I guess you would call it. It's more of a soccer term, I guess. I think we also
to snooker.
Yeah, we also had a couple of clean sheets over in our Ox tournaments. I think the inaugural Seattle Open, CC won it in a clean sheet fashion as well. But we'll see if he manages to win all of his group stage matches. He's got a chance to run the clean sheet for the tournament if he wins it. Unlikely, I would think, in this field with this caliber of players. But we'll stay tuned. Ooh.
Yeah,
I think Albert Kenny is getting ready to play too on the side table. Sorry, Dave.
See if Chen can, knock out a brick of the building of Adam and maybe get him to crumble a little bit. Maybe get him to start thinking a bit.
He's leading in this one. Got a nice angle on this red left corner pocket. Haven't seen much from Chekian Kwan, but heard his name around a lot and know he's a pretty good player. And he's got a decent lead in this frame with a couple of open reds still, so this is a real big opportunity for him to dirty up Adam's resume in this tournament. It was a really good match we saw yesterday between him and Sharam. At the time, Adam, I think, had set the high break of the tournament at 85 in the first frame of their matchup and managed to claw back and get a respotted black, right? And win with the respot black against Sharam, really good player. So back and forth action. One thing I wanted to mention about that match in particular, and for example, this one that's on the main TV table, the way the tables are laid out, I believe these far two tables, table 3 and 4, this one and the one next to it, have slightly tighter pockets than the rest of the tables in the room. These are going to be the tables that they play semifinals and final on, so I wonder how much that has to do with the high break situation, the sort of strategic match play, decision making, momentum. Some players just really like to play on bigger pockets because it means they can really let their stroke out and let their offense out. But Adam making that one look easy.
This would be quite a steal if he can take this frame. He would take the match with it. And it is there for him for the taking.
Everything's nicely laid out. Pink is a little bit awkward, but it's not terrible. And I don't know if he actually needs the pink. My math brain doesn't work quickly enough yet for this. Yeah, 42 would put him in the colors. I think he might not need pink. Meaning blue would probably be his frame ball. I don't know, we'll find out. Depends what color he takes here, I guess.
Looking pretty straight on the yellow. Just take it onto its own pocket. draw back a little bit to stay on the yellow and start the color routine.
Yes, stroking him confidently. Just gonna have to kind of float up a bit on this shot. Slight screw. Might be able to just stun if he's straight enough.
Yeah, trailing by 14, he's actually going to need them all.
He's gonna need them all, okay. My math brain doesn't work that well. Pink, not terrible. Like I said, it's a little bit awkward, but definitely pots in to the right corner. Plenty of space to drop in behind it as well. So the angle in the blue is going to be pretty important here. It's going to have to think about that on this green. It's always that sort of 3 shots ahead mentality, or 3 angles ahead, you could say. So this, the key shot to get on the blue for easy position on the pink. Don't think he's done what he wants there. I wonder what the decision was there. He's taking a look at the score now. Bit too late in my opinion. I think he could have had a bit different position on this blue. He's gonna have to take the long pot into the corner and try to either run into the pink or stun in behind it if he can hold the pace. Not the shot that he probably would have wanted if he could run it back. I think the clutch moment there was the brown. But really the green to lay up a nice angle on brown to make blue easy.
But check in these blue and pink. Take this frame, force us into a decider.
This is potable. This angle going into the face of the pocket is the biggest possible perspective that the pocket has. It only gets tighter as you get closer to the rails, but if he's going into this yellow pocket, top left corner, it is the way that the pocket is the widest. Striking kind of middle ball, so he's going to probably come across one cushion and play for pink to right corner next. Oh no, he decided to stun. Bit jerky as well on the cue action. Not as smooth as his previous shots. Maybe just the pressure of the situation getting to him. I think this is kind of the group of death we discussed, right? Chechen Kwan, Adam, Sharam, and another gentleman, Karam?
Karam Namek, Jackie Wee as well.
Jackie Wee. Yeah, Jackie Wee. Who'd have thought Jackie Wee might end up 5th or 6th in this group? You know, I didn't think about that possibility.
It's just great to see that the standard is just so high. It's nice.
Yeah, we were also talking about, you know, possible feedback for future iterations of this and how a lot of the, at least the higher level players, you know, Albert Kenny was talking about this, was playing a bit longer races, or in order to get to those longer races, sort of having top seeds auto-qualify to the knockout rounds. I'm sure if they, you know, if they know that the tournament life is up to stake if they're starting with a best of 5 as opposed to a bunch of knockout or a bunch of group stage best of 3s in a random group, most top players might take the former as opposed to the latter.
It's true, and you know, I think now with snooker's growing more and more in North America, we're going to maybe start seeing more different types of tournaments, like where this one is, wow, Adam.
Rifled.
But we're going to see, you know, this tournament has round robin leading into a knockout. You know, there might be another tournament in America, maybe even here at Embassy, the Embassy Invitational, where it's just a straight single elimination. So, you know, when you sign up, read those rules and know what you're getting involved in.
Yeah, and it's kind of also on the tournament directors to really have a strong vision also of what they want the tournament to be, because once you know what your vision is, you know, you want this tournament to be the biggest tournament, have the most people. Well, and in that case, you've got your answers to most of your questions in terms of how you want to do the knockout stages, how you want the players to qualify, etc. You want to maximize the players' time at the table, all these things. If you want your tournament to be the deciding who is the best player in this area, you know, the highest caliber player wins at the highest quality and standard, then maybe you do want to have stuff like qualification. Holy, what a shot.
Check in. That pink is really inconsequential. It's going down to this black.
Gosh, I'm just sitting here rambling, and he just slices the pink down. So sad because pink is kind of insignificant to the overall score, although he does get he buys himself first initiative on playing safe on this black.
Yeah, I agree, Simone. Sometimes it is difficult with such the vast area that we have to travel in North America. A single knockout can be tough.
Here's that replay again, slicing the pink down into the green pocket. Almost had to play it at that pace. Big shot here. Oh my
what a
gosh.
shot. Great black there by Adam. Just nips that frame 58 to 57, takes the second frame, takes the match. He's looking strong. He hasn't dropped a frame in the round robin phase. So we'll step aside for a few short minutes. That was fast and furious, that match, but we'll be right back with another great match. Just take a look at that black by Adam again.
Dagger. What a
Ooh.
shot for the match.
Just fantastic shot there. So there we are. We're in the booth. As we're seeing, a lot of players are starting to congregate behind us, but we're going to step aside. Hope you guys can grab a cool drink or something to eat, and we'll just tee up our next streaming match, and we'll see you shortly back here at the 2024 Embassy Open here at San Gabriel. Take care, everybody. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Embassy Open here in San Gabriel, California. It's at the Embassy Billiards Club. Lovely room here. 8 great snooker tables in the main room, 1 private room that you can get your snooker fix on, and they also have 8-ball and Chinese 8-ball. So we're glad you're tuning in wherever you find us, whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. It's the Ox Billiards page. That's what we're on. We're going to have an exciting match here with, well, he's originally from Ireland, but now lives in Canada, Albert Kenny, the reigner of the high break prize right now, as he has a ton in his back pockets, and he'll be taking on Embassy Billiards' own David Chow. And it's David Burney in the booth along Christian Youngers, and we're glad that you're tuning in, and we're set to get this one going.
Howdy. We got a bit of a resume here from Albert Kenny, Canadian champion for a few different events, right? BC Open defending champ and
back-to-back BC Open champion.
He hasn't won the Nationals, right? Yeah.
He cannot play in the Nationals because he's actually an Irish citizen. He is not a full Canadian citizen. That is the one issue.
Got it.
And that's probably why we're seeing a lot of great standard here. You know, not to just the American players, but some Canadians have come down to really spice up the pot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the biggest difference I think I've noticed amongst this and the U.S. Nationals, which is kind of like been sort of the highest standard American snooker tournament in the past, while. I think the simple fact that, the Nationals has a citizenship, I think, or green card holder requirement now means that a lot of players can't play in it. But you're right, this tournament getting spiced up from 2 big groups, one being the Canadians coming down from over the border, as well as a lot of U.S.-based players that aren't necessarily U.S. nationals. Those kind of being the 2 big groups that are bolstering the standard here in this one. And Albert with a starter on this red to right middle pocket. Tight pockets there. I was talking to him on the side, and he was saying on his century break yesterday, the 100, he only had 3 blacks in that break.
Wow.
He's shooting a lot of pinks, a lot of yellow, a lot of blues into the middle pockets because, in his words, they're pretty big middle bags, is what he said. So the fact that, middle pockets are playing a little bit bigger on the side tables, I think makes for higher chance for high breaks. But yeah, this table definitely is tighter. This table and table 4 purposely are matched tables, made tighter pockets. So maybe an instance of that being displayed there into that right middle pocket attempt from Albert Kenny.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to talk to tournament director Stephen Wong, and maybe next year for all pinks that go down, $1 can be donated to breast cancer research for every pink.
Yeah, that's a clever idea.
We did instigate that idea way back in 2018. We had the lovely and talented Michaela Tabb come out to Vancouver to put on a referee clinic, and then we had a 16-player shootout tournament that evening, which she refereed, and some of her pupils jumped in. Lots of fun, lots of laughter. Michaela, definitely a professional, and at that event I enstewed any pink balls that went in, $5 for breast cancer, and any blacks, $5 for prostate cancer, and got some good donations from fellow players and even outside entities. Definitely, I'm still paying it. Thank you very much, Ross Bratson. No, it was great to see. Just kind of surprised Ross didn't make the trip down here.
Yeah, he's a player I would have expected to show up, as he does travel for some of these events. Definitely able to compete in this field, I would say, too. He's no player to sniff at.
Yeah, but it's, we're all amateurs here. As they say, amateurs do it for the love, as professionals get paid. Oh, it's definitely a trip coming down here. Up in Canada, you know, you got to cross an international border. I know Ross has got a busy business to run, but I'm pretty sure he'll be participating in some events back in Canada and BC as the season is starting to kick off.
Oh, this is getting close to the corner. It's got to clip the edge. Yeah, it just escapes. You always know if that ball's getting close to that corner pocket. If it just manages to catch that long rail on the way up, usually avoids the in-off. Or the pot if it's a red, I guess. But fortunate there, leaving it tight to the ball cushion for David Zhao. Playing pretty decent so far. Good safety there from Albert to cover most of the left half of the table with the green. Really just has this red out in the open on the right half of the table for David to shoot at. Don't think he can just dump the cue ball to the top cushion, since this red along the rail would be more potable. It is a tighter table like we said, but still you don't want to leave Albert right in behind it. So he is trying that shot, or he tried to go for the pot, I should say.
Because one thing that definitely happens in a snooker room is news travels fast. I'm pretty sure David is fully aware that his opponent right now has the high run of the tournament so far at right on 100. So he knows he doesn't want to leave him any little sniff at a chance, because he might be sitting for a while. Defensive to start. See, both players haven't played on this table, and Christian was alluding to it is a pretty tricky table. You know, they're all 6 by 12 feet. You know, all the pockets should be cut the same, but these ones might just be just a little tighter, as we saw some high break action on table 5 when we switched over yesterday. He's giving Albert a little chance. Good job, Ramin. All those troops up there in Cowtown in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Here's your boy. Tune in. Give him the support.
Ooh, jingles it.
Jingle, jangle, drop. Well, Mickey, hopefully we can get you into some snooker tournaments. Mickey Singh is expressing his concern on Facebook that he's missing playing in snooker tournaments. Not sure about where you live, Mickey. If you want to let me know, I can maybe point you in the right direction of how you can find great tournaments to play in. Ooh. Yes, hopefully, Mickey, I do see you in Montreal. That is the site of this year's PAPSA Senior and Open Championship. Just working out the final details, and hopefully when I get that ironed out, I'll be seeing all you lovely people in the Belle de Provence of Quebec. This is where patience is going to be a big key. Nice route there from Albert to get back into bulk, and good weight.
Yeah, length looked really good.
Just trying to force David to make an error because, well, those reds are starting to get spaced open nicely. So if Albert can get a chance and be in the balls, I'm pretty sure he will probably pot pretty heavily. This is David's backyard, so he's got home field advantage.
It's gonna roll up and tap this red. Good shot not to leave it. It's kind of best case scenario to push it past the white away from the corner. Mickey Singh, thanks for the comment. We're just trying to do our best and enhance the game. Grow the sport.
Yes, we're here to inspire and entertain.
This is good length as well from Albert Kenny. Get that tight to the ball cushion. I think that's a big difference you see amongst the better players is they really dial in that speed. And whenever you're getting the ball up in the bulk, instead of just getting it kind of past the colors, just past the bulk line in that area, getting it tight to the cushion every single time just makes it so much more difficult for your opponent. Adds an extra 10-20% and then forces mistakes, possibly like this one here. Not a big mistake though.
Yeah, Ramin, he's asking how many players will move on from each group. The top two of each group, we've got 8 groups filled with 8 players each. Well, a few have 7. We had 61 players in total. But by the end of the day today, we will be down to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, it's a big reduction of player base after the group stage. Top 2 out of 8 is kind of a big jump. So not as traditional as you might see in most tournaments, but Stephen Wong running the show. He's the man in charge. He's going to be running the tournament as he sees fit. And I think there's going to be some improvements also for next year. I think he hasn't ran a big tournament like this really ever to this caliber maybe, but also hasn't ran it in recent years. I guess U.S. Nationals was about this size maybe.
Yeah, they had 48 players at the U.S. Nationals pretty much a year to date. We were down here last Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
And yeah, as long as, people are giving Stephen constructive criticism on his tournament, not just flat out criticism.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely a big undertaking putting on these tournaments. It's actually, I believe, he's shut down his club for the weekend just so all the players can not be distracted by a thriving and active pool room.
Wow.
And
look at this shot though. David Zhao rolls the red right over the pocket. And I think the window is there for Albert Kenny. He's going to have to play for blue most likely here unless he wants to risk this tough black. And lost the white there a bit. I don't think he wants to mess up the blue, so he might be taking edge of this pink, maybe to open it up and play more attacking safety, or just nudge the green and play back into bulk.
And just going back to tournaments, there's no real winning format. Everyone's going to have a gripe about something, but I think if you're up front right at the beginning, say how the tournament is going to run, and you carry on that, even if it's not so great, you carry that all the way through. There's a level of respect there.
Yeah.
If you start switching things around mid-tournament just to maybe cater to a few players that aren't quite happy,
That's an off. Oh, didn't good. It stayed up. Holy smokes, thought it was an off from the rip.
So
No, it's tough.
if you can do that, you can put a successful tournament. You know, if players sign up for a certain thing and that's the format, well, you've agreed to that. So how can you gripe too much?
I think going back to also the fact that as long as you have your own goals set as the tournament director, you have the goals that you want for what the tournament should be in spirit, then the decisions in terms of, you know, how many groups, what to do, how's the stages, how to qualify, it becomes a lot more clear, a lot of those answers to a lot of those questions. Because typically there's an intention behind having a certain format in each thing. And I think the rationale here in this tournament is 8 groups of 8 means we're playing a lot of matches amongst these 2 days in the group stage. So you're going to play 7 best of 3s in your group, which is a lot of snooker when you're talking about 61 players. So Steven has the goal of wanting to give players the most bang for their buck, most table time. You know, players are traveling far and wide to make the trek for this tournament, so wants to give them as much match time as possible. So that's a good reason to kind of make these larger volume type tournaments in terms of matches. And
yeah, talking to Albert yesterday, you know, he was like, when he was a junior, there was so many tournaments going on, just thriving in Ireland. Obviously, he has a rich history. You know, they have the 1997 world champion Ken Doherty. But he's saying some of the clubs over there, you know, they have 20-odd snooker tables in the room. And as well, you can drive from the east coast to the west coast of Ireland in 2 hours and the north and south coast in 4 hours. So getting around there, and they've got 4 million people in that country.
yeah, it's a bit different.
You know, I think the state of California is probably bigger than Ireland.
Look at this shot. Don't know what his reward is here, but I got to do a replay of that one. Long pot, screws back. Kind of a la Judd Trump a bit, this type of shot, one that Judd excels at. Usually zips it back a little bit more, but back
Still,
to the
that's an
action.
impressive shot.
Yeah, really, really well done.
Gonna have to talk to David. I'm a fellow David. Can you teach me that shot?
Can you teach me? I really want to learn. I want to learn how to shoot it. All right, I'm done. Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made in this tournament. He could have easily set up groups of 4, let's say. And with groups of 4, you either have top 1 or top 2 advance, maybe out of each group. You have a longer knockout stage, but maybe you could do best of 5s in the groups of 4 round, because there's only 6 matches with as many tables, right? Another idea too was to kind of split the groups in half, sort of into two groups of groups, sort of A, B, C, D in one day, and then E, F, G, H in a different day, so that you show up and you're playing almost more back-to-back snooker throughout the day, but you're only playing it all in one day. Then you have a full day of rest, for example, or you don't play on the first day at all. You don't have to show up until the second day, whatever it might be. Another idea.
Yeah, as we said, there's no winning formula.
Yeah, a lot of interesting ideas.
We'll see our good friend Charlie Brown. He and I were chatting a little bit at a previous tournament. I think actually at this year's Seattle Open. You know, looking around, wonderfully dressed players here. Always everyone looking top notch in their formal gear. But you know, the Seattle Open was in the summer, so Charlie and I had a little brain idea of we're going to run a summer snooker tournament, but the dress code is either tank top or Hawaiian shirt, jean shorts, and flip-flops.
Oh my goodness.
And that's mandatory.
Terrible. Mandatory. I'm a fan of the polo situation. That's one that I think we should see more of. Sort of dress pants and polos, you know? I think it's a bit of a difficulty or quality of play difference when you're playing in the waistcoat, etc. for a lot of players. Obviously, it's very traditional. So those purists and traditionalists are going to want to keep what's been going on for years. If it ain't broke, don't fix it type. But I think if you want the standard to improve, players are going to be more comfortable and a bit more comfortable wear, I would say.
Yeah, Judd Trump has definitely been quite vocal about it, that the tight formal wear with the waistcoats really it hinders his ability. But there is some tournaments in the pro scene that are starting to be a little bit more relaxed. They do go to the dress pants and the polo or golf shirt, as Christian's alluding to. True, Phil. That is agreeable. You know, saying the waistcoat keeps the shirt off the table, and it is smart. There is the old adjective, you know,
What's the
look smart, play smart.
But what's the need for keeping the shirt off the table? I don't know. If it's a shirt foul, it's a shirt foul, regardless. I think it still happens with a waistcoat, even, right?
It can, but definitely the waistcoat keeps that shirt tucked in a little bit more. So, David Zhao doing a good job to keep the Canadian at bay. The Irish Canadian, shall we say. Albert, originally from Ireland, makes his residence up in Calgary, Alberta.
Tight pocket. Got to take great care into these middles. They definitely do play tight once the tables are fitted a little bit closer together. The jaws of the pocket. I find the biggest thing is when the tables are big or the pockets are big, the side pockets are usually extra big, and vice versa. Pink, I think it's on its spot as of right now. I don't think there's anything obstructing it, so it's going to replay there, and it's got a couple of choice of reds here. Just one to right corner, probably going to be next. Soft screw back into the same position on the white, roughly along the line that it is now for pink once again. Black's pretty much out of commission, and these two reds along the top cushion, so he's going to want to just try to pick off all the open ones first, as well as the red along the right long rail. I mean, he's not going to be seeing a massive break here. Needs a couple of good shots to open up these reds to the right corner, unless they just go. Yeah, someone in the chat saying 8-player group is good, but should be top 3. Stops players from giving up or not showing up. They've lost a couple. Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the big main feedbacks of this one is I think a few too many people are being eliminated after the group stage. So you are going to get a lot of folks who just drop out, which in my opinion is a bit of a lack of respect to the tournament director slightly to not want to complete your matches. You know, you showed up to play, you decided to do this tournament, you should respect the effort being put into it and finish your event.
Agreed. I think it is poor etiquette. One thing that you could dance around with as well, potentially maybe throwing in some wild cards and a stipulation of being able to qualify for a wild card spot is you must play all your matches. If you don't play a match, you're disqualified from having the wild card option.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Lance Bromlin is a smart man. He does a lot of pool, helps me out with the snooker events back in Vancouver. I don't know if you're watching, Lance, but thanks for all the great work. Looking forward to working with you again at the BC Open.
Someone asking, you paid your entry fee? Yeah, they've all paid their entry fee, I believe. Oh, nice shot from Albert there. Close to his work. It's on a break of 22. Good pot to the right middle. Just has these last two open reds to play for, with pinks or blues most likely. And then comes the grit part of this frame where start to play the safeties. I think if you can, you want to push the red that's along the right long cushion down towards the other two to kind of make a smaller area to hide from. This has almost gone wrong, but he's just there for the pink. Someone asked a question. You didn't see my question. I don't know. Let's scroll up. Ramin asking, your guys' opinions round robin best 3-4 players in groups, 12 groups would be better, or 3 groups of 16 player single knockout, best 7 or best 5 or best 7. It's a little bit difficult to understand the question, I think, but yeah, I think in general we're just discussing a lot of different options in terms of group knockout stage situation. Phil saying Albert's benefiting from his smart attire, giving him that fine margin. I don't think there's a functional need for the waistcoat. Sorry, I'm not convinced.
Like, they're always tinkering things. Look at the last year. They introduced a gold ball for, you know, what was it, a maximum of 160, was it? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, and everyone in the chat room. But that, yeah, event that they had in Dubai,
yeah,
that they put a gold ball at the top, and there would be, I think, $1 million, something like that, if a player is to make, you know, 147 plus that gold ball that was going to be 160 break, 167. Thank you.
Yeah, 167. I think I heard the origins of it, and I think it's actually a way they play snooker in Saudi Arabia. It's actually a game to play with the 20 ball, gold ball. And I think it's a big gambler's game, is what I heard, but I'm not sure the truth of that or if it's just misinfo, but take it for whatever you will.
This is it. Is asking about making the tourney longer. Is a possibility, but you got to take a lot of account. You know, people are stepping away from their actual job. No one's making a living here off the game of snooker. It would be nice if we all could in the future, but for right now, people have to take time away from work. They do have to travel far away at times, and as well, the room owners are, you know, sacrificing their club. They're not really generating a lot of income because these tables usually do for them. And so they're doing a little bit of sacrifice. So there's a lot of things to juggle. I think, you know, we're just happy that we're able to get on and make these events. And obviously there's always going to be gripes. You know, you look at professionals, they're never happy with their performance. There's always something that needs to be tweaked.
Well said. Nice try, Phil. I'm just giving you a hard time. So Albert with a chance here to get a couple more points, or sorry, a few more points. Maybe try to play another safety and force a mistake. Where the brown lives now, you don't really want to disturb this cluster on the right half of the table. It's probably going to be the last red that's left. So going to be trying to really just play safe, because as long as you get cue ball up into bulk, that red is not available. So just get this one safe and see what you can do from there. This is a good shot. Undervalued, like I said, just a straight up double. When the balls lie this way, the black, blue, pink, brown, all in one vertical line, using that vertical line to kind of get in the way of things is a nice little wall to hide behind. You know, this area about maybe hands width away from the center line of the table, getting cue ball and object ball along that. Usually a bigger wall than it might seem at first. It's going to be a mistake from David. Leaves the red in an easier position. Almost laid it up near the corner, but not quite potable.
He's going to try the cross double here. Just go straight into the top left corner.
Great pot. Sorry, I say not quite potable. I meant not quite an easy pot. Potable, definitely the word. And now he's looking at this last red, and I think he's going to be looking for where can he put his opponent that he's going to really force him to push 2 cushions or more to get contact on this red. I like leaving the cue ball in the jaws of the green pocket up there in the top right corner of the screen, because if you can take away the 1 cushion escape sort of down the middle of the table, it's gonna make things a lot more difficult with sort of 2 cushions. And I think he's gone too far here. He wanted to glue it along this right cushion if he could, because with that the 1 cushion escape doesn't work. But here I think we're just gonna see him slow roll 1 cushion, getting close to this lower right corner and nudging up against the red. It's hitting it a bit hard. He's going to open him up. It's a good contact. And now it's game on. A lot of reds out in the open, or a lot of pockets out in the open to hide behind. Blue, pink, green, brown. Black's really the only ball out of commission. Could see some attempts at some really tight snookers in behind one of these bulk colors.
27 in it, and there's 35 points on the table. So Albert just needs a red and a colored ball to get us into the snooker's required stage of this first frame of a best-of-3 match.
Yeah, true. Not easy to clear these up. They're kind of all in like kind of these weird little positions, but they are all roughly close to each pocket, or sorry, each rail, which makes them nice places to hide behind. Went for that pot. And it's going to leave an opportunity to both corners. Yeah, all the colors disturbed and kind of awkward. I don't think we're going to see an easy clearance, so a bit of a grind left in this one.
Nice effort to try and get behind the green. Just missed the trick, but pink has probably come to help him. Looks like David Zhao does have an active snooker brain. Good to see.
Just watching Renat Denka on table 5. Clearing up there, pink and black, to win this match against Cory, or short guy, I think. What's his actual name in the tournament, I wonder? Should look that up. Another attempt at this red. It's going to play the double. Try to get in behind green. Like I said, there's a lot of little pockets. This is a good snooker here from David Zhao. Can slight swerve around, it looks like. Yeah, good contact from Albert. It's not going to settle. It's going to go past the jaws. And another safety attempt coming up from David. Still got green kind of to play behind. Yellow's in an interesting spot. Don't know if he has the angle to play the 3-cushion middle or not.
Sometimes you see it all on a snooker table.
Wow. What do you do here, though? Yellow's over the pocket. And it's not really potable.
Yeah, just trailing by 26. All Albert needs is that yellow to leaving David needing at least one snooker if he wants to achieve victory in this first frame.
Having an interesting time on the side table. There was a snooker situation, and the escape was a foul and a miss. But unfortunately, she disturbs almost every ball on the table. And they said, you know what, I'm not going to try to put those back. I'll just continue on from here, which I think is totally fair. It being only, 4 attempts, 3 putbacks is not the end of the world. In terms of missing out maybe on a few extra foul points, if it means trying to take a bunch of time to respot and reset. Yeah, spirit of the game is right. So green, blue, still nice areas to get in behind, but I wonder what Albert has up his sleeve here. Probably just a cross double. Avoid contacting the black with the white as you pass by. You might have a line to come in 2 cushions up towards the green and miss contacting the pink on the way up as well. It's kind of tight, that window, but he might have it. Maybe work it with a bit of left-hand side. Although that brings in the double kiss. I think that's what he was aiming for.
Yeah, the one pitfall of that shot.
Yeah, when you're at that angle, you kind of have to avoid it the other direction and use the right-hand side to avoid the double kiss. But the way he wanted to work his cue ball right in the path of that. I think there is a way to, because he has both edges of this yellow, he can double this and play in behind blue with a top spin ball off 1 cushion, or do the same shot towards the green. He's going to push this green close to the pocket, and there's a foul mistake from David Zhao. Not as costly as it might seem, though, since yellow is pushed safe. And now,
with 30 points in it and 27 on, David does need a snooker.
Oh yeah, that's massive actually. So that was frame ball for Albert, essentially. And now if you're Albert, you're playing a totally different game. You're just going to try to put these balls down as quickly as you can. without leaving your opponent a chance for an easy snooker. But I think he's left something here. Don't know if he plays a snooker here with the blue, but might just choose to pot this and play snooker on the green. Yeah, a good shot there from David. At what point do you choose to play the snooker, though? He needs one. And it's all fine and dandy because you still have to make these balls eventually. But no clear obvious choice for which ball to play for. Maybe there's an attempt for a 3-cushion middle here. Send the green around 3 cushions to the right middle pocket and play a stun run through in behind brown, as the green would end up down table. So he's playing to open up the brown. I hope he realizes that he does need one snooker now from that foul, if our score is correct. Oh, we're actually, yeah. +5? Yeah, we're correct. I should say the players match what we have. We're always correct. This might be a chance to drop in behind pink, roll in. Needs the brown to run. Hasn't quite got it. Four cushions down to the business end. This is the grindy part of the game. Albert Kenny just wants to get this one over with. I think what he wants is really just to get a frame that's nice and wide open he can really try to score heavily with. Like we said, though, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many high breaks just yet on this table until we get to the knockout round, since pockets are tighter here.
Well, a win is a win, however you slice it. Remember the great Stephen Hendry once was playing in the World Championships and had a fantastic maximum in the match, but he ended up losing the match and was more disturbed that he lost the match rather than happy that he got the 147.
Yeah. Often happens, actually. I wonder what the stats are in terms of if you get the 147 and still lose the match. My feeling or intuition, my gut tells me that it's actually more often than most might think, or even the majority of the time.
True.
But
just ask Mark Selby.
Yeah.
He's the only player to have a maximum in the final of the World Championship, but unfortunately lost to the Belgian, Luca Bressel.
And the year before that, too, Neil Robertson, I think, had a maximum in
Correct.
what do you call it, in the match against
Jack Lazowski.
Yeah, Lazowski, and ended up losing as well.
That's a concession there by David Zhao. So Albert Kenny takes that first frame at 64-24. We're going to step aside for a few short moments while the players set up the table, and we'll be back with frame 2 before you know it. And we're back here at the 2024 Embassy Open, frame 2, a round-robin match between Albert Kenny, coming all the way from Canada, taking on Embassy Billiards' own David Zhao. David Burney's in the booth alongside Christian Youngers. We're happy that you're tuning in wherever you're finding us, whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. It's under the Ox Billiards handle. We also have other great streams going. Our friends at Embassy Billiards Snooker Club on YouTube has some tables at play. However, there is no commentary or score on there. But as well, if you search out on YouTube at the OBSA, our good friend Rob Richards, Double R up there in Canada, is streaming a lot more Canadian content. And we're happy that everyone's pitching in and helping grow this great game.
Yeah, Ontario Snooker Tournaments, right? That's the YouTube channel?
I think it's under the OBSA. I'd have to check with
I think it's
some
like
of our fellow Canadians.
the handle is like at OBSA, but I think the title, I forget, is something like Ontario Snooker Tournament, something like that. But anyway, yeah, drop us all a like and a subscribe if you guys are enjoying the content so far in the tournament. Drop us a share, like, subscribe. It's free to do and it helps us a ton as we're trying to grow the viewership in the channel and get more and more big events here in America and beyond. You never know.
Just checked with our good friend Levi Mueller, great Canadian player. This did confirm with me that actually Rob Richards is using OBSA. That's the handle on YouTube. So
Yeah, OBSA. I think when I search it though, there's like a different title that YouTube shows. So I think that might be more visual for some folks. If they see it and they just see Ontario Snooker Tournament, they might not know that that's actually OBSA under the hood. Because I think there's a couple different ways that YouTube names the channels.
come on, we got to be doing it better than they do over in the UK. You got to make it easy for people to watch snooker in North America.
Right?
It's always tough over in our side of the world to watch some professional stuff, obviously with the big time change, but hopefully they can do something over there to get snooker on demand. I think that would just incredibly help people. I know a lot of the times matches, when they're done, they get put up to YouTube, but sometimes they're just single shots.
But
yeah, just getting some clarification. It looks like there's under the OBSA channel, I think, on YouTube, and then Ontario Snooker Tournaments. Rob has also put it up on Facebook, a link there on the OBSA page.
on Facebook, okay. Yeah, pretty cool that we can get multiple streamers happening at the same time, multiple matches going live. Total of what, 4 tables being broadcasted simultaneously? Obviously, we got the main match table here with commentary in the room.
Yeah, we got the so far high break runner right here, Albert Kenny at the table at 1-0-0, a century right on the nose.
It was pretty funny watching it. He knocks in the century, and then it's what, about 10 or 11 o'clock or so. With the century, wins the match, shakes the hand, packs up his cues, and says, "Hey, I play tomorrow around 11. All right, I'll see you later." And just pieces out. Pretty good mic drop moment, if you ask me.
Yeah, he had a long day. He had a player in his group that actually dropped out of the tournament, so he initially had a bye and just was waiting quite a long, but he's got a lot of matches today. Definitely a mouth-watering match. Renat Danka, 2019 Embassy champion, is in a group stage match with Albert Kenny. So we're definitely going to be trying our best to get that on the big stream here.
Struck that ball a little bit harder, I think, than he needed. Fortunate thing is that it does roll up and down the table 1.5 times and still doesn't leave a shot on. I think just got confirmation. Table 5, if you guys were watching over there, Renat Danka has taken down local manager here at Embassy. I think goes by Cory, or Short Guy is what we call him. Just a joke because he's actually pretty tall.
Yeah, we're going to be here all weekend long, leading up to the final on Labor Day Monday. It's Embassy Snooker Club, or billiard rooms, I should say, in San Gabriel. So if you're in Southern California, you're sticking around on this long weekend, feel free to pay us a visit. Lots of great snooker action here. Christian is always up for posing in photos with anyone that wants to come along.
Stop it, Dave. All right, we're going to see a bit of a safety battle now, pushing these reds up table. It's going to come down to who can glue this cue ball tight to this top cushion and leave a lot of distance between the reds.
Yeah, you got that one red in the ball carry up there. About another 4 reds just on the bulk side of the blue spot. But safety is a little perplexing here for Mr. Zhao. I don't know if I like that shot, you know, making the red obviously on color, but that blind shooting it up.
So with Renat Denka winning that match, it's going to set up, I think, a barn burner of a match between Albert Kenny at the table here and Renat, set to be played later on today. I think if both players are expected to win the matches they're expected to win, then that's going to be the one to decide the group in terms of the top spot, most likely. Decent opening here for Albert if he can get some of these high value colors back on their spots. Probably pink we're going to be trying to see next if he can. Although he has an angle going away from it now. Went a bit too far, as this table's playing a little bit quicker. Might just have to take another brown here since red is on. Afterwards.
It's a messy little table, that's for sure.
So brown, I think these 2 reds to the right of the yellow pass. At least the top one passes to the left corner pocket. And he's playing for that window, and it's overrun its pace. We were talking about it earlier. These are a little bit more glassy, these cloths. They're playing a bit quicker. So it's going to have to find the adjustment on how to control the white. It's that extra 6 inches or so that you get out of the white ball at the end of its path that isn't immediately obvious.
Roman from Calgary just chiming in about one thing he doesn't understand. If you are confident the ball will go to the pocket you want, why not play with right pace to get good shape?
Easily said there.
This is a game of easier said than done.
Yeah. I think a big element to the game, which isn't immediately obvious, is that you can actually play positional shots in a couple different ways. And some shots give you a wider margin of error than others when it comes to the positional speed. The biggest example they talk about, at least in the pool world, is called coming into the line of the position window as opposed to crossing the position window. I guess the closest I can analogize it to is that if you're trying to roll a ball on a line and have it stop dead straight on this, let's say you want to lag the cue ball up to the bulk line. Is it easier to do it when you're perfectly perpendicular to the line or when you're in line with the bulk line?
Oh, he's fluked a little red in there.
Maybe a little bit difficult to understand, I guess, what I'm trying to describe, but there's directions in which you can approach the next ball that give you a wider margin of error for speed control. Yeah, true. This is it saying a table can change from one day to another just from the change in humidity. I think the humidity is probably one of the biggest factors that can change a table day in and day out. Obviously, the amount of play that the table gets and sort of chalk buildup does have an effect as well over time, but it's nowhere near as instant as the humidity can be to change a table effect. Decent starter. I don't know if the yellow passes. It does. Yeah, we can see from here. It's a tight window, but yeah, it passes these two reds into the middle pocket. And it's going to get put back on its spot as well, so
I don't know where everybody. Someone was just putting their cue down on the table where our camera was, so no big earthquake.
yeah.
You know, the big one hasn't hit us yet in California. There's a smooth shot by Albert and smooth camera work by Christian. Well done.
Soft screw shot there to play for the yellow. Playing the right shots here. Just tricky table, so not really going to get a ton of points.
I think John Spencer was the only one in a not a competition, an exhibition actually, that took 15 reds with 15 yellows. The old bumblebee break.
Here he's playing for black along the top cushion. Oh, I see what you mean, Ramen. Yeah, in my opinion, if you keep playing with right pace under any circumstances, you'll improve your game, but if you play with fear in your mind, you'll never improve. Yeah, I think that is definitely the case in terms of you have to go for the correct speed, hit it in that window. You know, you can't be afraid of hitting it too hard or too soft. You have to be confident that you're going to hit it at the right pace. That goes for every shot, no matter what. I think just the way you mentioned it earlier, it seemed like nothing but speed matters, so just shoot the right speed, and it's not necessarily that easy. But I see what you mean. It's about the intent. And as long as you're always intending to shoot the correct pace, you're going to be improving. And a foul there, but not the worst case scenario for Albert.
Nope, just one open red long pot. You know, gotta go from one side of the table to the other. Black is open, so
Red potable as well. It's going to be solid long pot required though. And he has cue ball in the D, so he can get, you know, a variance of a few different angles to figure out what type of positional shot he wants to do next.
that way. Interesting. I gave it a shot.
I think TV Table 2 just ended their match. Darren Taylor taking it down, I think, against Abi. It seems like. I'm not 100%. Went for the double there and play for the blue. Be massive if you can get the blue back on the spot, because then he has something to work with. for either player, I guess. Blue and black is plenty to put down a big frame break. Now David's going to be opening up these reds possibly, or is he playing the red closest to the left cushion? Oh, this red actually potted maybe. Now we're going to see more of the safety play, push the balls up table and play the cue ball to the top cushion. Wants it to be tight, and that's a good one there. So now pressure's on for David Zhao. All of this cluster, are there any plants available, you think? Does the two rightmost balls in this bunch line up into the right middle or lower left corner? Yeah, Ramen saying if you want to become a better break builder, you need to have only one certain decision. I mean, don't play two-minded. Yeah, definitely. We're seeing some players kind of suffer from that two-mindedness a bit too much, I'd say. Playing something with an element of safety, maybe allowing themselves to miss the pot as a result. It's different than playing for a position window that gives you more than one option. You know, that's always the choice, or a preference, but you still are playing for that position window specifically when you do that. So it's about, you know, being confident on the intent and actually sticking with your decision, and not being wishy-washy on it. That's probably about the worst thing you could do. A nice pot here into the middle pocket for Albert, leaving the black fairly straight.
Yeah, he's got a 14-point advantage, 25-11 in the second frame. There's still a lot of points on that table. Ooh, but misses the black.
Yep. Tough table, this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 75 points on the table with that black's coming into a position. That's a deadly little landing area in there. If a player can get there, you're going to have a snooker, and you can be quite profitable with the points you can make from it.
This is it asking, has David lost a match yet? I don't know. We're going to have to check, but if he hasn't lost a match, this could be pretty crucial for deciding the group, I'd say, since I don't think Renat or Albert have lost a match either, if that's the case. We're going to stay tuned on that one. I'm going to try to go get some updates from Stephen Wong from yesterday's matches to see if we can figure out where the groups lie. Give some clarity in terms of who's already qualified and who's in the running and what matches are pivotal.
Yeah, we're kind of blind a little bit. It would be nice to know, you know, that we can get those important matches onto the TV table. You know, ones that either are deciding a group or a player that's just on the cusp of moving on or falling short. And I think this is Stephen Wong's first really big tournament. And he's done a great job. Obviously, when the U.S. Nationals here, there was a tremendous amount of support from the United States Snooker Association. Obviously, this tournament does fall under the umbrella of the USSA.
There might have been a window there to go cushion first off of the brown, or maybe he's just playing to open up the balls. Not exactly sure. It was tough to tell from this angle. Left this one between the brown and pink into that green pocket, and he's gonna have to play maybe for cannoning into the green. Don't know if he can get enough screw to hold it for brown. Yeah, I needed a bit more angle there. Probably would have sent his cue ball farther to the left.
And he could be in a little bit of trouble here.
This is a good starter for Albert. Get brown back on its spot. Blue and black are a little tricky. I think black does pot though. So might have to use this loose red down near the right corner to get on it. One that he's kind of hampered with in his queuing, I think does drop into the middle. Although you want to get right in behind that type of shot. And no blue on, so it's going to be a little tricky. Play for the loose red. Closest to brown, maybe. It just doesn't like this queuing over the red. Yeah, just deciding to take the rest shot instead. Don't mind him taking his time. This is kind of a weird situation and tricky shot. You know he's not a slow player. And cannons the pink there. Needed to get into that shot a bit more screw if he could to either avoid it or get to the top side of the pink maybe and send the white kind of in a better position window now. He's going to have to be playing safe, it looks like. Can drop in behind pink. I think the green's just on the cushion, so not able to hide behind that. Went all out for the double. And that's end of break. Not as much as he would have wanted to get off of that opportunity.
I think Cory is doing all right. Callum, oh, nice little cut there. That was definitely thin for David, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly how Cory is a professional pool player, correct? Christian, you know more of the pool scene than I do.
Yeah, he's a longtime pro pool player. I think he won 2 and lost 2 in his group, which puts him pretty far behind Bob Hemnani and Andy McCloskey, who are both undefeated so far in their groups, I believe. I don't know if he's going to show up today or not. Last I was overhearing a discussion between him and tournament director. He was saying, so am I going to be out of this tournament now, or what's the situation? So I don't know if we're going to be seeing him today. We'll see.
It's a little unfortunate as Bob he donned the title of his wife as the First Lady of Snooker. She's always a great supporter and of all our tournaments.
This is a good starter for Albert. Black is over the middle pocket. If he can respot it, just has to deal with this cluster of 2 reds. Can actually open him up here, I think. This looks a little bit tricky. Yeah, I just have to play for the loose one. Had he had a little bit less angle, it might have played for the cannon into the 2 in the bunch, because just any sort of glancing blow off of it, you'd have to favor his chances to get on one of them at least. Now a chance to stack some more points on this board. So with this black, he's going to need another red for his frame ball. I guess another red to get to a tie. So red and a color after this black will be his frame ball. Has he tried to cannon into it? No. Maybe he's trying to screw off the cushion and to get closer underneath them so he didn't have to be hampered by the black, unless one of these reds pots.
The right roast one does go into the side.
Oh, that's the case. It was close. He had to do that sort of cannon first, so it wasn't quite there. can in the first red, push it out of the way, and then cut the second red in. I think it was the shot.
No, 34-point lead, 43 on the table. And David's got a relatively easy starter into the left middle. Oh, let's take it down to the yellow pocket.
Great shot. Doesn't quite control his cue ball well on that though, and has a tough black if he wants it. Looks like he's going to take it on. Yep. This has a chance to go in off the right middle pocket, so got to be careful with that. Just a bit of screw on the shot to avoid the scratch, but also overcut it. So.
That was Albert's frame ball there.
Nicely on the black too, so can he clear up enough points to keep David from coming back to the table? Well, we shall see. I'm gonna go check and see what our next TV table match is, but
yeah, 41 points in there. Concession has been added, handshakes all around. Albert Kenny takes that match by a scoreline of that frame by 54-13, and he wins the match 2 frames to none. So as Christian said, we will step aside for a few short moments here at the 2024 Embassy Open in San Gabriel, California. It's been a pleasure being in the booth and looking forward to some more fun with all of you guys out there. It's David Burney. Stay tuned. We'll have another great match coming up momentarily.
back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. We're here. Ox Promotions coming to you live from the Embassy Snooker Open 2024. Got a match here between Peter Kwan, a local player at Embassy, and Cory Abdul, professional pool player for many years. You guys know Cory does have a snooker background. I think he did win the U.S. Nationals in the past, as well as he might have gotten a tour card for the Pro Snooker Tour. I don't remember. But an avid Q Sports enthusiast across the board. Obviously, if you're a pro pool player, you're going to be pretty proficient at many Q Sports, no matter who you are. And I think Cory's had a couple losses so far in this. I think he kind of just signed up for this tournament for a little bit for fun, just to see if he can have a go at it. You got David Burney back. How's it going, Dave?
Doing quite well, monsieur. Yeah, I think it's nice to see that Cory, in the pool world, just trying his arm over here. That snooker is usually, in America, the snooker table will be in the back of a pool room. Not sure. Maybe a couple British people are playing it. So, but that's the past. This is the now, and everyone's enjoying the great game of snooker.
So Peter Kwan, I believe, is an avid player here at Embassy. Decent might in his game. I know he made a pretty decent run. Almost got out of the groups in the Embassy Open. Or I think he did get out of the group, sorry, in the U.S. Nationals last year. But I think lost in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. Like we said, Cory Abdul, I think, is a previous U.S. national champion, but it was a while back. I don't think he's quite up to snuff on his snooker game as of late. But missed there from Peter.
And it looks like this red could sneak past that yellow. It doesn't look like he's one of those going to refuse it. I was going to take it into the middle.
Yeah, good shot. Cory Abdul, famous for a lot of cheekiness around the pool table. He's well known for breaking the rule, not breaking the rules, rewriting some rules essentially, or forcing the admins to rewrite some rules on his behalf. There was a time where on a bar box pool table, they introduced magic racks. Where, there's like a template on the table that actually lets you rack the balls tight into a perfect diamond. And really what that does is it makes it so that the rack is very, very repeatable and very easy to pot a ball on the break, essentially. So a lot of famous videos of him sort of choosing to, rack the balls in a specific pattern, or sorry, the patented break is called the Cory Abdul soft break is what it is. So he's well known for essentially racking the balls of the magic rack template in 9-ball and just rolling up and tapping the rack almost like you're doing a lag, essentially, like that slow a pace, and just tap the rack to the point where the ball on the corner goes straight into the corner pocket and the one lays up dead straight into the middle pocket to start the rack. And you would see countless videos of him just soft break. The balls would be the exact same position on the table every time, and he essentially had the same run out every single chance at the table. So he'd break, pot that ball straight on the yellow into the middle or the corner, and then just play the run out that he'd been practicing for a while, right? And there's nothing against the rules. At the time, magic racks were very new, so nothing against the rules in terms of what you're allowed to do or not. But that's kind of one of the big things he's famously known for. He did also have a lot of tricks up his sleeve when it came to 8-ball as well. So in the 8-ball magic rack template, you rack the 15 balls in a triangle, similar to the reds in the snooker table. And he'd pattern rack the balls in a certain way where if you broke and made a ball, he'd have his choice of solids or stripes. And the way he racked the balls, all of the solids would always cluster in the middle, and all the stripes would always spread out into the open on the rails. So he'd do this in order to just make a ball, get the choice of the better set, and just free the 8-ball essentially to get an easier chance at a break and run. So a lot of little racking situation that that he's well known for here in the pool world. So it's a pretty cool bit of trivia. If you go back and watch a lot of these like CSI pool videos on the Bar Box, US Bar Table Championships on YouTube, stuff like that, you'll see a lot of what I'm talking about. And it's kind of a funny thing. A lot of folks are like, well, if they got to write a rule because of you, that's a good argument to, like Hall of Fame worthy, or, you did put a big impact or stamp on the game if they're writing rules in response to how you play. But an avid snooker player he is, it seems. And like any other pool player, he's going to be pretty strong in the potting department. Don't think he's been playing with his snooker cue for a while now, so maybe not used to all the ins and outs of it. But I was watching him play earlier, and he seemed to be playing some pretty strong shots.
I just didn't want to cannon into that brown. But I think that his snooker brain will develop in time if he keeps at it. Yeah, definitely a lot of the time is when discussion comes up, that's when rules happen. Definitely we see it in the snooker game here, obviously in North America. And there's been a lot of talks, obviously, about, foul and a miss. We've limited it only to 3 attempts, 4 putbacks in this tournament. This one does not have a concession ruling, but we've come across that at various tournaments in North America. Nice little open table, some open reds. Cory does have a chance here. So get one in and get going. Yeah, he's definitely got that pool player approach where he kind of just rubs the cue and then comes down for the shot. As you see, a lot of snooker players kind of bring the cue down on the line of the shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can also tell a little bit by the stance as well. He's a little bit closer to a snooker style stance, but pool players typically end up placing their feet a bit more one in front of the other along the line of the shot. Here he does have a bit closer to a snooker stance where he bends the left leg and sort of tries to straighten the right leg. But most players you'll see bend both legs maybe, or straddle the line, or maybe even kind of what I call surfboarding or skateboarding on the line, kind of feet side by side along the line of the cue. A lot of different approaches, but generally still got to have pretty decent fundamentals to be a pro in any sport. And this has gone a little bit wrong, so might be end of break unless he can cue easily and pot this brown. A little bit jacked up, but I think he can get to most of the cue ball. Good attempt. Saw there he kind of did a little bit of a jab. I think it might be a tactic when he elevates, just to kind of keep his accuracy higher and just pull back quick and shoot it.
So I guess Charlie Brown's opponent never came back into the building. He was kind of itching to get on the table, and his opponent just left.
Oh, really? Maybe he's just taking a break then, or might be conceding. I think that means we're gonna have an earlier end of today in the group stage. I still got to get over to Steven and figure out what the current standings are in the groups.
Yeah, that is sometimes the unfortunate part when we have big groups. people just, they've lost a few. They're just not in it. They just don't want to feel like playing anymore. They're down and out. They don't see the point of them carrying on. And it goes back to the etiquette that we've always alluded to on these broadcasts. Calling fouls on yourself. It's part of the etiquette. You know, while a player's on a break, you don't concede the frame. Even if they're on a break, you don't, you know, crack your cue as a concession for the match.
Don't stand in the line of their shot. Oh, this might go in off. So, possible chance, Peter Kwan. Missing that red to left middle just now. Might mean that he's just settling in a bit. This does cut to the right middle pocket.
That's not good for Peter there. That's a pretty good opportunity here for Cory. He'd get in and put in a few more points on the board. He does have a pretty strong lead by 20 points, 25-5. But a cavalcade of reds are still on the table, so Peter's not out of this frame just yet.
Decent shout here. I think he's overran a little bit in the position, wanted to get pretty straight or on the other side of the pink. And as we know, this table's playing a little bit quicker. It's going to have a mid-range red unless he chooses to go up and down out of bulk, which he is deciding to do. Needs to miss or get a friendly cannon, and it's okay. He's on a red, but he's kind of created a bit of a cluster now on the right part of the table. Might have to send this 2 rails into the line of the pink into the right middle pocket. Sort of a stun shot. Go to the bottom, or the top cushion, I mean. Bottom rail on your screen. Don't think he can hold for the black. Might actually cannon it if he wants to hold for the black. Yep, 2 cushions there, and trying to get an angle on the pink that he can maybe try to open up some more of these reds on the right half of the table. Can roll this in and might be in line to cannon the blue and open it up, maybe get on a red, dropping behind it. It's a little bit tricky. I don't quite see the angle. He overcut it, I think, trying to get at that blue maybe. Got a more straighter attempt at this red up into the left corner. Might want to go forward if he can to play for pink. But he is nudging, going to be naturally canning into these reds on the right. And just overcut. Now this frame has gotten a bit messy, and we're going to see a bit of a grind, I think, in the remainder of this one.
He's got a thin cut on this red into the blue, and I'd be surprised if he tries to take it on. Oh, he's just going to throw with the cross double.
Yep.
Very nice.
We call that one a cross bank, Dave. He's a pool player. Come on.
We are in a snooker tournament. It's a big debate for the stream out there.
Yeah.
Chat room. Feel free to chime in. It's always been a big debate when we have these snooker tournaments or pool tournaments. What vocabulary do we put on? I know we're in America where pool is quite dominant. But do we stick to the snooker vocabulary when it's a snooker tournament? Or do we...
Went for this into the green pocket, figuring he's not going to be leaving an easy shot at least. Does this red closest to the cue ball pass up into the left corner pocket, past the yellow. Just might. Yeah, Peter gearing up to go for it and overcut it once again. So not really getting good starters. Really just had that one opportunity on the red to left middle early on in the frame. So far it hasn't been kind to him this table. Just needs to get started meanwhile Cory Abdul is just chipping away at his lead, increasing his lead little by little. Color here, color there. Easy way to get deep into a frame, especially if you're not leaving your opponent anything and they're getting frustrated from not getting opportunities. Is this red pass? Can you see it? Punch into him and open up the pink, or sorry, the yellow and green. Yikes. Oh, Javier dropping us the share for all the pool player buddies. Thank you for that. Yeah, share the stream out if you guys are a Cory Abdul fan. If you know a Cory Abdul fan, getting to watch him play some snooker today. Don't know what his contention is in the groups. I think he does have a couple of losses though, so he might be getting close to not being able to qualify. We'll see.
And that's been a gift there that Peter has given Cory. Blind cut, but this should shoot up nicely for the pink.
Yeah, pretty natural position. Just roll out into the open area. Wanted it to get a little bit straighter. Might be able to drop in behind this red or cannon it out into the open. A little bit kind of a, oh wow. Just threw his shoulder into that one a little bit. Looks like he's a left eye dominant player, kind of favors the left side when it gets down on the shot, but is a right-hander, so has to kind of cross the body. Double attempt, will it treble? Nope, a little bit wide.
Oh, he's left another little red, a little blind red on.
Yeah, that's kind of the momentum shift. He's taking on tough shots, leaving his opponent easy shots. His opponent's just gotta pot balls.
Well, that's what you see with the more advanced players. When they miss, they really don't leave their opponent with much on. It's a calculated miss.
So we got a couple of choices here. You can try to stun this into the cushion and out, play for the red to right middle, or you can choose to soft draw it. I think the first option is the better snooker shot, but oh, it doesn't want that cannon. Now we're going to see either take this red to the left corner into the yellow pocket or the rest shot. Does he have an extension? No, he's taking out the rest. Just a soft draw here. Play for brown to left corner next. Past the yellow. Sounded like a strange contact there on the
It certainly
impact.
did, yeah. That was just, that horribly went wrong. So I think you're correct in your assertion of that it was a bad contact, Mr. Youngers.
Don't know if it was a bit of a weird miscue or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure Peter's history in the game. Looks like he definitely loves the game coming out there, and he's just missing just by fractions. I think a little tune-up. TK is wondering, yes, Cory Abdul is a professional pool player, and this tournament was advertised as amateurs only, but I believe that's, you know, if you're a professional snooker player, you can't enter. Cory duel with a 42-5 advantage in this first frame, best of 3. 38 points ahead. Well, there's 59 on the table, so Peter Kwan definitely not out of it just yet.
Oh, I like this from Javier. This is an interesting idea. Oh, look at this pot. Almost got it. Yeah, Javier is saying, perhaps we can gather enough pool players to play a snooker tournament at Ox. Everyone has to use a pool cue. No snooker cues allowed. That's interesting. Kind of like a tip diameter minimum width, I guess you could say. Must be this tall to ride this ride, kind of thing. 11 millimeters or higher tip diameter.
Well, actually, we've got a player up in the Vancouver area, Alan Emma. Very strong and well-accomplished pool player. Has played in snooker tournaments that I've run and played it quite well, getting well deep into the tournament. And he actually plays with a pool cue, more like a 13-inch diameter tip.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Oh, there's a miscue there. Second, I think he was trying to really screw that cue ball back off of the red. Go for the pot down into the left corner and screw back, kind of a la Judd Trump, like we said before. TK saying, "Guy, with this season prize money, I'm surprised that not many pool players have signed up." Yeah, I think maybe that has to do with possibly advertising or not being aware of the fact that it's this much prize money in the pot. I do know that there is a big pro tournament happening right now. There's a lot of players that are down in New Zealand for the World 8-Ball Championships, and there's also a lot of pro players playing in the Texas Open this weekend. So I think those two events obviously probably has a lot of pool players playing in them.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice if someone created an online resource where, tournament directors and organizers can just throw all their tournaments on there, and players can chime in on that site and just see if there's any tournaments. Because I know a few people did not know about this tournament, and they definitely, if they knew, they would have played.
Yeah, but I think that's part of our goal here is to, at least if you see on the live stream this year, you subscribe to the channel, wink, wink, hint, hint, and you'll get notified of when stuff is coming up. Head over to the San Gabriel Embassy YouTube and Facebook and the Ox Billiards YouTube and Facebook, where we do advertise these things as we know about them coming up. That way you get informed and notified and don't miss the next one. So a bit unfortunate here for Peter Kwan to
yeah, this is kind of the tournament that's starting the season. Most of the time on the West Coast, a lot of people like to go outside and enjoy the outdoors and the beautiful summer months. But now as we get into autumn, we're going to dust off that cue and get back into it.
Oh, this is unlucky too. I think he kind of was playing for it, assuming he'd pot the brown, but opens it up perfectly to leave a nice little starter for Cory. Just stun up for the black, and play for the next red as well. It's got a bit more angle here. I don't know if it is straight enough for him to follow and cannon into the red.
You can develop it a little bit.
He's playing with a top ball, so I think so. And misses the shot as a result, maybe. Not sure. Felt a little bit quick, too, on the pre-shot routine compared to normal.
Ooh, very nice cut there by Peter. Yeah, sometimes when you have that shot, when you're taking, as Cory had the black into the top right corner, wanted to develop the red, you got to block out that thought of the red when you're taking on the black. Trust your technique, not just right on the pot, because you know your pre-shot routine has made you develop that red. Actually,
Good
there was
shot.
too many things going maybe in Mr. Duel's brain. Peter's slowly climbing back into this first frame.
The attempt here looks pretty good.
Dynamite.
Nice kick from Cory there. Good confidence. He's left the red on, but there is hampered queuing over the yellow, so don't think Peter can really work his cue ball too much here. Might just float this in and play for pink. Might cannon into the pink, actually, depending on how much topspin he has. This is a little bit slidey, this cloth. Overcuts it, and it's going to leave a shot on. Definitely a shot to nothing, so Cory's going to be going for this. Can play this 2 cushions naturally, or 1 cushion up for the brown. Don't think he holds for black or pink. Develops the black now, and red is available to left middle, although it's a tricky pot, this one. Awfully risky too, because you can jaw the pockets and leave it. Looks decent. Nope, gonna come short. That's the side you want to miss on if you're gonna miss that shot, though. Pushes that red up table, and it's got a partial snooker, so time to grind out this frame. This last red gonna be really pivotal. I think it's only a 20-point game. Cory going for it. I think green is the one to play for here. Focus and stun across this. 2 cushions in behind green. Just overruns his position, and an edge of the red is available. Yeah, TK, Cory Duel is a former U.S. snooker national champion. That is true. 2013 he won it. Oh, wow, went for that cushion rail first situation. We gotta show that replay from Sharam earlier. This is gonna be a free ball, actually. Yeah, free ball for Peter Kwan. Javier saying, I'm kind of surprised Cory isn't at the Black Diamond tournament in Spokane. Feel like he has a much easier chance to place in the money there than here. Only reason I can think of is he lives pretty close to this tournament. Yeah, I think the proximity obviously is one thing, and travel. I imagine he could just drive over here for this tournament. But he did say he has the whole weekend planned out where he kind of signed up for this tournament a little bit more for fun, since he hasn't been playing snooker that much recently. And he knew that if he did get eliminated, he's going to be driving up to Palm Springs to play some golf over the weekend. So that was his plan all along, if he didn't get out of the groups. So now I think he's itching to go from one sea of green to another. Spokane Open is this weekend, from what I understand, right? It is happening this weekend. Don't know if they're live streaming it or not.
Tough miss there for Peter. Left an easy starter there for Cory.
Yeah,
see if Cory can take the frame on that mistake.
Could be enough of a chance. I think he was really trying to hold for black, but that cloth just ever so slippery. Can drop the yellow into the right middle, but wants to get close to it. This is perfect. He has an angle to just float forward off of 1 cushion towards the middle of the table. Yeah, well done. Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah, thanks, Javier. Yeah, Spokane Open is happening right now. Good stuff. A lot of pool, a lot of action. Got World 9-Ball Tour next weekend at Ox. I'm excited for that as well. It's going to be a good one. But we still got a lot of snooker to play here in Southern California. This is going to be safe as well. That is Peter. He's going to come back to the table.
Just 18 points in it and 25 on the table.
Oh, so yeah, still in it. No snookers required yet. Sorry. My apologies. 2 cushions, I think, on this. Try to get in behind the green and stop it. It's not too bad, but he's caught it a bit thinner. Caused the cue ball to float along this cushion. But Brown to the rescue. Same shot for Cory, but a little bit wide on his attempt. Still, pretty good result. I think the shot here is just a cross double and try to get the brown, sorry, the green in between brown and blue up table. That's the cross double.
And that mistake has opened the door for Cory to the very telling snooker. Just stun the ball, cue ball into the green, gets behind the black.
Yeah, avoid the jaws and he's going to be good to go. Nice shot there. You heard a little bit different sound too with stroke, or sorry, to the contact on the cue. But that's that stroke, that nice, sweet, smooth acceleration. You don't have to hit it very hard, and you can still affect path nicely. So it goes in off, and this is going to leave an opportunity since it does give a chance for Cory. I think he is going to take it on since the 2 cushion escape would be fairly routine after a couple of tries. And this is an opening to clear up here. I think the hardest situation is going to be blue to pink, but I don't think he needs pink.
Oh, that was his frame ball there. There's 25 in it and 22 on the table. But a brown and blue will make certainty of it.
Oh, it's not going to fluke either, so I think Peter's coming back to the table here. I think if Cory managed to get down to the blue and pot it, it wouldn't have left a chance for Peter to come back, but pink and black are decent to hide in behind. And blue is kind of that 1.5 balls away from the cushion in that space where if you can get in behind it and glue him, it's a real tough escape. This is going to be a little too far.
Yeah, nice effort there by Peter. Definitely has the idea. It's one thing having the idea, the other thing executing it.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes this game so difficult.
Little pocket attempt. Yep, 10's in saying Cory, he is a pro. He's a pro pool player. That's true. Good speed there, not to push it all the way to the pocket, so stays fairly safe. I think if you're Cory, you might choose to go in or over here and just roll the brown towards the pocket. You can also cross double it. I think he was going for the pot there. With this angle, has a decent chance to cross double this off of the short rail up towards the blue and play cue ball in behind black. Or can cross double it the other way towards the lower right corner. Either one is a shout. This looks okay. How's the speed? Looks close.
Yeah, really close.
If not direct, he's got a fairly routine escape off of one cushion or a small swerve. Yeah, it was there. I think on this one, if you're Peter, can you get enough of this brown to send the cue ball in behind black? Either directly in the line or on the thin side off of 2 cushions going towards the lower right corner. Not sure. Can also try to play cue ball in behind blue here. Send the cue ball into the right long rail with some left spin, and then the short rail and in behind blue. That shot might be on, but it's a little bit tougher. Yeah, this one was a little bit tricky because you need to hit on the thick side. So is this treble on?
Ooh.
Oh, wow, flukes it. So if this blue goes down, likely it's going to be end of frame. Just wants to push it over the pocket. And this is going to snooker, I think. No, it's still on, still there.
Peter just having a look at the scoreboard.
Is that 29? 18-29 difference. So 3 snookers. Guess it's actually 2 snookers if you're talking pink snookers in this case. And he's gonna roll too far and glue himself to the bulk top cushion, and this is not looking good for Mr. Kwan. Wanted to get at least some space so he could screw off of the pink send it up table. Now Cory's just gotta drop this over the pocket, in or over, to end the match, or sorry, the frame. I keep saying that, with the first frame. End the match. Just want to get it over with. He might choose to still shoot this at pace since he's maybe more comfortable with potting it. And flukes it as well.
How many flukes do you got there, Cory?
Yowza.
Playing it like a pool table, running around all the house. So Cory Abdul takes that first frame 69-39 to take a 1-frame advantage in this best of 3 match. And we'll step aside for a few short moments and return with frame 2 between these great competitors. Talk to you soon, everybody. And we're back here with frame 2. And Peter Kwan has broken off and hasn't really left anything easy to start for Cory here. It is the 2024 Embassy Open here in San Gabriel, California. We're at the Embassy Billiards room. Admission is free, so if you want to come out and check some great snooker action, it's all available for you down here. They've got some cool drinks. And it's David Burney in the booth with you, and I'm pleased to bring into the booth the ton man himself, Albert Kenny. How are you doing, Albert?
Not too bad, David. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, just fresh off your last victory. It was interesting. Looked like you're having a little trouble with the table. Was it a bit tighter than the others?
It is, yeah, I would say it's a very tight table compared to the rest. I think all the tables in the club are playing quite tight. Apart from the middle bags are a little bit more open. But also that this TV table here is by far the fastest table in the room too. So I was struggling with my cue ball control in that match. Just couldn't quite get the pace of the table. But beautiful to play on though. Absolutely top class conditions, you know. a solid shot right there. Red's all opened up nicely. Black a little bit tied up, so it's going to be tough to construct a high break here. He's going to have to be playing for blues at the moment, unless he chooses to play position on the pink in the right center. Pushing the boat out a little bit there.
Do you know Cory at all? He's a pro pool player.
I've heard of the name. I think I remember seeing him on the Moscone Cup team maybe a couple of times.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't watch a ton of pool now, but yeah, back in the day, if I was tuning in to watch pool, it would be the Moscone Cup. Had a few snooker players playing the Moscone Cup over the years. People like Jimmy White, Steve Davis. I think even Alex Higgins played on the European team.
True.
Yeah.
I think some of the American commentators might have been a bit surprised. And American players like, oh, they just play this snooker. They know nothing about this pool game. And all of a sudden their jaws were dropped to the ground and be like, actually, they can play.
Yeah.
It is a different beast, definitely, snooker and the pool game. Much respect to both games.
Absolutely. I think what you'd find with the snooker players when they do play the 9-ball pool is they'd be very good potters. Positional play, but it's the other parts of the game, playing hooks and banks and jump shots and stuff like that snooker players wouldn't be accustomed to,
Yeah, definitely that jump shots and the break shot, so important in the game of pool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how's Cory doing so far in his tournament? Any idea?
I think he's won some, lost some.
Okay.
It's tough to say because I know they're going a little bit old-fashioned and putting Christian is tapping me and telling me he's going for a lunch break while I'm trying to complete a thought. Where were we?
I think we're talking about Cory Duel and
Cory,
yeah, what his results have been so far. And I do think it's a tougher. It's definitely a tougher adjustment. I would think for pool players coming to a snooker table than in reverse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think going back to that thought that I had, they don't have, they haven't reached out to CompuSport or SnookerScores.net to put up the results. So they've been doing it a little bit old-fashioned, pen and paper.
Right.
Haven't jumped into the digital world. But I think this is the first time that Stephen has run the Embassy Open. It has had a history. Renat, I think, is the defending champion, but that was back in 2019.
Okay, I didn't realize it didn't run the last 5 years or 4 years, should I say?
I don't know much about Peter Kwan. Be one of the shorter competitors here, but definitely does know his way around the table. He's got a good snooker mind, as I've seen in the first frame.
That was a great stroke right there. Just not quite delivering that cue and the intended line. Definitely a bit of steering going on there.
No, 6 is right. 6 is right. So you got 2 reds. 2 reds and a brown.
Yes, well, I didn't realize some of our viewers piped in that Cory was a U.S. national snooker champion back in 2013. So he's not completely foreign to the game.
Mm-hmm.
So are you undefeated so far? Can we let the fans know the Albert Kenny fan club?
Yeah, I am 4 for 4, or I should say 3 for 3, and I got to walk over because one of the guys didn't show up in my group. So I'll have 3 more matches today, and yeah, all is good so far. Still adjusting to the tables. They're not quite what I'm accustomed to back in Calgary. These steel back cushions react a lot differently than the Burrows and Watts that I would play in my local club. And the cloths, I mean, it's kind of like playing on glass out there. They're very, very slick. I mean, beautiful to play on, but just a big adjustment for me, you know.
Well, a great snooker player can adjust to any environment. They do want ideal, but
yeah. Ask me that at the end of the tournament.
well, you still have 3 more matches to really get yourself acclimatized.
Yeah.
3 wins, that's pretty good. You know, a couple more, you should be able to punch your card because you only have a 7-player group.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think if I win 2 of the next 3 matches, that'll secure my spot. So, but obviously I want to win every match. I'm seeing the ball pretty well. Just yeah, just still adjusting. The conditions here are first class. They really are. Everything from the lighting, the brand new cloths, and these Riley tables. Me growing up in Ireland, I would have played on predominantly Riley tables back in Ireland. So there'll be no complaints out of me.
Did you get back to Ireland much?
Yeah, I was just back there in May for a couple of weeks, and it was over 4 years since I was home. So yeah, it was great to get back, spend some time with some family, and hoping to go back this Christmas. But flights are a little bit too expensive at the moment, so might not be going. Yeah, in excess of $2,000.
That's news to everybody's ears. If you go back, you know, you won't be able to participate in the Calgary Snooker Tournament.
Yeah. Okay, I guess I'm not going back to Ireland this Christmas. Yeah, it's an interesting time of the year for that tournament. I wonder why Ramin chose those dates. Hope it doesn't affect the outcome of how many players he gets, you know. I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, is it the 27th, 28th, 29th, something like that?
And 30th, yeah.
And
so
30th.
Just after Christmas and just before New Year's.
Right.
Javier Valenzuela is asking, Albert, have you played at Ox Billiards yet down in Seattle?
I have not played down on Ox Billiards yet, but the next tournament that's run down in Seattle, I'm going down, because I've been saying it for a couple of years now that I'll be going to the next tournament. But whatever the next tournament is, Mr. Dominguez, if you're listening, register for me for that tournament, and I'll be down at the next tournament.
Well, you said it on record. It's on the stream.
Right. Yeah, I heard the facilities down there at Ox are are world class as well. All-star tables, I believe.
All-star
David?
tables, yep. Great little atmosphere too. Very industrial. Good wood and steel decor down there.
I think he'll settle for that. This is going to be tricky to. Well, it's easy to get out of the snooker, but getting out and leaving it safe is another matter. I might be able to flick the bottom red on the right hand side as we look. Yep. How are you enjoying the tournament so far, David?
It's been fantastic. Lots of great matches here. Some big breaks that have happened, some nail-biting affairs, black ball respots, some good comebacks. And we're only halfway through day 2. So I think when we run into the knockout phase, it's going to give it even more exciting. There's a lot at stake to play for. Hoisting that trophy, a little bit of cash.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward. If I make it to the knockout stages, those longer formats. I thought the last 16 was best of 5, but Christian was telling me they're best of 7s all the way up to the final.
You are correct, yep. Sweet 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, best of 7, and the finals is a best of 9.
Excellent.
So with those long frame matches, Albert, you can really let your hair down. I know you've got lots of it.
My beard hair, is that what you're talking about?
Who have you played so far in the tournament, Albert?
That's a good question, David.
Sorry, put you on the spot there. I thought you might remember a little bit after the introductions, but maybe it's a. Was anyone stick out that was a bit of a challenge?
My first match was quite a challenge. Yesterday I was waiting quite some time to play my first match, and yeah, I don't think I ran a break over 20 in the match, and it was quite the grind, and I just scraped over the line on 1-2-1, and the last frame went down to the blue ball. So there was definitely a little bit of drama in that match. Second match I won convincingly, and yeah, just played my first match, my third match today, and yeah, the guy I played in the last match had a beautiful stroke, but I found him very aggressive.
David Zhao?
He was going for everything. Which all the power to him, but there was a few situations there where he could have tucked up behind the green, or I remember even in the last frame he could have tucked up behind the pink and went for a long black, and I was kind of happy when he lined it up. I was like, oh, have at her, if you get it, all the power to you, but I would have been just putting me up behind the pink.
Because now Javier is going one step further. Who's your toughest opponent in your snooker career?
Toughest opponent played so far in my snooker career. I would think about that.
All right.
Well, I was on the circuit when I was younger, between 17 and 19. My very first professional match was against Tony Knowles.
Okay.
I played
Speaking of hair.
Right. I played him in the qualifiers for the Benson and Hedges, and I I was quite impressed by him because he was away from the game for a long time. And I think he got some sort of a wild card back onto the tour, and in my first match he beat me 5-4. But I wouldn't say he was my toughest opponent. I would say Mark Allen, probably. I played Mark Allen a couple of times in some junior events, and I think I played him 3 times and I've never got the better of him. He was very very strong in his junior days too. Very high scoring. So I'd probably say Mark Allen.
Now, back when you were on the pro circuit, how much time would you be practicing?
5 days a week. I basically treated it like a full-time job.
Okay.
So I was getting up in the morning, getting I think it was the 68 bus to Salbert Snooker Club, and I would start playing maybe 3-4 hours on my own, take a break for lunch, and if there was someone in the club that I played out of had a lot of top amateurs, and I'd have maybe a session in the afternoon and rinse and repeat for the week. So it was 30 to 40 hours a week, and I've seen, like, with interviews with some of the top pros these days, they're very much most of them will talk about quality over quantity, and I think if you look at like Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's not playing crazy 8-hour shifts every day. You might play for just an hour or two. So good. You definitely can overtrain. So and it's going to be different for everybody. But yeah, if you can get as much time on the table as possible, it's going to be good. Ooh, where's the cue ball going? That's going to be FL7. I remember I played the World Under 21s out in New Zealand, and every day I go in the snooker room. I get in there in the morning to get some practice before my matches, and Ding Junhui would be there every morning. He'd be the first person in the door, and I might play for a couple of hours, go for lunch, come back, play for a few more hours, maybe go for dinner, and maybe late in the evening I just pop my head in, not even with the intention of playing. Ding Junhui would be in there all day on his own, practicing. The man was an absolute machine. First one in and the last one out.
Here, I can put you back.
Just going to correct our scoring a little bit.
It's going to be tough to put them balls back. Hit the blue, the black, and one of the reds. He's got a free ball, so every color on the table is worth one. One good shot here on the black, and Cory might be able to finish off this match. Great pot there by Peter. Not a ton of angle off this pink, but with how quick this table is playing, he's going for the tougher black. There'll be pressure on this one. Good putt.
Yeah, I got a little squirrely with all those fouls and free balls. We had to just adjust our score correctly, so that is reading correctly right now. It is 56-34 for Cory Duel over Peter Kwan in this second frame.
Beautiful. That's a good chance to run them out here. Yeah, played a brown off one cushion, and just the green to brown seems to be the only tough positional shot. Doesn't want to be straight on the yellow here. And he was. So this is the big shot here now. One good positional shot here on the brown, and yeah, might be able to run these out. Dead straight on the green, so most likely he won't be running this table out.
Yeah, brown to blue, blue to pink, pink to black. It's not the traditional way. Those high valued colors have been spotted. He's inched his way back into this frame, only trailing by 12 points, 22 on the table. Cory needs brown and blue to put us in the snooker's required stage.
Just gotta watch the off here. Where's the cue ball?
Yeah, I don't think he's trademarked it just yet, but yeah, that's a cliche, I guess, in the snooker world. The John Virgo classic, where's the cue ball going?
It's my second time in the commentary booth, so I'm trying to pick up some signs, even if it is robbing a few of JV's quotes,
It's interesting. Back in Canada, I told them I'm going down to Los Angeles to commentate on a snooker event. For some reason, they all like to go 180. I'm just like, no.
Oh, good. So Cory's 16 points ahead. Just needs the brown. Definitely be taking a shot at this. And trying to put the white behind the blue, just in case he misses the brown. Yeah, and that's what he's done. Excellent shot. Oh, is that brown gonna... Oh, we might be on it. What do you reckon, David?
Do you think you can get past there? Ooh. It's always so tricky from our camera angle, and this table's on the other side of the room.
I Line it up like he's on it. Oh,
But he hit the blue.
Yeah. It's going to be 5 points. 16, so 21 the difference. Oh, he's still in it. Cory's looking at maybe having a put back, but I mean, there couldn't have been a whole lot in it if it just takes a slight swerve. On Cory's asking, does the brown stay down and come back up? Few hand gestures there. And
We got to help him out a little bit. Hopefully we didn't distract any other table, but it's been in the pool game too long. I think for an U.S. national champion, he would know that rule.
Right. Oof. Yeah, these pockets are tight.
It's funny how some players just completely forget the rules when they're playing. Not insinuating to the person beside me.
Right, you're giving me a funny look there, David.
Only because your beard's longer than mine.
Oh, I see. Is that what it is? It's okay, you'll get there one day.
Yeah, so will puberty.
Okay, thin cut here. A lot of pressure on this because you're playing a thin cut like this. If you miss it, you're generally going to leave it hanging over the pocket for your opponent. So, and that is exactly what he's done.
Here, that black isn't going to help him out. Good spot there, Mr. Kenny.
That's the first compliment you've given me, David.
I always give you compliments.
All right.
He's got a century in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. He's a two-time PC Open champion, Central Canadian champion. And that's just in Canada. I don't know what you did in Ireland, but I'm pretty sure it was something special.
Beauty.
Oh, very nice. So Cory Abdul, professional pool player, will put this match to bed with a great 83-48 second frame win to whitewash Peter Kwan. We're going to step aside for a few short moments to set up our next TV match. And I believe Albert Kenny is going to be on the TV table. Is that what you're saying, Albert?
Yeah, Stephen had mentioned that to me earlier that once that game was over, I'd be up next. So
Okay.
I better get me skates on.
Get your practicing going. I think you might be going against Renat Danka. So that's
No,
gonna,
that's my last match.
that's your last match? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
stay tuned, everybody. Albert Kenny, always great company in the booth, but now we'll see him on the stream. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in a few moments at the 2024 Embassy Open.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, David Burney's taking a break. We're back here live. The Embassy Snooker Open 2024 edition. Coming to you live from Ox Promotions here at Embassy Billiards Club in San Gabriel, California. Albert Kenny at the table playing a match against Chris Lee here in the group stage. Starting to get down to the wire here today in our second day of group play. We've got a few good matches in the books, in store as well. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Albert Kenny here on the TV table. He's going to be playing against, believe it is later on today, the big match of that group's going to be him versus Renat Denka. That's the big match to watch coming up. So should be exciting stuff. See, Andy McCloskey's playing right now. Karam is playing against Adam. A lot of good matches. Is today Sharam match or not? Somebody asking. I think Sharam might be playing. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a TV table with Sharam today. Him versus Cheng Yang Kwan, I believe, is gonna be scheduled for a TV table. I don't know when it's coming up yet, but it might actually be the next one up. We'll see. Might be soon. I'm not to confirm, but they're doing a bit of a roll-on, roll-off basis here for the group stage, so it's kind of whatever match is available, they want to just throw it on the next table. We are doing a bit of holding off on matches such as TV table matches that we want to watch specifically on this stream table, but it's not going to be perfect as there are a lot of games to play and we do need to get going here. Got 8 groups of 8, so 28 matches in total for each group. Puts us at around 220 plus matches for the event. Just stay tuned if you want to see, but likely we'll see Sharam again today. And if not, hopefully he qualifies into the knockout stage, which, based on all the comments we've seen, it's a pretty good chance. I am updating the groups as we speak from the master spreadsheet just to get an update on where they lie. So stay tuned for that. But Albert Kenny now. Albert Kenny, Chris Lee. This is a good one. Another good TV match that's starting here soon is going to be Sargon Isaac, previous U.S. national champion for snooker. He's going to be playing against Angus Liu on table 5. So if you guys want to watch that match, stream table 5 is going to be available on the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube channel. They've got some side matches going on that are available to watch on their YouTube. No commentary, no scorekeeping, just the match itself. So if you know folks who might be playing, go and drop in those other channels. I think there's 2 other tables being streamed on the Embassy channel, and there is one additional live stream happening remotely from Canada over on Ontario Snooker Tournaments. They're doing it on table 4, which is table right next to this one we see here. So back and forth in this one. Red's starting to really open up now, and this one's a lot more potable. This one to right corner, sorry. Someone in the chat saying he's from Pakistan. Me and Shar. You guys are both from Pakistan? Nice. Sharam, I assume you're talking about? See what we got going. Tight to the bulk cushion here for Chris Lee. Good safety from Albert. We talked about before that keeping that cue ball tight to the bulk cushion making a huge difference for these safeties. Chris is going to be going for this. I think Albert realized in his last match that he played against David Zhao that a lot of players are being a bit more aggressive, even though this table's got tighter pockets in the corners and in the middles. Not as much, but these pockets being tighter means you want to kind of bait your opponent into taking on some more difficult shots than he could actually execute. Oh, we get to see the elevated rest here. Floating rest as opposed to using the spider. Can be somewhat achievable as long as you kind of, what you kind of want to do is make a mini, like a bridge with your fingers and pinch it, but he's opting to take the spider instead. I think usually the rationale behind that is that the spider doesn't always have sort of a V taper on the opening on the forks on the top, so that means the cue can kind of slide side to side a bit more, the channel, as opposed to going straight up and down. Whereas the cross that you see in the traditional snooker rest definitely has a V taper, so there's only one place for it to slide in and out. Albert taking on this green, just trying to play safe once again and force a mistake from Chris. Got to get this tight. He's been doing a good job at that. I think he's making the adjustment little by little. At least on the safety plays, he's adjusting to the speed. We were talking about it a little bit in the break, and I think he talked about it in the commentary, but this cloth is playing very much like glass, very slippery on the main match tables. Slightly different conditions than the rest of the tables in the room. So just got to make the adjustment. Oh, did well to avoid the red there. Otherwise, that could have been disaster for Chris Lee. Albert Kenny does have the high break of the tournament so far, with a century break of 100 on the dot. Finished it off yesterday evening in his last match around 10 p.m. Wasn't on the stream, was on a side table, and he made the century, packed up his cues, and went home. It's kind of like a mic drop moment. Okay, I play at 11 tomorrow. I'll see you later. And look at this great long pot from Mr. Kenny. Good shot. Got this replay in store for you, which is nice. Perfect little stun angle to go in between this gap. Come 2 cushions out. And now where the cue ball lies, going to be either rolling up or going aggressive maybe, taking the green on to right middle or left middle, and great shot there. Now he's really built the opportunity. Some of these reds still clustering each other, and black is available to left middle. Pink clustered up. Don't know how the black spot looks exactly from this perspective. Hard to tell based on the spots, but I think that black spot looks like it is available. Yep, I think it's spots. So gonna be available to left corner pocket next. on a break of 12. Wow, this red passes the pink. I'm surprised if that's the case. You can really open up the pink, and just turn into a prime chance to put on a big break. A couple reds might be lined up in a plant to the left corner pocket. I'm not exactly sure, but imagine he's going to be taking that on later, as there's plenty of open reds above the black to finish first. Now this pink is going to spot, still be open to both corners. Sorry, left to right corner only. He's got kind of two main position windows to play in. Top left quadrant of this half of the table for the pink in the lower right, and lower right quadrant for black to the lower left. He's come up a bit short here, but fortunate that he has still a mid-range red to the left middle pocket. Might cannon into this red here and nudge it towards the side. Nicely done. I think he got enough screw to stay visible. Sure, no problem, we can zoom out. This is starting to become a real chance for Albert. I think this plant is going to come into play. He's looking at it now. I think the angle that he's got naturally leads to it. He can get right in behind it. And he's kind of going, kind of can stun towards that gap. You'd like to be right in behind the plant. Just pop it in. Play for the pink or blue next. Straighter than I thought. And yeah, if you can get this plant down and leave the red, leave the first red available afterwards, should be prime chance. Big opportunity. How's your luck? Pretty good. Stun shot to play for the middle of the three reds on the left, or stun run through for the one just above the black. He's got options here. He's not straight enough really to play for any of the reds below the black. He's going to want to clip off these three on the left part of the table for at least a two on the left part of the table first. A break of 41. He's got the lower red still, so maybe he was playing for the left, one to the left of this red, but should be okay. He needs a good little screw shot, and yeah, that is kind of the mistake. I think he needed a bit more screw back on the pink just before that to get on the higher of the two reds, since it would have left naturally for pink to right middle and a lot more options. So now Chris with an opportunity. He's taking on this red next to the black. Figures he can screw off of it after cannoning into the red next to it. Pretty good. Opens that one up. Now he's got a good chance for a counter. Can stun up for the red to left middle, or the one that he just bumped up. Don't know if I want to play for the red left of the yellow quite yet. He is kind of playing for that. Cannons the pink, and that's no good. Pardon me, left of the pink. If he's on this red into middle pocket, he might be pretty fortunate, because that was kind of a mistake. It's a high ball. Play two cushions around the bulk end, missing the brown. How's the speed though? A little tricky. Might almost want to take this red down to the right corner, as crazy as it sounds, and roll forward, because you're going to be kind of leaving a lot of in-between shots other than the one you're shooting. Oh, excuse me, he's playing the color. Sorry, so he's playing black here with the high ball. Trying to hold for the red next to pink. It's gone wrong though. Lots of choices. Good little stroke there for pink. Get it back on its spot. This tricky red is the only one he's got to figure out. Last time he underscrewed this stun shot and ended up not getting on it. So I think here he's got to make sure he stays high. He should be good. Pink's not quite on its spot, so it helps. Yeah, he's perfect. It's a 40-point difference. Starting to get into the weeds here. It's getting close. He's got an angle to stun run into position for the black. Pretty good. He's got a nice angle. If he can get his cue ball back to where it is exactly right now, it'd be ideal to play the red to right corner next. Tricky though, because you can end up snookering yourself with where the black ball respots. Yeah, doesn't want to come too high, and I think he might just be okay. Yeah, perfect actually. Nice angle here. You can go cushion first and bump this red out into the open, or you can just choose to drop in behind it. I think he's going to try to open it. No, he's just playing for the position to pot into the corner. I like it. 23 break. Just catches it thick to the pocket. So 23 break, 65 with 9 from his opponent. Means not snookers required just yet. Actually, no. It is snookers required. 54 and 51, the difference. Imagine if Albert can get a couple more of these reds, it's going to be curtains for this first frame. This is cuttable. I think I still like playing the safety off the right edge myself, or left edge from our perspective. And it's got a good rub, but he's a little bit fast with the pace. Where it's light, it's not too bad though. It's managed to cut off the left part of these reds, forcing Albert into cross doubling this red along the cushion. It's a little tricky. Wants to avoid the double kiss. Some right hand side. Going for the pot actually. Guess he figures a shot to nothing, and that's the only red he would leave, if any, and left it he has. Snookers required now for Chris Lee to get back in this, so. I think Albert is fine with him taking this for the moment. If Albert can get one more red and just push a color safe, it's going to be pretty difficult of a position for Chris to get back in this frame. A little bit long on this. think he would help to extend his extension a bit more. Yeah, he wants blacks if he can get them. Not the end of the world if it's a pink, but he's kind of in between both of them now. He's overcut it, so that's going to be a concession on that frame for Chris Lee. Albert Kenny takes it 1-0 so far and undefeated in this match. We're going to take a quick break, I guess, as long as it takes to rack the balls. I'll be right back. Albert Kenny to break off in frame number 2. I think he'd really like to get another big breakdown if he can and finish this best of 3 quickly. Ooh, this almost got really nasty for Chris Lee, but it's all right. Has access to the left half of the table. I think the black out of commission, I don't imagine him going for this red closest to the corner, unless it has an angle for him to just put a bunch of topspin and send the white back up table. A little risky, this type of shot. It's not done well. Yeah, it's gonna bump a red over the middle pocket. This is a good starter for Albert. He's got black available to the left corner if he can get just under this red to the right of the black. And I think he's off to the races. Wrong side of the blue, but red available to clear up in bulk end. I guess he figures he wants to keep the frame as tidy as he can. There. Decided to screw back and hold position. My initial instinct was to roll forward and just play the red to right corner, but requires a different kind of touch. I think in general, snooker players want to or prefer to prioritize stun shots over rolling cue ball shots, just to improve the accuracy on everything. Does he have enough angle to I'm gonna say, does he have enough angle to get safe on that? Not quite. Going for the aggressive shot. I think Albert can actually stun in here behind black. And if he can glue him to the back. No, he's just playing to the top cushion. Soft stun shot to further yet try to glue him. The tough one is if you can glue him to the cushion. Exactly, that's the real one. Let's try to play that with a bunch of left-hand side to use the left rail to bring it back. But now a couple of options for Chris if he wants to go offensive. He's just choosing to bide his time. This looks pretty good. Yeah, that's tight to the cushion. Not bad. Fortunate that he didn't leave a red to left middle. So Albert's in a bit of a pickle. Might be forced into a shot here. Maybe attempt this red to right middle pocket, just to the right of the 2 in the bunch, or the cluster of 2. Don't know what else you're taking on here. It's that red closest to the left middle pocket means it's pretty risky to lag the cue ball up to the green pocket area of the bulk end. So, although there is a lot of blockers there with the blue in the way, he's got a decent position window to play the white if he wants to go for the more attacking, risky safety. Well, pink and black are out in the open, so it is a chance to put on a break. Gonna take it on to right middle. Yep, and this is giving up an opportunity. A lot of reds available, but difficult thing here is going to be playing for a color. If you get the blue spotted, pink's going to be difficult to deal with later. I almost prefer taking green on here, just to keep the middle of the table open until you pick off these last 2 reds blocking the middle pockets. No, not quite. A big miss from Chris Lee leaves Albert Kenny a wide open table for the most part, other than the bulk end being a bit messy and the pink being so far up table. The black's nicely out in the open. No 1-4-7s here though, sorry. Got choice of brown or yellow, even blue if he wants it, although until you get the red and pink off of that middle line to the left corner pocket, I don't know if I fancy taking the blue out just yet. It's got plenty of options to play for here. Red to the same pocket next, maybe. Oh, kind of quick stroked it. Don't know what he was playing for next there either. He picked it up on the mic and said, all right. So, don't know what happened there. Maybe just a misclick. Another attempt to this right middle pocket. Brown still open over to the left part of the table. I wonder if there's a bit of frustration maybe settling in for Albert Kenny after that miss on the brown. He has quickened his pace a bit on the pre-shot routine, so it's all about the little things, I guess, trying to observe what's going on, why, and how people are looking, and what could be happening. No, I believe Cory won his match against Peter Kwan over on our previous TV match. Q Billiards in the chat asking. Cory has lost, I think, 2 matches so far in the group stage, though, yesterday. I don't know if he's going to be in the hunt or not. I know Bob Hemnani has lost a couple matches as well, who I think was undefeated for a little bit yesterday. So a lot of back and forth. Don't really have a good snapshot of the groups yet. It's going to take some time for me to enter in the scores if I do, but I might just take a snapshot picture of what they have on the spreadsheet. Albert with an uncharacteristic miss. Not sure what's going on, but maybe we have him psyched out on this table. He hasn't been playing as much as the other players. Like I said, I think he had a walkover on one player who didn't show up, and was here for quite a long time yesterday before he got to play his first match. Decent starter here for Chris Lee. I would have thought this frame to be closer to getting wiped up by this point in time, but I guess not. The player's missing some uncharacteristic shots. Fortunate not to push too many things safe yet. So overcut it. These corners are playing pretty tight. Another good starter for Albert Kenning. Can he get out of first gear, as he says. Got to get the engine going in this frame. Wants to put this match away if he can quickly. Although table time is nice. So he's opting to take, looks like yellow into the middle pocket as opposed to brown. A little bit more natural to come down table with the yellow. Soft screw shot there. Now I think getting the pink back on its spot really opened things up for playing for the blue. Black's kind of out of commission, so priority is pink and blue here. Can he cannon into this blue to hold for the red to the right corner past the green? Can he stun in between the gap between blue and red, come in and out of bulk? It's tricky. He's choosing to just roll it forward, play for red to right middle pocket. Yeah, it looks like pink's available to both corners. It's all about this blue now, or brown, to respot and get things going. Yeah, good pot. Slight correction on the score there. Break of 11 so far. And a bit too much side. He's lost the cue ball a bit here. That last few inches of runway. We saw it in the previous match. Just kind of overran it a bit. I think he was playing for either of the two reds left of the pink or the one closest to the left corner pocket. Now he's a bit of no man's land, but he does have the red closest to the black, and he's looking to see if he wants to take that black on. Might be able to drop in right behind with a kind of a kill stroke, kill shot. Soft draw. I think I might just like to play for blue though, personally. Yeah. Gonna bump the blue full ball, and he's actually okay, I think. I guess this is for a left-handed shot. Never mind, he's gonna use the rest. Haha. Now he's close to the blue here, so that helps a lot in terms of the potting angle. Removes a bit of the guesswork. And now we're back in business. One good mid-range pot, I think, to get position onto this pink. It does pass, I think, to left corner pocket. And if that's the case, I think. No, he's going towards the pink in this case, so he's got to screw back, play for pink in the same pocket, I think. It's a good strike, but he's come a bit too far. Now he's going to be hampered queuing on this. It's a tricky shot. All he can do is roll forward and play for the loose red to the left corner next. Big shot here. So really open things up if he can knock it down, and well struck. Always tricky, those little shots, striking down on the cue ball. I think I play for blue, high blue here. Yeah, good shot with the bit of right hand side. So priority is to pick off either of the cluster of two reds. I think with a straighter blue like this, the ones closest to the blue are going to be coming up first. The ones that he wants to get on are the ones lower. The pink, though, because that'll really open things up in terms of positional play. Doesn't really need the black in this break building chance. So break of 34. All right, so pink to right corner next. Then play for one of the loose reds below the pink. He's chosen to stun run to get pretty straight, but he's going to be elevated a bit. Definitely not as difficult as the previous shot, so tiny little stun run through here. Yeah, perfect. Perfect touch. 41. I guess not quite perfect. He'd like to be a bit more below this ball, but oh, he can get to the left one. Never mind. He's okay. I figured he wanted to have an angle to come back up table if he could, whether it's for blue or pink to right corner, but it's going to be a little bit of a soft draw shot. Oh, pink goes to right middle. Ah, he fooled me. Same pocket. So 42, and all the reds out and available. Black's out of commission, so probably just going to be seeing pinks and blues for the most part. On a break of 48. So whatever the score is, -1, that's his break. This is a good chance. At least for a red clearance. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but if you can clear up the reds, surely to end the match. That's a good shot with the rest. Needs high side of the blue, and this could be curtains. Yeah, I think he knows that he's taking a quick break there to wipe down the cue and sort of reset mentally. So now it's just a matter of potting a few of these balls in consistent fashion. It's come a little bit short. Phil's saying he is very good. Yeah, that's why I'm interested in watching some of these matches. All these folks raving about Sharam, which is he's a great player. But I want to see the matchup Albert Kenny versus Sharam. That'd be a sweet one to watch. Sign me up for that. 55 break now. Both players are very different in their styles too, so it's kind of that classic clash of like a pacier, more rhythmic type player in Sharam versus a much more tactical and deliberate player that is Albert Kenny. Yeah, good stroke there. You kind of saw the zip on the cue ball there. Arif Mahmoud, where can we see the up-to-date tournament bracket? Unfortunately, we don't have a bracket up-to-date online anywhere. So Steven's been running this tournament on pen and paper, so that's all that's available to us. I do believe he will be posting on the Embassy Billiards Facebook, and there's the handshakes. End of the tournament. Sorry, not end of the tournament. End of the frame. Break of 61 for Albert Kenny. Takes this match down. End of frame. End of match. Yeah, if you guys want to stay tuned, though, Facebook will eventually post the top 16 by the end of the day, hopefully. But we don't have live brackets. Something to improve upon for the future. So we're going to take a quick break and get our next TV table match going, and I'll be back in a jiffy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 Embassy Open here in San Gabriel, California. Great little match right here. Definitely a fan favorite. Charlie Brown coming all the way from Canada, taking on Tom Tan in another round-robin match. Charlie's looking quite impressive. Only one loss to his record. Definitely, if he's able to win this match, he should be able to be in the knockout phase. It's David Burney in the booth. Glad that we're joining you. Wherever you are, feel free to tune in, voice your support. It's a border battle right here. Tom Tan from America and Charlie from Canada. This is the first time Charlie's has been on this table. Same with Tom. So I think pretty quickly these guys are going to find out that this is quite a pacey table. Yeah, I've seen Tom around a few of these tournaments down here in America, so he definitely is a character that does enjoy his snooker. He's left a mid-range red. That miss, but don't harm him for going for it early on. Maybe first range jitters. Both players have had a match today, so definitely got their arm going. Charlie's left Tom a relatively easy opener. Good to hear AJ's in the booth cheering on his fellow Canadian. Definitely, it's a cross-border matchup. It's a little too thin there for Tom. Quick sprints here, these best of threes. Kind of parallels the professional game, as in some tournaments the pros play best of sevens and the real season top-notch players don't really like it that much, as a few frames they'll be trailing and they could lose to an underdog, which is definitely apparent here. Do see some top-notch players kind of go down as an underdog gets on a little bit of a roll and is able to take things. Nice long red there by Tom Tan. He's got a nice angle on the screen to come down table. Doesn't have to come a lot, doesn't have to disrupt the cluster of reds, as he's got a red open to the right corner. that already. Developed a few more. Just wasn't able to hold for the black, and pink's really thin into the middle. Nice try on the blue. Charlie just coming around to take a look. Maybe there's a plant in that cluster. Doesn't look like to my eyesight. They have the best view there, these players. Right down on the table. Ooh, we almost fluked that red in. Fortunately, he's left it there for Tom. I've got the monitor that I'm looking at, and I'm pretty much about 3 Snookers tables away from our live table there. So if anyone knows these tables, they're ginormous. Tom, a very methodical player here. He's not slamming them in, letting the table really take that ball into the bottom of the pocket. Nice to see that we have some support for Tom Tan as well. Ray Fung tuning in. 2022 runner-up in the United States National Snooker Championship. That'll do quite nicely, acknowledged by a tap on the table from his opponent. I could retort there. This definitely match looks like who's going to capitalize on the mistakes. Tom was able to get a few points on some errors by Charlie. This could be something. Almost got behind that brown. Who's almost... He hasn't forced him into this red on the left side. So he can cross double it and come back to the Balkan. Oh, he did go for it. Ooh. Oh, I almost fluked it into the middle pocket. But that's the mistake that he didn't want to have. He has a nice easy opener here on this red into the right. Top corner pocket. Drawing back ever so gingerly to be on the black into the same pocket. So good chance here for the Canadian. It's nice to push that pink out into the open area now. Black does though go to both corner pockets in the top end, but just in case he squiggles out of position, that pink is out in the open as well. just playing that with a little bit of safe. Just after that black just didn't have another for sure shot afterwards. Yeah, any other table, I think that would have come up nice on the bulk cushion, but this is a speedy table. This is our featured table. The final will be played there, so it's good to see a bunch of players getting their opportunity to see if they can get to the final on Monday afternoon. But there's a lot of great talent in this tournament. Definitely two players right here at the table. Been around the game for many years. Very nice shot to nothing there. As you can see, Charlie's cue ball is scurrying back to the bulk area. When we talk about a shot to nothing, obviously the intent, safety is in mind. But you do take on a long red, and if you're fortunate enough to get in, you can continue on. Or if there wasn't a color available, maybe roll up. But if that red didn't drop, at least Charlie would be safely in the bulk area. Oh, he's going to give Tom Tan some nightmares there. This looks really dangerous. This could be a lot of points here. And they're just gonna maybe get out a coin just to mark where the cue ball was. Be a little path on this long cushion by the blue. Definitely looks on the camera angle that he's tight to the blue. Uh-oh, this is going to be costly. Yeah, looks like Charlie's going to put him back. Just not seeing any real advantage. You guys just remember to put that black back. But we'll leave it up to the players. The round robin stage, they're up to refereeing themselves. Yeah, as we move into the knockout phase, probably going to get a few more referees and more eyes at the table. So maybe we can pull some players that maybe have been taken out of the tournament. Maybe they can put on their referee gloves. I'm just waiting for the adjacent table to take their action. I think they've just completely forgotten about the black ball. I'm quite a distance away, and in these round robin matches, and a player has just come in to signify. So that's why we need some great people behind the scenes as well. Just acclimatize our score. It's a bit of a hiccup there, but we're back on par there. So correct score, Charlie Brown is up 20-10. Looks like Charlie could come off a couple of cushions and nestle behind that blue. Or just glance ever so gently off the brown. In either case, it looks like Tom Tan is going to be in a heap of trouble. We was able to find a red, actually a couple. Fortunate part is he's left a red on. Pink is out in the open. See how Charlie can capitalize on that mistake. Oh, it was really a mistake by Tom. He's in a deviously tough snooker. He's able to hit a red, but the fortunate part is he left a red on. I think on this black gets respotted, he's going to have to be high on that red near the black spot if he wants to take it into the right corner. And actually, on contraire, TK, you can actually win a frame with 3 misses. Obviously, if there's a red on and you miss it once, you miss it twice, the referee will inform you if you do not hit a red that you can hit both sides, and you fail to miss a 3rd time, it's a frame victory for your opponent. So always good to either jump online. I think, ooh, that's a nice pocket there by Tom Tan. Always a good idea to head over, I think, to WST.tv. They have the rules. You can order a little pocket-sized book that have the rules of snooker, English billiards, and the snooker shootout, or they definitely have an option that you can download a PDF. It's always good to get a good understanding of the rules. But then some of these tournaments have little tweaks, as us in North America. This one has a ruling where it's in a foul and miss situation. It's 4 attempts and 3 putbacks. But they're not playing the concession rule in this tournament. We've seen a few in North America where when a match gets onto the colors, if there's more than 3 snookers required to win, then it's a concession. Ooh, dreaded double kiss. Tom, we're not in France. We're in LA. A double kiss might not help you there. These 4 red balls on the right side of the table, just in funny position over there. Looks like Charlie might just try to thinly cut this brown into the green pocket, come back around, potentially be on a red. We might be lucky. I think the brown has come to his rescue. Really having a good long look at that. Looks like he's going to try and swerve it around that brown. Possibly pot that red that's closest to the top right corner. I don't want to be a conductor out there. Your cue is your baton, and just when you can get into a rhythm, it's like controlling that symphony. That could be a costly mistake there by Tom, running into that green. Just left a red open into the left middle. Looks like that blue is in the way of this pink going into that green pocket. Looking behind the yellow here. Yellow and brown have helped him out. A little sluggish first frame here. In this best of three match between Charlie Brown from Canada and Tom Tan from the United States. Oh, what a shot there. Just nestled up quite tight to that blue. Could have done with a few more. And just looking, Tom's looking for a coin just to mark it just in case there's a respot, as he is in the snooker. And as we've seen before, Tom can get out of these snookers. He's quite versed in it. The only issue is he doesn't want to leave anything easy. Good hit, but that is gotta go. Oof, that was the one problem. Well, Charlie has choices here. He's got one red into the right middle and a red into the top corner. I like this idea here. Sometimes you want to play a little bit of the tougher shot, because you know after this red and a color, got an easy sitter. But Charlie's telling me to eat my words, and he's going to go for the easier one in top right. This table is quick. I don't think Charlie was expecting that much reaction there. They got into the cue ball lovely. It's tough enough when you got to play an opponent. You don't want to be beating yourself up. He's hoping to continue the break there. Just unfortunate that this table's playing extra slick. Looks relatively easy, this red into the right middle on the TV monitor, but it is a thin, tricky cut here. Pretty much have to do it pocket weight. Okay, gave it a little bit of pace. Hit the nice side of the horn there. I think we might have a nice angle on this pink to just run through gently and take the red into the opposite middle pocket. Maybe he didn't. Nice pot there by Tom. And it's a little messy up there at the bulk end. From blue and down to the yellow. No color is really on its spot, so a clearance is going to be tough for either player. Conservative shot there by Tom. Javier, I'll have to tell Charlie that you want your rematch. That was back at the ooh, this could be a free ball as well.
Put it back. Oh, I didn't know what you were asking. Oh, yes, sorry, yeah. It's like, I'll have to see a little bit of the yellow. It's something like, can't remember what the cue ball was.
A foul there, so now that is the correct scoreline there. Tom is up by 2 points.
It's probably over a bit more.
This is Charlie's third attempt. Third time's a charm. He's got an okay cue ball. So, a few points sacrificed there, but still just
I'm going to underdraw it after the last one.
they delayed their score reactions a little bit. Tom just missed a trick there. Yeah, the one thing Charlie's been telling me, he's been up in Pemberton and he's got his own little practice room. The only problem is he's practicing by himself, so he doesn't have really a lot of match play. So keeping the score hasn't been in his forte for a while. Oh. Charlie Brown fan club was biting their fingernails on that one as that cue ball almost dropped in the left middle pocket after that Brown went in. Close, intense frame right here. Only 1 point in it, 18 on the table. Good safe shot there. Acknowledged by Tom, tapping the table. Just to get enough of the side he wanted, just to nestle up behind the black. Fortunately enough, the blue is rather safe on the bulk cushion. Nice touch right there by Charlie. A lot of potential that could have squeaked out and been on into the yellow pocket. But he played in such a fashion that blue went tight to the cushion. So, interesting little drama here. It's tight. It's only frame number one, and it's best of three. Who's going to blunder first? That's the question. Blue really big here now as the pink is out in the open. Either player just can take blue and pink to take the frame. With the speed of these tables, well, that's not too bad. As he baited Charlie into taking that, thought that was going to pull up. But this table is extra fast, just rolls on a few more rotations. Oh, great pot there. He's not thrilled with it, but he's got to be happy that he's at the table. He's got a chance. A little mindful of the in-off. Took that out. I think he was a little bit worried about the in-off, so decided to leave his opponent in a tough snooker. He's just going to come off one cushion. Charlie's going to put him back. Oh, that could have been the twist in this frame that needed to happen. Probably just trying to roll it over that pocket. Tom is smiling, but he's definitely not happy with that result. He's got to somehow get this pink out of that jaws. That's not going to do it, so that's a concession there. So Charlie Brown, a nervy one, takes this first frame by a scoreline of 58-42, and we'll return momentarily with frame 2 action of this 2024 Embassy Open. Oh, Charlie Brown has just returned to the table after a little quick comfort break. It's frame 2. Charlie Brown took the first one. Hopefully he can continue it on, but Tom 10 wants to stop that, get this frame and put us into a decider. Let's see, as only time will tell, as Charlie's set to get us going in frame 2. Yeah, a lot of ups and downs in that first frame. Both players had their chances. It just was that final snooker that Charlie had laid at the latter stage of the frame, getting behind the black with only the pink left to hit. And unfortunately, Tom missed a couple of times. Charlie has a shot to nothing with this double. Wow, wonderfully played. Yeah, it wasn't leaving much, and he is on the black. Got an angle to go into the bunch and split them open. He went gently, really aggressively into it. Red went down. I don't. What happened there? I don't know if these guys are really paying attention. Maybe the Southern California heat's getting to them, but are my eyes deceiving me? Is anyone else out there seeing that the red did go down? Yeah, they just didn't realize that Charlie had fluked a red in, so they're in charge there. Too late now to go back to it. We'll see if this one goes down to the wire. Might be a big sign right there. You can just hear Charlie agonizing a little bit. It's tough bridging for Tom. Yeah. Definitely have to talk to these two fellows after this match and let them know about that red that went in, as I'm pretty sure they'll start the sponsorship for a referee program. Well, at least Charlie will. They have been long days. We were in here for quite a while yesterday. Started at 9 a.m. Finished right around the turn of the day at midnight. Came back here at 9 a.m. But some of these players have had breaks here and there. Well, the tough part, the schedule isn't up online, and it's kind of rolling on, roll off kind of mentality a little bit. When some tables are available, then players get on with it. Now Charlie can just dance around a little bit with the family members up here in bulk. Fairly nicely struck with the rest. Just makes it that much more difficult. But stunned that right into the top right and held beautifully for the black. Just don't know if that red passes just on the left side of the cluster in that pack. I don't think the red goes, yeah. Drawing it back tells me it doesn't. Charlie just waiting for the adjacent table. It's great that we have 8 tables, but time to time there's going to be a few delays, but usually not too long. There by Charlie, playing safe. Tom coming back to the table. And as how they've marked it, it is 28-0. So, yeah, that mysterious red, they completely missed it. You really hope that doesn't come back and make a difference in the outcome of this frame end match. A few slips in this match by both players. First frame there was a foul and a miss where Tom and Cannon into the black and they forgot to put it back on the black spot. Now we've got, well, I don't know, he's somewhat of a fellow Canadian. He's taking residence in Canada, but he is from Ireland and he's well versed on this table. Albert Kenny, welcome back to the booth.
How's it going, David?
It's going all right. It's definitely interesting to see both these players are struggling a little bit with the excessive speed of this table.
It is. I was just thinking about it there. I was texting my brother from back home, and he was telling me, you know, that the table is lightning fast. I think it's the fastest table I've played on in North America. I don't know if I've played on something quicker. It's absolutely flying. but it's beautiful to play on. Absolutely beautiful. It's just making those adjustments to the speed. You really just have to stroke the ball, you know. There's no need to hammer the ball for pretty much any shot.
Sure, it's been an interesting match so far. A few mishaps, actually. In the first round, there's a foul and a miss. And Tom had cannoned into the black, but they forgot to put the black back on the spot. Charlie had... Ooh, he's angle hooked him here.
Right? Yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
And earlier in this frame, Charlie had potted a red. Kind of was going into the cluster of reds. Didn't think anything was going to go in, and a red dropped, and both players didn't even notice it. Played on.
You didn't intervene? No, I guess you can't do anything.
Can't really
right?
intervene.
Yeah.
Can maybe do a little bit of ruling if they asked about it, but both players were oblivious to it. So you see everything on a snooker table.
I need to send them down to Starbucks or something. Darcy Michael saying hello. Hello, Darcy.
And Darcy, who's an active member in the Manitoba scene.
He's doing some good things out there. He ran the Western Canadians or the Central Canadians. Maybe Darcy can actually get to the bottom of this. Darcy, if you're listening there, was it the Central or Western Canadians that you ran earlier this year?
And Arsalan, we're not too sure what the next table for Albert is going to play on. But I know you have a round robin match against the 2019 Embassy Open champion Renat Danka, so
yeah,
we're definitely wanting to put that up on the stream because I think that's going to be a beauty.
Oh, Central Canadian. Yeah, Stephen had told me that will be the TV table for sure, and that is my last remaining match. I was supposed to play someone out of the group, but I think he lost too many matches yesterday and didn't show up today, so it'll be a couple of hours before I'm back on the green bays. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Renat won all his matches, so our match will basically just decide who tops the group and who comes second.
Sounds like a fun match. Too bad it's the best of three.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Solid pot there. I had a black off the spot similar to this earlier today, and yeah, this TV table is playing very, very tight. I think all the tables in here are playing tight, but this one is. I won't go in on any table with that shot, but yeah, it's definitely intimidating playing on these tables. You got to be bang on stroke.
It definitely seems, looking at this table all weekend long, it's quite a lively cushions.
Yeah, I can't. These steel back cushions definitely play a lot different than your regular house snooker tables. Very responsive, and yeah, the cloth as well. I mean, you just have to stroke the ball, nice and easy, which I love. You know what I mean? It's almost like like playing on the greens in Augusta. It's the table. The cloth is absolutely lightning fast.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the fescue of St. Andrews, which we've seen some tables be like.
Yeah, I just find you get, if you're playing on tables that are slow and you have to start hitting the ball a lot harder, your technique can very easily just start to, slip away. Whereas on a table like this, you just have to be bang on middle of the cue ball, and yeah, it just doesn't take much force, much power.
kind of table did you learn on when you were starting out? Was it a skating rink or
All different shapes and sizes. I'd
Yeah.
say. You know, we. Funny enough, the Riley tables that they have here, we would have played on them predominantly in Ireland. Yeah, mainly the Riley tables. In my junior career, we would have played on all sorts of different cloths. Because of the humidity in Ireland, it's very hard to get tables that are running quite quickly unless you use heaters underneath the slates. So I remember in my younger years playing in some of the local clubs, you'd find that they'd be a lot slower than the tables you see here today.
Well, you're in good company there, Albert. Looking at the past winners of the Central Canadian Championship that goes on in Manitoba. Winners of the likes of Kirk Stevens, Jim White, Jim Bear, and Brady Golan.
Yeah, I actually took a picture of the trophy. Had some amazing names on it. I think Cliff Thorburn on the trophy too, Darcy. I can't remember, but yeah, a lot of great names up there. How was the World Championships this year, David? I believe you were over there in Sheffield.
It was
earlier
good.
this year.
I really enjoyed my time over there. A lot of people are like, well, it's not so great, but talk to Kyron Wilson. I think he'd have a different opinion of it. I think maybe because the usual suspects didn't go deep, and that maybe was people like, well, we didn't get to see them, but maybe a new fold is coming in, which needs to continue happening.
Absolutely.
As I know, a lot of people want to, get a lot more youth into the game over here in America and Canada, and that's just going to help it to continue to grow.
Yeah, I believe it was 2 qualifiers in the last 4.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong there, but it was just Kyron Wilson, I think Zach Jones. Who else was in the last 4?
Jack Jones had a great run last year, and then this previous year he's in the final. And then for the rest of the year he doesn't even show up. Those Welsh are funny.
All right, they're a funny bunch. Yeah, I've never been to to Sheffield. So it's definitely on my radar. I'm actually hoping next year if I can do well in the seniors open in the Pan Am Americas, the winner gets to play in the Senior World Championships in Sheffield. So that would be
You are correct.
That would be a dream come true to play at the Crucible.
Yeah, Igor Figueiredo won that PAPSA event down in Rio last year and went on to win the Seniors World Championship. So it's got to help out the Brazilian scene. Really great community down there when I was in Rio.
Yeah.
They had probably about 7 tables in the Royal Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. Every table had a referee, and the referee was keeping score on the digital scoreboard. So just a nice professional environment. Nice to be in, kind of like not in a room. Although this is a great room here, but it just gives that level of professionalism when you're not in a pool or snooker room.
Right.
And they treated us well and made some great friends. So I probably can avoid jail next time I'm down there. But yes, take a look at PAPSA's website. I think it's papsa.org. Although I think actually entries are closed for the PAPSA Championship, but there might be a waiting list. Good to get on there just in case. You never know. Life comes in the way and some people drop out from time to time.
I'm still trying to gain residency in Canada, so I'll hopefully be playing those tournaments next year. And I turned 40 later this year, so I think if I ever had a chance of winning the seniors, next year will be that time, So that's my long-term goal, I guess. And I assume you're heading out to Montreal for.
It's up in the air right now. Hopefully, feel free to write to the president of PADSA, a Jaipur Hawker, be like, the tournament would be nothing without David Burney.
Right. You gotta get that voice in there, I won't be tuning in if you're not commentating, David.
All right, here's $20.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought we said 50.
Oh. It's 20 American, so it's 50 Canadian.
And Charlie's going to close out this match here. He's 33 points ahead. Just red color red. I should seal it for him. Myself and Charlie have had some battles over the years.
Oh, there was a great one a couple of years ago at the BC Open.
Yeah.
We won't want to remind Charlie of that, but I'm thinking sure you're happy with that result.
Oh yeah, we had he was 2-1 up and we went to a respotted black.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that was a fun match, I have to say. Yeah, I've had a couple of great matches with Charlie. One of Canadians' top players.
Yeah, he actually played in the under-21s over in Iceland many, many years ago with your fellow countryman Ken Doherty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did tell me about that.
Yeah, Jason Ferguson was over there as well.
Okay.
So it looks like that mysterious red that neither player saw go down is going to be a problem here.
That's going to do it. Comfortable win for Charlie.
Yeah, he kind of started slow, but definitely gearing up. So if he can get into the knockout phase, he'll enjoy those longer matches.
Good shot.
There's the handshake there, the concession there by Tom's hands. So Charlie Brown takes this one. He's only got one loss, so he's looking pretty good to move on. Albert Kenny, thank you very much for popping in for a quick little visit in the booth. We're going to step aside for a few moments and see what our next TV stream table is. So don't touch that dial, everybody. We'll be back at the 2024 Embassy Open in the San Gabriel, California. Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the 2024 Embassy Open in San Gabriel. Got another great round-robin match here with Hassan Al-Sultani going against Edward Ling. I think those flags are actually incorrect. I think Edward does come from Canada. He's the gentleman at the table right now. And Hassani is wearing the all black.
You don't leave it on the blue spot.
We've got a little excitement in the booth. A couple of Canadians chatting away about their battles, Charlie Brown and Albert Kenny. So it doesn't bleed through the broadcast too much. But we're great that you're tuning in. Take care, Darcy. Saying sayonara. You have to get some food. I think we're going to bring our good friend Albert Kenny back into the booth for some in-depth analysis.
Yeah, I got some time on my hands, so I'll join you for an hour or so. Heard this William, is that his name? Oh no, Edward is quite the player.
Hassani isn't too bad either. He actually won the Q Tour stop in San Jose earlier this year and made his way over to the final stage in Bosnia. That's a tournament where players can, if they win that tournament, they get a tour card.
Right.
It's nice to see that there are more options now starting up in the Americas and Oceania, that you don't always have to travel over to England and play in the big qualifying tournament over there.
So two heavyweights here.
Mm-hmm. As I believe actually Edward is from Canada. He came with the crew of Ida Jan and Levi Mueller. Who else is in that Canadian house almost? They're all coming from Ontario.
Great opener. You struck that in beautifully.
They've kind of eased up a little bit here on moving day Saturday. A lot of players were really, well, most of them were well dressed yesterday. There's a few stragglers that thought it was an AC/DC concert, but I think they got cleaned up pretty quickly. But with the heat of Southern California, they've kind of relaxed it a little bit. But when we get to the knockout phase, I'm pretty sure it's going to be vests, bow ties, shirts, pants, shoes.
Bow tie. I forgot a bow tie. I do this all the time. I have 4 bow ties now at home. Because every time I come to an event, I forget my bow tie and I go out and buy another one. Jamie Mac. You got a spare?
I got a spare tie.
Oh, a tie. You know what? I'm staying at my uncle's place and he has quite a collection of ties. So
I think it is. I'll have to check a look at the ruling. I think it's either ties or bow ties.
Okay.
But that might be for semifinals and finals.
Mm-hmm.
So better call your uncle pretty quick. Safety's gone a little wrong. Thank you, Billiards. My apologies. I think they got ill-informed. Just double check with our tournament organizer on who Edward is playing, but thanks for the heads up, Q Billiards. Just hold on one sec. Yes, my apologies. I was ill-informed of the wrong player, so I'm just going to adjust the scoreboard. So let's just take a little minute, everybody. But I'll leave you in the hands of Albert Kenny just to give you a little play-by-play here.
Yeah, he's good opportunity here to score a few points. A couple of loose reds. Such a simple shot. Just let the white get a little away from him there. I think he'd prefer to have a bit more angle here on the blue. Yeah, now he's leaving himself a bit of a tricky one here. He's either going to be bridging over the blue or he's going to have to get the rest out. So even the simplest of shots still require like 100% focus. Just a little careless there on the previous red. Can't do a whole lot with the cue ball here. He's just gonna have to take his points, and he's most likely looking at a safety after this. Very well cued. I don't think he can get to the putting angle of this unless he has to play a little swerve. Probably just brush off the right hand side of the pack here and try to get the white behind the green. And just caught the pack a little bit too thin there. Excellent. It's excellent cueing there, Ray Edward. Posed a lot of risk, as you can see where the white ball is. Would have left Farhan an easy starter. Now he can play this black and go into the pack, knowing that he always has that red on the left hand side. Another good shot from Edward. He's just coming around to see where he wants to leave the weight. Can't do a whole lot with the cue ball. Just put 100% focus into the pot here and just try to control the pace. Very difficult shot. Cued it well. But as I struggled myself earlier, I just lost the cue ball. Just having one or two minor technical difficulties here with the scoreboard. I'll have it adjusted for you in just a moment.
Somewhere off the streets.
Have a shot to nothing here. Second red from the right hand side. And just find that gap between the black and the two reds on the bottom left hand corner. Oh, I think he's going with a safety. Okay, scores have been updated. And
Flags have been updated.
flags have been updated.
Our throats have been updated. We're ready to go.
I think Edward's taking this on. Just a little bit too aggressive there. Both are excellent players, and I feel like either one of them gets amongst the balls here, this frame might be over in one visit.
Now they're definitely at least aware when a ball drops and goes in the pocket. Obviously when a colored ball goes down, everyone's on alert, but a red can find its way in there without a notice.
Yeah. Charlie was shocked when we told him.
He was. I haven't seen Tom. Maybe we need to tell him. He might file some paperwork, a grievance.
That's pretty good. I feel like if Edward even gets a sniff at a pot here, he'll be taking it on, and he might be able to play this red on the bottom right hand corner. Play it in such a way that he can maneuver that weight behind the reds on the left hand side.
valiant effort.
Yeah, and he's got a great weight. That's going to work out very well.
I've heard things about Edward. Have you ever seen him play? Any of your tournaments that you played in Canada?
No. No, I have not seen Edward play. Yeah, just here today and yesterday, but from what I've seen, he's a very attacking player, and he's a very good putter of the ball. That's a clever shot. Just getting that danger ball away from the middle pocket. He's got a good weight. That's going to create a little opening here for Edward. He's going to take this red on in the middle. And if he can knock this down, he's definitely going to be favored to take this first frame.
He's left a red for Farhan. Couple choices.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a little messy up the top end of the table. Don't really see him being able to get on a red after this pink, but unless he can screw the pink into these two reds just to develop them. Yeah, it was always a little tricky there. I think it might be worth going for a double here. Don't really see an easy safety. He could just brush off one of these reds, but if he plays this red in the middle, cross double, such a way, he's not going to leave a whole lot on other than the red that he's playing. So if it was me, I'd be taking this double on and trying to get the white somewhere in the middle of the table, somewhere between the pink and the blue. He might be going for it.
We're quite far away from the table, so there's no way that Farhan could have heard what Albert was predicting there.
He's got a very good weight here, so yeah, we'll just be rolling up to this red, or yeah, nice containing safety.
So after this match comes to a conclusion, we are going to have another match, and it's going to be going against Charlie Brown and Sargon Isaac, just so you're aware. So it could get quite interesting. I think Charlie needs to win that match to move into the knockout phase, but Sargon Isaac, he's a tough customer.
I think I had a chance to beat this guy. Win out Kobe Stephen in this game. The other two. Or the last match. I would probably lose. I lost to him and he lost all his matches so far. It's alright. Way more practice. I'm having a stupid difference all over, so it's part of the problem. No, I live in Virginia now. East Coast. Sorry.
He's all right there. I don't know if there's a pathway for Edward for that red by the black.
Edward might be lining up a pot here. He's very aggressive. It's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. Good to be confident. Don't want to be overconfident or overzealous, you know.
Our good friend Ray Fung tuning in with some great information there that Edward Ling was a runner-up to Bob Chaperone in the Can-Am Snooker Open of 2018. First prize was $6,000 US. First prize for this is 7,400. It's a lot of Benjamins to take back to Canada for you, Albert, maybe.
All right, it's about 60,000 Canadian, I think, if my my math was working out. Yeah, this is the biggest tournament I've played in the 10 years I've been in North America. So very well run event.
Bear with us, got a lot of people in the booth, and just a few distractions. It's been a long day. We just want to get that score correct for all of you. That was a dangerous shot there that from Edward. A little surprised with that. He had a very small margin for error. He's given Farhan an opportunity here. So hard. Definitely on these very quick tables. Not sure what the philosophy was there. He hasn't left anything easy. A few misses now, and Edward hasn't really got a easy starter just yet. Yeah, it's interesting. We're starting to get more and more top-level players coming over from overseas to do exhibitions. And it's very interesting to watch how slow they shoot. It's all timing, especially on these super fast cloths. You know, there's
generally no need to hit the ball too hard. You know, if you had a scale from 1 to 10, I don't think I've played a shot over 8 the whole weekend so far. You know, there's just no need, and you know, the harder you hit the ball, the more inclined that your technique is going to go out of whack. You know.
Oh, nice little treble there.
No trouble, yeah.
Don't think it was fully intended. Do you ever intend a treble? I know probably a double you do, but
Yeah, trebles are. On some occasions, you can play a double where you know if you miss it on the low side, that there's a chance it can go across to make that treble. Once again, just his cue action is. Yeah, I kind of like his setup and his feathers. It's just he's just accelerating a little bit too much into the ball. It's just a little too fast for my liking. I just think you lose control of the cue ball if it doesn't have smooth tempo. I'd like to see him come through the ball a little slower, which generally you never want to tell a player to come slower into the ball because you never want to encourage decelerating. But he's coming in very fast, you know.
do you do some coaching at your club up in Calgary?
I do, yeah. I got my WPBSA coaching certificate earlier this year, so I'm a certified coach, and yeah, I have my hands full in the Ranchman's Club back in Calgary. I really enjoy it as well. It kind of there's ever times where my game is slightly off or whatever. Anytime I find when I'm doing coaching, it reinforces the fundamentals and.
Do you have many juniors that you coach?
Fortunately not. The club that I play out of, the average age is around 70. It's a private members club downtown that has a billiard room and has many reciprocal clubs across North America and actually back in Europe also. But yeah, it's not predominantly a snooker club. But beautiful facilities there, and yeah, a lot of people that play snooker in the club. Contain and safety there from Edward. Edward will be taking this middle of the 3 reds on. The game is just starting to get a little bit scrappy now.
Yep, 42-22 in this first frame of a best-of-3 match. Farhan Idris leading over Edward Ling of Canada. It's nice with the open style of this that players from all over the world can join as long as they retain amateur status.
Oh.
Well, when there's 6 pockets, it's bound to find one at least sometime.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity to close out the frame. So he's 21 points ahead. Yeah, he's gonna need one of the tough 2 reds that is on either cushion. If he goes with low scoring balls here. Good shot. Somebody was asking me yesterday, what's the strongest part of my game? If you were to go the other way and ask me what the weakest part of my game is, it's bridging over balls. The absolute worst.
Yeah. Are you surprised you took that pink instead of the brown?
Yeah, although I would say one thing I've noticed with all these tables down here is the middle pockets are definitely a little bit more open than the corner. So you may have felt that the pink was just as easy as the brown, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So if you can get a red, a pink, and a red and a blue here, you won't need that tough red on the cushion. Ooh. I find it very tough as well on these tables, playing shots with side.
Okay.
The weight is definitely deflecting. A lot differently than the club tables that I would play on back home. So I remember even the break-off shot I played in my first match, I'd always hit the last red of the pack, and with a touch of left-hand side, and I hit the third red down. And so the white will actually veer in towards the reds. So it's quite tough. I'm trying to hit center ball as much as possible.
When would you introduce a new player to side?
Like my whole philosophy with the game is if you're playing center ball, it doesn't matter what table you play on, whether you're playing on a table such as this where it's very slippery conditions, you could say, or the deflection is going to be very different when you start playing side. If you're playing center ball on this table or club table, the putting angle will never change. But if you're a player that has built up bad habits and you're playing every shot with side, you'll find it very difficult from tournament to tournament playing on different table conditions, because the putting angles will start to change. So I'm a big proponent of center ball striking, but I talked to Sean Murphy, who's a former world champion and number 7th in the world, if I'm right there, and he said he plays almost every shot with side. So it's an interesting one, and you know, who am I to disagree with a former world champion? But I almost think it's like the way Sean explained it to me was, he basically he can be in a frame, or it could be a decide and frame situation where he needs to play a shot with side. So he likes that he has all the shots. But you know, I feel I play the game to a decent level, and I'm very much just trying to hit center ball all the time.
Yeah, what do you find the toughest shot in the game of snooker is to pull off?
I would say just straight shots, like long straight shots. For me, I find tough to see the potting angle. I almost prefer, even if I had the cue ball in hand and I had a long red, I would leave it off at an angle. I feel I'm able to see the potting angle a lot easier than just playing it straight in. Shots off the cushion as well, they're a nightmare. Because your bridge hand is so close to the cue ball, you can't fully kind of see the whole cue, or you see less of it. So for me, they're and of course bridging over balls. Yeah, the long straight ones are quite tough.
Yeah, I think Dennis Taylor once said that's the toughest shot, the straight in shot.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Just because your mind probably plays tricks with you. It's like, it's straight in. How difficult is it?
Yeah.
You have to give yourself kind of a hurdle maybe when you're saying just put it on that little bit of an angle. So
I find even like sometimes if I'm playing like a straight black or even a straight pink, I set it up in such a way where I'm almost not playing the pink directly into the center of the pocket. Like, you know, I'll almost pick a side, which sounds a bit odd, but
lots of frame left here. 35 points on the table. Only 12's the difference. Farhan with the lead.
Oh, that's going to work out. He's going to make sure he makes contact with the red here. Otherwise, he's going to leave a free ball. So. Well, he has a free ball and he has the option to put it back. I'm surprised now he's put him back there as quick as he has. Well, it could have been an opportunity maybe to tie up the pink or the blue, given he has that 16-point advantage, and still could have, you know, had the snooker also. So it's not that difficult of an escape, and yeah, I feel even if he played the brown and put the white behind the yellow, it would have been a tougher snooker to get out of. Now all the balls are open. Black is out in play. So a little mistake there from Farhan. It's one thing I've noticed as well in a lot of the tournaments that I've played in North America. Players are very quick to just put the ball back, you know, when they see a foul. Even if there's an opportunity to get in and score like 20 or 30 points, they're very quick to put the cue ball back, you know.
Little kiss off the blue. I think Edward can see it, but up against that cushion. Not an Albert Kenny favorite shot.
Edward showing a bit of patience there, and he's. I think he's left this one on, David.
Rather lengthy, scrappy first frame here in this best of 3 match.
Nice pot. He's gonna get shape on the black here. Or the brown. Kind of whatever he fancies. The thing is, the green is not in a great puttable position, so 17 points ahead. You only need the yellow if he goes for the black here, so I'd definitely be eyeing up the black here. That's whatever he's comfortable with. With a shot like this now, I'm playing a percentage shot. I'm trying to put the weight on the left-hand side cushion, and leaving the green basically in the middle or the bottom right-hand corner. Just put it into an area just like that. And he only needs the green, so just put 100% here into the pot.
I think Albert just got a little excited there that we had a little chair malfunction there.
My goodness. You okay? I'm grand.
So, just gonna step away from the booth for a moment. Got excited by our viewing numbers. The chair broke on him. So a lot's happening here on day 2 at the Embassy Open.
Someone went to the toilet. Or just slipped off to the bathroom.
So 26 in it, and there's 22 on the table, so just one snooker for Edward. Now Albert's back. He's a tall guy, and now he's got a stool, so he's just towering over me right now. I feel like David sitting beside Goliath. Where's my slingshot?
Yeah.
You ever had that happen to you at a snooker event?
I haven't, no. I nearly did my back end there.
Good thing you didn't twist your ankle.
Right.
You got a match coming up.
I think you're betting against me in this competition, and you're trying to hospitalize me here, David.
Hey, I stick with the Canadians. You know, that might have been Christian's share. He's an American.
No, Christian did warn me about you. I should have known better. Alright, so what did I miss here? It's 22 points the difference. And Edward needs a snooker.
He's great. A good opportunity.
Yeah. A little control stunner here behind the black. Tricky shot. It's always tough to get a snooker when the balls are out in the open as they are.
How's that chair doing now?
Oh, amazing. Just got upgraded here. Perfect, thank you.
A little nervous myself now. I'm in one of the same chairs that you had a little mishap, so. Don't lean too far back.
The black was actually in a better position there before he just moved it again. It's going to be tough for Edward to get a snooker here. Although he might actually have one there. Okay. So Farhan's checking up the cue here. I think I would just play the one cushion escape. Much bigger margin for error there. Good hit.
Our tech team has said that looks like that audio problem has been fixed on table 5. Not sure if that's our friends at OBSA that are streaming that, or at the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube page.
Anytime your opponent needs snookers, it's definitely a good idea just to roll balls over pockets. Farhan is electing to play these shots with more pace, but Edward's going to get a hook out of this, or snooker.
Yeah, I've heard some people, they teeter back and forth with that. Some say, yeah, just roll it over the pocket. Some say that's kind of just a little negative shot playing.
Well, the thing is, if you roll it over the pocket and it's in between the jaws and your opponent can't move and they're forced to potting it, there's less balls on the table, and then it's less likely that they're going to be able to get a snooker. So that's kind of the way I've always been taught. Just roll them over the pocket.
They're going to be punished for this double kiss.
Yeah, so just roll this red over the green pocket, and even if it doesn't jangle and it's over the pocket, it's going to leave Edward a tough, tough opportunity to make a snooker.
So you had the line there, just kind of spit it back out.
Yeah, just drop it over.
Yeah, our Just Tech team has let us know that just have to reset the Facebook stream, as we don't want to jeopardize getting that lost. So just at the conclusion of this frame, which will be happening probably pretty soon.
Yeah, that should do it.
Just refresh your Facebook page if you're following us out on Facebook. We really appreciate that. Oh, the pockets are looking like buckets. So that's a concession there by Edward Ling. So Farhan Idris. It was a rather scrappy, little slow-moving initial frame, but we're just going to refresh the Facebook stream. So if you're on Facebook, just refresh your page, and you should see the new link up there to watch the second frame of this match, and we'll be back shortly to get on with that. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Embassy Open in San Gabriel, California. We're at the Embassy Billiards Club. Wonderful facility. 8 great snooker tables out in the open. They have 1 snooker table in a private room. It's David Burney along with Albert Kenny, who holds the high break so far at 100. A century right on the bat. And we've got a second frame here between Edward Ling and Farhan Idris. Farhan took that first frame. Rather kind of grinding, kind of slow affair. It's been surprising. Kind of one of the first that I've seen all tournament long. Most of them have been moving quite swiftly, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they started off quite well in the first frame. Both of them were potting some good balls, and just the second half of the frame got a little bit scrappy. What do you think, David? Will the 100 high break, will it be beaten?
It's tough. You're sitting right beside me, so you're putting me in a very awkward position.
Well, you could say I could beat it, you know. But
I don't know. Coming into the knockout phases, the matches are a little bit longer. Like, you know, you can really kind of go at it early on because you can always rebound a little bit. But as you've alluded to, I think yesterday in the broadcast, these best of threes are just tough, you know, for a strong player like yourself. If you get down 1 frame, you're really going to start to clam up because you don't want to lose that next frame and lose a match, because one little loss could send you packing earlier than you wanted.
Yeah, like these best of 3 format can definitely like tighten up your technique a little bit. There's like almost more pressure in the early stages. I find with myself early in tournaments, I'm generally more nervous than the latter parts of the tournament, you know, because I seem to, like, you know, if I'm playing in a best of 7, which is what the last 16 will be leading up to the final, you have a lot of time to find your stroke and get into a nice rhythm. And I just, for whatever reason, I'm more relaxed in the later stages of a tournament.
And just for everybody at home, just to let you know how the day's going to wrap up for us actually on the streaming table. After this match concludes, we'll have another great match of Sargon Isaac battling Charlie Brown. And at the conclusion of that match, we'll have Albert Kenny, who's in the booth with me right now, taking on the 2019 Embassy Open champion all the way from Chicago, Illinois, Renat Danka. So those 2 matches will finish out our day here on the TV table. But definitely take a look at the other streams that are available. The OBSA, the Ontario Snooker Tournament, run by Rob Richards. He's streaming away over there. And as well as the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club. They're on YouTube. Check out their channel, and they'll be streaming. Unfortunately, on those other channels, there's no commentary or score, but there is great snooker action. So just getting a little heads up. If our other TV table, number 5, comes to a conclusion before this match ends, we'll go over there because that will be Sargon Isaac and Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown pretty much in a do or die way. He's got to win and move on. If he loses, well, he can enjoy the LA life.
Yeah, big match for Charlie. Looking forward to watching that one. I think everyone's going to be forced into playing a pot here. It's kind of looking like a long blue. This is really going to test his cue.
Didn't like the pink?
Can't remember the shot now. Yeah, the pink as an option. Yeah, that pink was probably an easier ball.
Good test. Snooker player must have the mind of a goldfish. Forget that last shot.
Yep. Good chance here for Farhan. Just needs to slow down that follow through. I like his setup. I like his feathers. Just a little bit too fast on the follow through. So just to critique his cue action. That's what I would say.
Yeah, Ramin, I'm not too sure who came up with the 3 foul rule. If you're alluding to, obviously, what we now really play a lot of the foul and the miss, that rule, because there is the 3 foul, obviously, if you're on a red and you lose the frame. But I'm pretty sure you're alluding to the former. You know, as far as I've gone, I think it was starting to get into play when I got back into the game in 2016. But I do remember, I think the first U.S. Nationals I was involved in, they were playing professional rules, but now they're seeing that it could be a bit tricky of having that in the early stages, but when you get into the finals and the real meat of the tournament, that's when they go back to a more professional setting.
Yeah, my experience with it is I've only played that 3 miss rule in North America. I never played that back in the UK and Ireland. So always, but generally a lot of the tournaments I would have played growing up would have a referee on every table. So the miss rule would be in place for as many shots as it would take, you know.
Well, aren't you guys special? Is there a secret formula? How do we get referees into this North American game? Scorekeepers.
I got a pair of white gloves at home that I think they'd fit your hands. Yeah, we'll get you out there on the green bays doing a bit of refereeing.
I think we got to call Dave Daly, bring him down from Seattle. Dave always does a wonderful job. As you see, I had the little multitask at the beginning of this frame. You know, the players switch countries during the match. We had the wrong player. Scores are all over the place. Did you see a bead of sweat come from my forehead?
You're doing a very good job, David. I give you a little bit of stick from time to time, but you do a very good job in these tournaments.
Don't worry, I'll always give you a chair to sit in.
Yeah, just don't give me a broken one next time, will you? Shiny Mac, you're trying to kill me. Once again, he's just... I think it's over around that. Or maybe he can just sneak through to the putting angle. And if he can just nestle onto those 2 reds next to the black and he'll open up both pockets. But he's coming around looking at this other red, so I don't think he just ran that a little bit too far once again. But it's tricky out there. I mean, the table is lightning fast, so. good chance for Edward to score a few points and get his cue action going again. Just lost the cue ball there again. Little slap at the table there. He's a little upset because he knows that was a good opportunity to get a decent score going, but still has the pink here. Yeah.
A bit better pace than the first frame.
Yeah, not as scrappy. I wonder, will Farhan elect to maybe move this red out on the left side cushion? 'Cause it looks like he has a nice angle just to kick it from behind, and most likely still be on the pink. Oh, it's going up for ball color, and it's just overshooting the white a little bit too much.
Just a 12-point advantage with 59 points on the table, so don't know who the victor of this frame is just yet. There's no clear runaway. Oh, Edward.
Very nice.
Still playing aggressive. You're going to try and put this blue into the right middle, Albert?
Yep. Absolutely. No. It's just not firing on all cylinders. I want to play position for the brown and yellow here to leave an angle to open up those two reds. He's elected to come up and down the table for the black, and might not be too bad. No. he chooses to play the black here, he will be moving these two reds out into the open. He's taking a conservative approach. Don't blame him for that. He might have snookered himself here, David.
Looks like it. Yeah, he's left Edward a long red into the yellow pocket.
Yeah, he's got to go for it.
Yeah, you can just tell by his body language he's just not feeling it right now. Slowly, just sluggishly walked away from the table after that miss. Edward was. It's a tale of two cities here. It seems like Farhan is beaming with confidence and Edward's struggling to find some.
Yeah, one good positional shot here and should be able to wrap up this frame. The side cushion and right hand side cushion. Just be careful with the snooker himself on the pink. Oh, got the yellow.
So when you're down on the shot, are you looking at cue ball or object ball or what? The age-old question.
The $1 million question.
Exactly.
I try not to think about it because it'll drive you crazy. I think for me, I think sometimes I look at the cue ball and other times I look at the object ball. It really depends on the shot, but there's no real one way about it. I actually talked to Sean Murphy about this when he was at the club, and you know, that's kind of what he said to me. He says if you start thinking about it, you'll be taking all your focus off the pot or the shot at hand. So just kind of whatever comes natural to you. There's no right or wrong answer, in my opinion.
That's a great answer.
Nice pot there from William. This is an excellent opportunity here. Fine, any times when you are struggling, like I think William would agree that he's struggling out there, just slow things down a notch, you know. Just try to go back to basics.
Looking like potentially a great steal there for Edward from Canada. See if you could nip this frame and put us into a decider. Anything goes in a decider.
Getting a little twitchy out there. Edward has another opportunity here.
Just Vero, yeah, a little.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
Okay.
A flashy positional shot there. He's landed very nicely here on the brown. So just the one cushion off the top cushion. Come down for the blue. put him behind the black here. Nice shot.
So 8 points in it, 18 on the table. Edward Ling from Canada definitely needs this frame to force us into decider. Farhan would like to get this match done and dusted. So quick, just a little update. At the conclusion of this frame, looks like Charlie Brown and Sargon Isaac are getting going on table 4. They're just doing their practice right now, but we'll be going to that match as that's got a lot of importance in it, definitely for the Charlie Brown fan club. As I'm not sure where the standings are, and I'm pretty sure all our team behind the scenes is aware that the Sargon Isaac Charlie Brown matchup has maybe a little bit more on the line than this Edward Ling and Farhan Idris match. Farhan for the frame and match here with this pink.
Throwing it down.
I just found that maybe a decider decision. If you're in a decider, yep, frame, you got kind of playing a little bit with house money.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not playing, if you feel you're not playing overly well, you know, like there's times I'll be in a match I'm very confident I'll take that shot on. And there's other times, you know, I'm not queuing quite well, and I try and like figure out like a percentage as to how likely I am to make that pot. And if it wasn't queuing well, it might be 10 or 15%. So I don't question Farhan for turning it down. But it was an opportunity to win the match, so might not get a better opportunity than that. He's going to play left-hand side of the pink. He's queuing up where he's playing right-hand side. He's going to run this cue ball off 3 cushions and behind the black. Like so. Excellent shot. Good shot from Everett also. A little tactical battle here.
Farhan just needs the pink. Edward needs pink and black.
That's going to give Everett an opportunity there. Doesn't have to do a whole lot with the cue ball. Just focus on the pot. Oh. He's gonna get away with it.
missed there by Edward. He's given Farhan a chance. Now it looks like Albert is going to be on this table against Renat Danko when this match comes to a conclusion. And it looks like we might do a little dual action screen. Albert, we're going to have your match and Charlie's match on the stream.
Oh, very exciting. Very exciting.
And so there it is there. That pink solidifies it for Farhan Idras, who takes this match 2-0. Albert Kenny, it's been fantastic having you in the booth. Sorry about that chair again. We'll do our best to get you some better seating, but hopefully you're standing for a long time in the next few hours, potting balls.
Yeah. Thank you very much, David.
Take care, and good luck to you against Renat.
Thank you.
Okay. And we're just going to step aside for a few moments while our tech team just gets everything dialed in so we can get the Sargon Isaac and Charlie Brown match up and then get the dual screen with Albert Kenny and Renat Danko. So stand by, everybody. We'll be right back at the 2024 Embassy Open. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Embassy Open here at San Gabriel. So it's going to be a little fun here. We're going to try and give you great footage here. We've got the Sargon Isaac and Charlie Brown match, but when the Renat Danka and Albert Kenny start, we're going to jump over that match, but we're going to put we're going to put Sargon and Charlie just in the corner so you'll be able to see that match. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see much score from that, as we're going to be keeping score for the Renat and Albert match. So we'll try and as well get some runners in the room to update us on scoring from the Sargon, Isaac, and Charlie Brown match. But, just as we're getting going on these are some great matches here. Too bad they couldn't be a little bit separated, but in the nature of keeping the tournament going, these things can happen. But there's going to be obviously some great matches tomorrow in the knockout phase, and I'm happy to announce into the booth, he's back again, the Admiral, Darren Taylor. How you doing?
Good.
Good,
Very good. Yeah, you got some really good good matches going on now. But especially with Albert and Renat.
Definitely. And yeah, you played Renat last year at the US Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
A very exciting match.
I mean, you'd expect this to be a good one.
And how are you getting on in the tournament?
Fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. I played awful yesterday, but it's queued a little bit better today. I left something at home before I came here.
Shampoo?
No, it wasn't shampoo. It was my cue action.
Ah.
I had to borrow one today.
Are you moving on to the knockout phase? Do you have another match?
Yeah, I should be, yeah. Yeah.
Good to hear.
Take it Dave Brock's not in the chat.
He's been dancing around here and there.
Has he?
He was in yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't really seen him today.
Which one are we watching right now? Are we watching Sargon and... Oh,
And
right,
Charlie.
Okay. Charlie, right.
Oh, speak of the devil, there he is. DB. You're surrounded by DVs,
He's always
Mr.
in the
Taylor.
chat.
So now we're going to switch to our side-by-side action, our featured match right here with Albert Kenny and Renat Danka. But a great one up there in your corner. You won't be able to see the score, but you'll be able to see the action between Charlie Brown and Sargon Isaac. But here's Albert Kenny set to break off to start this best-of-3 rather blockbuster match in Group G. Winner of this is in first place in the group. Loser gets second place. So both will be moving on, just jockeying for position in that knockout phase. And the highest break so far in the tournament is a century, 1-0-0, done by this man breaking off frame 1, Albert Kenny.
It's a tough group. Who else was in the group?
Looks like we're Mark Bethune, Chris Lee, David Zhao, Menak Rana, Kyrie Chen. That's about it, because Arif Mahmoud dropped out. I think Both players have done their history there, so they're not going to give an easy chance to either opponent.
Who do you favour for this?
Ooh,
Tough call, right?
very tough, very tough. I'd almost have to flip a coin.
I mean, it really is when you've got these short matches.
Mm-hmm. It's just if one of these players does make a few unforced errors, I think that's going to be the problem. But with their caliber, they usually don't.
I can see him taking on this red up on the right-hand side because he doesn't. I mean, there's no real value. It's tough bridging over that yellow. It looks like he's going to maybe go for it, but
I agree, Mr. Brock. If the Snooker Scores website could be updated, it's just the amount of people behind the scenes. We're running a little thin this weekend, but hopefully as we can continue to grow, we'll get more people helping out.
yeah, I felt there was more value in that one, taking the red on the right-hand side. He did. Didn't look to have left much. Right now, it's a good table for both of these guys. The black's on nice and open into both pockets. Oh, what a shot.
Can I say I think Renat's going to take it now? My choice might change in a few shots' time.
I mean, you'd favour, if he can reach it, you'd favour bringing the cue ball back down near the black end, trying to get on the red. I mean, he's guaranteed, if he screws it, he's guaranteed to be on the one at the bottom of the black. And he has played that shot. And there you go. It's the only way he could guarantee position. These are tricky. Yeah, good shot. Just a little bit low on the black, isn't he? He just needs a cannon. Or just stun up for the red into the opposite pocket. Little cannon, there you go. Early chance. Might have a red into the centre pocket on the right hand side, but other than that, I think he might elect to play out for the blue here. This is looking good so far.
Yeah, Renat makes his living as a truck driver.
Oh, yeah?
One day he was hauling well, he had actually an empty truck going to pick up some freight, and he got a phone call from his home club in Chicago, and they said Ronnie O'Sullivan was in the room. Did a 180, went against Sin there, and zoomed back into his club to a chance to meet his hero.
Oh, really? Nice. Yeah, he just finished. A bit unfortunate. He's finished absolutely dead straight on this blue, so he's going to have a long range or mid range next pot for sure. The tester. We'll cue this one well. Yeah, that's a tough shot. I just can't really see. I'm just wondering if he's that red to the right hand side of the bottom of the pack is available into the corner, into the center pocket. It is. It was a bit of a nervy one, but left anything. Fancy the double, maybe? You like a double, don't you?
Anytime.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you pouring anything of lately, so you know, after this, you better get on that.
Well, they're both at it. As always with this tournament, is the spirit in the room is just amazing.
True. A lot of fierce determination on all the players' faces, but once the
yeah,
match is done, great
right,
smiles, hugs,
absolutely. Everybody
handshakes.
plays hard and gives it their best, but everybody's friends afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Great opportunity.
Yeah, these two players are not going to be making mistakes. I can see why you came into the booth. You're doing a little homework over here.
It's nice to watch, these guys. They play the game the right way, they attack the game. You'd be disappointed not to score heavily off this. Balls are great. Pink's off its spot, but other than that, blue and black available. That's perfect.
Don't think Renat has played on this table. That one maybe a slight advantage to Albert, because he's
Possibly.
been on this table, knows that the cushions are quite springy,
Yeah,
and it's a very slick table.
it's a very slick cloth. In fairness, he's finding controlling the ball well. But he's dominating this right now. I was just about to say commentator's curse before he hit it. But I'm like, no. This is a situation where Albert should be jumping all over this. He's got plenty of points available. And like you say, he's just come off. He's been playing on this table right today.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got the measure of it for sure. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so we tend to play on in club tables. It's playing on 6-8, 6-8-11 or number 10 cloth. This is a different kind of cloth. So a lot of these players, including myself, are not really used to the speed of it, and it is very, very, very quick indeed. Oh, wow.
Just having a little hiccup with our scoring software here. Technology
this is a good example because he didn't mean to leave himself so close to the cushion here. And he knows he should be punishing him for the mistake. So 2 or 3 pots away from winning the first frame. It's a quick frame. Wow. Seen some unusual pots missed by these guys. Put it down to the pressure word, P word.
Mm-hmm.
Are you feeling fatigued, Dave?
No, I'm feeling better than our computer that's kind of feeling a little fatigued. Right. Trying to get this scoring going, but it's been a little funny. You know, when you come from the film industry, you learn to work long hours.
Right, yeah.
Kind of like the military, probably like what you were into.
Yeah, but I was so tired yesterday. I was drained. I think there was still a match going on at... Yeah, I think there was still a match going on at midnight last night.
Well, Darren, I hear that you have to go off and play your match, but it was short and sweet, but
short
lovely.
Short and sweet, yeah.
Just remember that double. I'll be looking for it.
Right.
So good luck in your match. Thanks for jumping in.
No problem. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We just had a glitch with our scoring right there, and Albert's just taking a look at the scoreboard right now, doing some arithmetic. That is the right scoreline for Renat. Just not too sure where Albert is sitting right now. Renat had his chances in this frame to kill it off. So that little break in the action there, Albert should be able to mark up his score, and we'll just get an updated score sheet there. That is updated right there. So 34 in it with 35 on the table. This is a great opportunity for Albert to steal the frame. Brown is a bit tricky, but it's all out there for him. I knew it was going to be high level between these two. This could be a carbon copy of a final, actually, come Labor Day Monday. And that's a concession there by Albert. So Renat Denka takes that first frame by a scoreline of 61 to 68. We're just going to pop over to our other table. Not sure exactly what the score is over there with Sargon, Isaac, and Charlie Brown. Maybe if we had a runner in a room, we might be able to get an update on the score on table 4. Now we're back with our featured match with Renat Denka to break off. Let's see how Albert can respond. Renat might be able to take this red in the open to the right middle pocket. It's just right of the bunch. Oh, a very lovely shot there by Renat. Yeah, you really got to tie up these two guys if you want a chance at all. And if they do miss, which eventually sometimes they do, you got to attack full force. But Renat's into it here. See a good contribution here. DK, both of these guys are top of their group, so no spoilers are going to happen here. Both players are going to move on, but it's just who's going to be the first and who's going to be the second seed. It's just got a little wrong there for Renat. Great weight on that safety shot there by Renat. Just glued Albert tight to the cushion. As if you were tuning in our last match, these are the shots that Albert does not enjoy. All right, great to hear our good friend Rob Richards has been doing the stream on table 4. He says he'll be coming back a little later. Not sure when that will be, but we do have a great match. It's in our top right corner there of Sargon, Isaac, and Charlie Brown. One just issue is it's very difficult to see the score from my vantage point in the Brown Isaac match. Nick H, if you check out Embassy Billiards Facebook page, there should be a players list there. And 61 players in this great tournament. And at the end of today, we're going to find out who's in the Sweet 16. That round of the knockout phase will start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. All those matches follow at 2 p.m. approximately for the quarterfinals leading up to Championship Monday on the Labor Day Monday with semifinals and final matches. Yeah, beats me, B. Dre. We do like to have an active chat. It's a great forum for people to ask some questions, throw in their comments, throw in their support for players, let us know where they're tuning in from. Sometimes there's some great debates. Obviously, yesterday we had one about, raising the hand of when a fluke happens. So we're glad that you're tuning in. We really appreciate everyone's viewership. The more numbers we get, the bigger and better productions we can get and continue to give you great snooker coverage. You all have definitely tuned in at the right time. Albert Kenny, definitely a player that was very successful over in Ireland. Things changed with life, so he moved to Canada. And he's been adding to his trophy case in the Great White North. And Renat Danka doesn't need any introduction if you're a follower of American snooker. This guy is top drawer, that's for sure. Renat took the first frame by a scoreline of 61-28. Hopefully Albert can force us into a decider. They're quick sprints here. Best of 3 in the round robin, as there's a lot of players in the tournament, a lot of matches to get through. Oh, he knew it just as he went off that blue. Oh, another in off. It's one characteristic of Albert. That might just be the turning point in this match, those unforced errors. It's always a tougher to defeat when you beat yourself. Do join us if you're in the Southern California area. Admission is free here at Embassy Billiards. Some great matches tomorrow. as we're going to be in the knockout phase. Probably be seeing these two players in the Sweet 16 round. Be a bit worried if I'm playing either of these competitors. Not sure if we have many new fans on the stream here. Some people might come in and be like, there's 6 pockets. Why are these guys not putting balls in the pockets? You know, why are they just clipping off the reds and running back to that top area where that red or that green, brown, and yellow ball are? Well, these are two phenomenal players, so there's a lot of respect between each other. So you'll see sometimes they'll be engaged in a safety battle because one little faulty mistake taking on a low percentage shot and they miss and they let their opponent in, they'll probably be sitting for quite a while. So safety is just as important as potting in the game of snooker. It is called snooker, and that is a defensive term. Yeah, calculated risk there. Shot to nothing there by Renat. Red that was open did have a pathway, but his main focus was get that cue ball back into the bulk area. Couple long pots here for Nat. Has Albert baited him into them. Yeah, a successful ploy there by the Canadian. Yeah. Can Albert put together a good break here? Black's kind of out of commission, so is blue, so we could be seeing a lot of pink balls in Albert's future. Nicely done. Just developed the black a little bit. Not going to take it on this time, as he has a nice pink at the top right. Just put the black in a more potable position. okay. Albert definitely has the brown. He might even have the yellow. He's not worried about the push shot. Sometimes when you're close to the green, but it looked a little closer on our TV screens. Not sure if they're watching back in Ireland, but a big hello to the Kenny clan. I know Albert was telling me to give a shout out to all you guys over there in Ireland. I know you're tuning in, watching Albert. It is definitely late, probably over there. Got some severe late night drama. Hasn't been an easy break for Albert, but he's doing a great job. Getting a little kind of muggy here in Southern California. Remember just giving his cue a good wipe down with the towel. Any perspiration can make it a little bit sticky, giving you a kind of a jerky kind of follow through. This pink, red, and another color. To get us to the snooker's required stage. At the top corner, that pink went down for Charlie Brown, so I think he's taken that first frame over Sargon Isaac. Did he just flick out that green a little? Either way, it went in. We're just looking to break out that red from the blue. Renat just does need one snooker. Obviously, if there's reds on the table, there's always a chance of free ball. So, the frame's not over yet, but hopefully Albert can pot a few more reds with colors, and that really will done and dust it and put us into a decider. So he breaks down on that break, but a very nice break of 55. It's actually the correct score line there. Might have just missed a red somewhere. Players have it 64 to 18. That's the score we have here. So 2 snookers actually for Renat to nip this frame and take a 2-0 victory in the match. Oh yeah, my bad. Thank you, Nick H. It's been a long day. Arithmetic was a little off there. That's the difference is 46, and there's 51 on the table, so Renat does not need a snooker, so that's why they're in a tense safety battle here. But a mistake there by Renat. Roll up. Just came out because of the nap. Did it come out enough? Looks relatively easy on our TV screens, but definitely when you're down on it, could be quite a thin cut there. Yeah, can afford to take the pink. Going to be all right with pinks. Wish that red didn't drop. So Albert gets a reprieve. Very nicely done. Now, my friends, we are in the snooker's required stage. There's 45 in it and 35 on the table. Potential that free ball with the last red on the table. We're not fully aware of that. Ooh, that's a statement shot right there by Albert. Kind of playing a little bit with house money, as his opponent does need some snookers to get back in the frame. Makes him relax a little bit on that. But that's a concession by Renat Danka, so Albert Kenny takes that second frame, and we're going to be going to a decider. We'll just pop over to our other featured table between Charlie Brown and Sargon Isaac. Looks like Charlie Brown took the first frame. They're just getting warmed up in the second frame. Hopefully, as maybe the conclusion of the Albert Kenny Renat Danka match, we will jump over to this match again. Hopefully, we can get a good score line for you and keep you up to date there. It's always tough in the latter parts of the turns to get so many great matches. It's tough to decide which one you want to put on the TV table. We do have multiple streams, but we're going to jump back to our featured match as Albert Kenny is ready to break off to kick off a decider. Fist pumps by both players, and it's game on. Yeah, if this match is a sign of what we're going to see in the knockout phase, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep tonight with excitement. Decider who can make the most of their chances. I know we've heard it all the time in the pro leagues, just they want one chance to get in and score heavily. Sometimes at the amateur scene you'll get a few chances. Both of these players are able to win a frame in one visit, so it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Left Renat a chance, not the easiest chance to get going, but nonetheless a chance. Red on the right, he can stun it into the red on the left, stun it in the top left corner. So held for the black. Apologies, the scoring system has frozen again. Sometimes this happens when you just have multiple streams going on. Hopefully we'll get it updated as soon as possible, but just with the computer frozen, there's nothing I can do right now. Just enjoy it with you guys as well. There we go. Got my scoring back in order. Just at the end of this break, I'll update what Renat has done. These machines have been working hard all weekend long. Sometimes they need a coffee break. Like 28 there. Just waiting for Sargon to take his shot on the opposing table. This is correct. Renat has a 43 break right now. come back up the table. Oh, that is just tough bridging going through there. Right side of the blue here. Taking every shot now with utmost care, knowing that this could definitely be a great chance for him to win frame and match. Broke down on 51. Let's see what Albert can do. And that double with that element of great safe, actually. I don't think this black will pass the red that's close to the cue ball right now. He does have this red into the top middle, top right. Yes, played it nicely. Played into the same pocket. Renat slowly inching towards the winning line. Yeah, KP, the only thing they're playing is really for seeding. Both are moving on. Maybe just a little mental edge, maybe, moving into the knockout phase. Might be, hey, I remember you from the round robin. I was able to beat you. So. Wow, lovely black there. Yeah, he is a former pro player, Albert is, but he's handed in his pro card, so his status now is amateur, allowing him to play in this tournament, as it's a tournament only for amateurs only. Greatest safety shot Renat has played. .67 in it and 67 on the table. This would be the break of the century, I think, here, if he's able to get a 67 and force a black ball respot. Yep. Baby steps for Albert. There's always potential free balls. Great double there. I don't think Albert's going to go quietly. Good to see. He's got that red. Well, but it was a bit straight, I guess, on that black. Had to really draw back for it. A little rub has developed the red again. No, KP, there was no Calcutta in this. Not that I was aware of. I might have done something when I was not in the room on Thursday night. Just when he's getting going. Should seal frame and match here. There they do. That red went in. The handshakes there. A great battle. I'm looking forward to seeing both these players in the knockout phase. But Renat Danka has a clean sheet in his round robin grouping phase. Albert Kenny dropped one, but both strong competitors. Albert Kenny does have the high run of the tournament so far at 100. And we're just going to jump over to table 4 and see how Charlie Brown and Sargon Isaac are doing.
C1, C8.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So unfortunately, we're going to just move back to our main table. But we'll kind of stick around here. Just going to get everything dialed in for our next featured match. We'll see what happens here, but our tournament director does want to tune into Hassani Asultani and Edward Ling. That's an important match. I think one of the whoever wins stays around and the loser goes home. Just like this match, but I've been instructed to go to that other table. But it's a little ways from being set up. So right now we'll just kind of continue on the Brown Isaac match. When they get all dialed in and ready on table 3, we'll move over there.
What's the second?
Yeah, no, what was your first color?
Blue, because I played it the corner.
Blue, sure. Right.
Okay, we're just going to stick around at the Charlie Brown Sargon Isaac match. Charlie Brown took the first frame. Not sure what the score is in this match, but I've been instructed by our tournament director that we're going to go back over to our main stream table for a do or die match between Edward Ling of Canada taking on Hussaini Assaltani. Both of those players are kind of in a do or die match as well, so a lot of exciting matches getting near the end. You know it was going to happen. Maybe our good friend at the OBSA, Rob Richards, has come back online. And is able to stream this match that we're watching right now. That's on the OBSA YouTube channel. If Rob is up and running, I don't know if he is or not. Sargon just taking away these available reds. Want it to be a bit higher on that pink. Get the natural angle to come down and disturb some of these reds. Pop out for Charlie.
25?
Honestly, I'd love to tell you the score, ladies and gentlemen, but the vantage point I have, there's a beam right blocking their scoreboard, if you can believe it. So many apologies. For next year, I'll just get them to install some mirrors in various places so they can quickly look and see all the blind spots. Nonetheless, glad that all of you are tuning in to the 2024 Embassy Open in San Gabriel, California. It's the Embassy Billiards Club. Fantastic facilities down here. It's David Burney in the booth. We've had a nice assortment of guests in here. Got to spend some good time with Albert Kenny and had Darren Morgan in the group, and just getting ready to hopefully go to our featured table pretty soon. little disgusted with his last shot there. So our fans, this has been an enthralling match over here. Our tournament director is wanting us to move over to our featured main table, as this as well is a do or die match for Hassani Al Sotana and Edward Ling. Canadian-American battle here. Both players shaking hands, and it looks like we're about to begin. But if I get any updates, maybe actually, you know what we'll do, which we've done before. Let's pop that little side by side. There we go. So Hulsani to break off.
This. Charge it for now.
Very nice long pot there by Salsani. Or Hassani, I mean. Mixing up his first name and his given name. Hassani's getting into it here. Who knows, maybe this match might be really quick. We can go back to Sargon Isaac and Charlie Brown, but it is up there in the corner. So Edward's got a chance here. He had some chances on his last match on the TV table. Taking a look at where he needs to be for that red that's near the yellow. And just if you're... Ooh. It's not a usual miss there for Edward. But if you've just been tuning in, up in that top right-hand corner, that's the Sargon Isaac Charlie Brown match. They are in their second frame. Charlie took the first one. It's rather do or die for Charlie Brown. Sargon's already going to move on, so he's kind of playing spoiler. Wants to send Charlie Brown back to Canada. Hassan back to the table. Not really got anything easy to open up. Looks like maybe this red might go into the left middle. Yeah, they just had to hit it with pace to hold for that black. Unfortunately, he's gifted a chance here to Edward.
All right, we're back in the booth. What do we got action-wise? See, you got the second table on the top right corner. How close is that one?
Well, Charlie took the first frame, so they're in the second one, so I'm not sure exactly how the score line is going.
Looks like they're into the colors on this. So second frame. I think we did the numbers. I don't know if we talked about it in the chat yet, but someone asking, I thought win or lose, Charlie was moving forward, says Praneet Singh. Actually, there's a bit of a situation in that group, so I think it's Angus Liu has a record of 6-1 and beat Charlie Brown in their head-to-head. As of right now, Charlie is 5-1, and Sargon Isaac is 6-0. So Sargon is automatically going to the next round, regardless, first or second place, since he has a tiebreak head-to-head against Angus. If Charlie loses this match, his record will be 5-2, so Angus will advance. If Charlie wins, he's in, because he has a tiebreaker against Angus in the high break department.
Wow.
So the way it works out is kind of funny, but because if Charlie Brown were to win, the top three players would all be 6-1, and they would all have beaten each other in a head-to-head. So Sargon beat Angus, Angus beat Charlie, Charlie beat Sargon. So that's not the tiebreaker we can use. So we got to move on to the high break. And as of right now, Sargon has a 61 high break, and Charlie Brown has a 48. And I think Angus is not. Angus is done with all of his matches and doesn't beat a 48 in his high break. So if you were all following that, folks, basically Charlie Brown, if he loses, Angus advances instead of him. If he wins, he's in. And if he gets a break higher than 61 and wins, he'll advance as first place in the group. So it's a bit of a tricky one. But
some algebraic equations that are easier than that.
yeah. So what's the status of Edward Ling and Al-Sultani Hassanain?
It seems like it's a do or die, as I've heard. Winner moves on, loser goes home, as I've understood from Short Tall.
Oh, so they're fighting for the second place?
Believe so.
Who's first in that group? Let me check. Farhan Idris, maybe? No.
Well, Farhan beat Edward in that last televised match that we had.
Okay, I'm going to have to go check really quick with the up to date because mine's out of date. I'll be right back.
No worries. Much appreciate, Christian, your work running around, getting updated stats for us. Hopefully next year we can introduce our tournament directors to snookerscores.net or CompuSport. Those are great tools that let all our fans, I know there's been some concern online to see what's going on with various brackets and win-losses. So it's the first time they've run this. They've done a great job. It's a big field, 61 players. Going to be whittled down to 16 by tonight's end.
All right, for checking, it looks like there's actually one more match to be played after this for both players. I think they might just be both favorites to win it. So there's a chance essentially in this group that I don't know who beat who, but Edward Ling has 1 loss. Hassan has been undefeated. And Farhan Idris has 1 loss. So it could be the similar scenario actually where Hassan is a, what do you call it?
It's a spoiler. If he wins this
The
one,
Sargon?
he's going to knock out Edward.
Yeah, he might knock out Edward because Edward would have 2 losses in that point. And I think Idris would advance instead of Ling. So I wonder though if Hassan loses, if the tiebreakers are against his favor in some sort of way. I'm not sure. We're going to have to stay tuned on that one. In the top right corner, you can see Charlie Brown at the table though. He's playing a safety on the last red in behind Brown. It looks pretty good. Actually, it's going to leak out, I think. No, green got it.
I guess in this group, it's all who Farhan plays. Farhan, I play. Me, apologies, plays.
Yeah, Farhan Idris, he's in this group.
Mm-hmm.
Edward and also Tiny. Those are the top 3 in this group, basically. I think it's amongst those 3. And I think, though, Edward and Hassan will have 1 more match after this, according to the spreadsheet, if it's correct. So, still got a lot of drama left. It's not over yet.
It ain't over till it's over, that's for sure.
Looks like Charlie Brown at the table now, once again. So his snooker succeeded. We're going to switch over to that match if he's able to run these colors out. That might be end of match if he can win it.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of broken hearts at the end of the night.
It's kind of nice though, in being in Sargon's shoes, where you're kind of playing without any pressure anymore. You kind of get a good warm-up game, and this is on one of the stream tables. So if you expect yourself to go deep, which he's perfectly capable of doing, it might be the case that you get some extra practice time essentially on one of the match tables.
Yeah, those balls are looking quite nice there for Charlie. Thinking if he runs out, he...
Yeah, let's switch over to it real quick.
Oh, he's defying the tournament director. Rebel.
Oh, I don't think it's a problem. We'll switch over. We'll switch back in a bit. Looking good here. It's the last 4 balls. You said he took the first frame, right?
He did.
Yeah, so good chance here. So the routines you practice, this long blue comes up all the time. It's not a gimme, but if you can knock it in, you're feeling good, and he's feeling good here. It's also got a 7:30 reservation, I heard, for dinner, so he's just in time.
Everyone in Canada is glued to their seats right here.
Yeah, I hear a lot of Sargon fans too are watching over at this pool hall back home in NorCal somewhere.
You're going to see some emotion if this black drops.
You think so?
Nope. Just
Nope,
stoic.
just the handshake. There it is. So Charlie Brown advances. Commiserations for Angus Liu, but he takes it down. And that's a wrap for that group. So congratulations. Sargon Isaac is going to be advancing in the first place position in that group, I believe. Oh yeah, you want to try? Yeah. Since the tiebreakers are not going to be decided by head-to-head, since Angus is part of the three-way chain, turns out the high break will decide that group, and a high break of 61 goes to Sargon, so he's taking first spot, and I think Charlie Brown taking second place. So we got some folks qualified for the next round. How was the match between Renat and Albert Kenny?
Fantastic. Lived up to the hype with
Awesome.
a T.
Awesome.
You know, just faltered a little bit. It was, you thought Renat was going to run away with the decider, but he let Albert back in, got close, and then just a little mistake. And
so Renat took
was
it down.
able to take it.
Nicely done. Defending champion there from 5 years ago, his last Embassy Open, Renat Denka. So those two have advanced in their group. Renat topping the group, and Albert Kenny in second position. So now we're starting to get down and dirty to the nitty-gritty here. I'm going to go see what other groups have been decided, actually, and see if I can get an update for what our bracket's starting to look like. And if you guys are interested in seeing any updates, I'm sure Stephen Wong is going to be posting the bracket later this evening over on the Embassy Facebook page with who is into the top 16. It will be decided by the end of the day today as we finish the group stage. Looks like players are discussing something on the side. Can't quite hear what they're saying.
Yeah, once the break comes to a close, we'll be able to update that score correctly as we slipped away to see the conclusion of the Charlie Brown Sargon Isaac match. Very able to really keep on top of the score. Might just maybe want to send the tournament director over there just to run some interference, just to see what's going on, just to let cooler heads prevail.
Tournament director is playing a match right now. Got the thumbs up from Charlie Brown as he exits.
The
We'll be
subtle thumbs up.
seeing him tomorrow.
I guess he just doesn't want to get ahead of himself. A great win there.
So players are discussing something. We're not trying to figure out what.
I'm sure. Where's our good friend Short Tall? Because yeah, now they're looking around. They're going to need some help over here. And now Steven's coming over. He is in a match that's close to the table. Stephen Wong, owner and operator here at Embassy Billiards. He's the main tournament director, but he's also playing. So he's enlisted a partner in crime. Short Tall, as we like to call him around here. See, the tough part is here, there was probably no one before something happened.
I mean, technically we have it on video. I just missed what happened, right? Or did we switch off of it? Is that when we were not watching?
We might have been on Charlie and Sargon's match. Steven's handling it quite well. I think cooler heads provide. Moving in, just being the peacemaker. Great attribute for a tournament director. That's obviously bound to happen, you know, when we get the latter stages of the round robin, when these matches are really important of moving on or going home.
All right, we'll take a quick break here. Or I guess, yeah, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Yeah, folks, just with the issue over here on our main TV table as it stands, that Edward, who comes from Canada, usually the Canadian tradition is a player when they're at the table, they spot their own color balls, they count their own points, whereas in America it's reversed, where your opponent's usually sitting and counting your opponent's points and spotting your opponent's colored balls. So that was the disagreement, as they've lost count in points. We lost a little bit of count in points as well, because we had to go over to the Charlie Brown Sargon Isaac match just to see that conclusion. Quite nice there for Charlie. Thinking if he runs out, yeah, let's switch over to Chen's scheduled to the end. Oh yeah, you went right.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And pink on the spot.
Good job. Get it. Didn't get it. Let's pull all. Just still in. So we're just looking back at the footage. Stand by, everybody. We'll be hopefully right back with our featured match here.
So it's a 42. So you're gonna be a 53 on your board. And 53 and 4. Like this.
All right, we're live.
And everything got cleared up there. Good review there, Christian. Looking back at the match, we were able to see the footage that now these scores are keyed and hummed. It is a 53-4 advantage for Hassan.
I think it's Hassan, yeah. So, yeah, we managed to skip away there for just a second, but based on context clues, essentially, if you go back and rewind the YouTube video, right when we switched away, there was the pink over the corner pocket, and he was shooting the red. So, assuming he pots the red with 5 reds on, pots the pink was back on its spot when we tuned back in, and there were 3 reds left, and he was shooting the pink. So that tells me that he'd made 2 reds and a pink while we were cast away, and then we just caught up to the break, basically watching the video from that point on, and now we're ready to go. Oh, look at this swerve shot. Look at this swerve shot. Holy smokes. What a pot. That one's going in the replay. My goodness. I think there's a little bit of fumes now raging from Hassan. 50-point difference, and it concedes the first frame. Yowza. Let's look at that replay again. Holy smokes. So swerve shot around this brown and catches it perfect to knock it into the corner pocket. That might be shot of the tournament, I think, in terms of just difficulty and sort of randomness.
It's
Yeah.
definitely a front runner, that's for sure. Just we got a break in between the frames here. Yes, Peter saying Charlie did win his match over Sargon, so he's moving on to the knockout phase. And yeah, it's an interesting system, David Brock. Actually, I never bought into it personally out in British Columbia. I've always felt that if you're at the table playing, you need to concentrate, and it's your opponent that's responsible for keeping score at least, and maybe retrieving the balls at times, most of the times, but sometimes a player that's on the break at the table can wave off the player if they're really close to respotting a ball.
So I'm sorry, I missed one thing. You're saying that this is part of a Canadian system?
Something that I've heard, like there's many different things sometimes, as well as scoring sometimes. There's some people that have a system that whoever breaks keeps their score on top on the scoring bars, and then it alternates when you break, but you're on top.
I've heard of that. That's
and
fine.
then some people just have the understanding, you and I are playing a match, and I won the toss, I elected to break, and I'm just going to stay on the top. It's just something to clarify at the beginning of the match, just to make sure both are on par.
But tell me more about this Canadian system. So I understand the scoring in terms of the top and the bottom. Those are the kind of two standards you see. So it sounds like some folks are not used to counting out or spotting the balls for their opponent.
It seems like some parts of Canada, I guess people, when you're not at the table, you just do nothing, shall we say, for lack of better words.
Oh, I see. So if you're the one not shooting, your opponent does everything.
If you are shooting, you're responsible for keeping the score in your head of what you're making
and respotting your balls.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's an implicit, an assumed situation from probably 99% of the players in this tournament, or 90% of the players maybe. So it's safe to say that it is strange. I do understand that there could be some sort of mind games happening where Edward may be trying to psych out his opponent or something, but that seems less likely to me in general.
Yeah, you never know. There's just, we talk about, you can't break the rules, but you can bend them a little bit to get an advantage. So
I don't think there was a clear... There was a mention of it that the opponent spots the balls. Wasn't there in the player meeting or no? I'm trying to think back. I don't know if it was verbal, but I don't think there was anything written. So
that's the key. It should be.
Yeah, it should be clearly written in writing. Yeah, it's an assumed thing by most players, so maybe that's why. But makes sense to be frustrated if you're Hassan, I would say. I'm not sure about to the point of where it got, but as long as Edward agrees and decides to, do the spotting and counting afterwards, then I don't imagine it being a problem.
Yeah,
and I think it comes a point too, like if you're Hassan, you should just ask, hey, aren't you supposed to spot the balls? And then, get to that point. But it seemed like some other stuff was going on, so I don't know. I can't speak to it.
Yeah, so one of our tournament directors, short round.
Short guy.
He's got many short nicknames, but he's a taller guy. He's going to be now kind of just focused on this match and acting as referee.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. You just diffuse all tension and then just add a referee to the match, since it seems like there's already been some issues. Just remove any sort of ambiguity. And it should be clarified too for Edward if he is not counting and spotting, and that is the expectation that he should be doing that moving forward. So, yeah. Yeah, the Sharon Black was mind-boggling. Yeah, it was a good shot. We got the replay. We might have to just put in a little skit and post it on YouTube or something, or we'll have to have it on constant replay as we break away from frames. Just put it on loop or something. Yeah, it was a pretty good shot.
Yeah, that's an interesting philosophy, Mr. Brock. He believes in democracy where everybody agrees that I'm correct.
True that. This is America.
Yeah, David Brock, did the Americans rub off on you?
Right. TK saying, I'm surprised they didn't discuss that pre-match. I don't know what was discussed exactly, but if two players have a certain different set of assumptions going in, it would make sense that it wouldn't be discussed, because I'm just assuming that this is the case, right? Like, I don't know what could have prevented it, but it seemed like it kind of blew up a bit more than it needed to. So now we're moving on and back to the snooker.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised come next year in the Embassy Open that there's in big bold letters what the ruling is. Either if your opponent is at the table, you are keeping score and spotting the balls as you're sitting in your chair. So
it's going for this red to right middle. It was a bit of a shot to nothing. He's going to roll into the space where it is available.
Yeah, Hassanani's got to kind of just forget that whole incident from that first frame. He was able to win the frame, so he's got to feel good about that, but just can't let it keep in his mind.
Yeah, exactly, Hyder. Oh, wow, look at this pot
That
from
was a pot from Edward.
Edward. Yowza. Oh, man, no reward. Such a good pot, this one. Going all the way up table, slices it into the corner. Pretty impressive.
It's a pretty good Larry David impersonation there, Christian.
Pretty impressive. That's right. Luckily, this did happen on the match table, so we had technology and were able to resolve the issue. I don't know. Go Bruins.
Very fortunate for that.
Oh, good pot. These two players I haven't seen on the stream yet so far, and they're definitely bringing the fire. Was it Hassan who was the winner of... I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. But is he the winner of the Q Tour stop? Is
Correct.
that right?
Yep, he won the Q Tour up in San Jose back in February.
Okay.
Went over to Bosnia to play in the final stage of the Q Tour. Unfortunately, wasn't successful. So he definitely knows his way around the table.
So he played... What was the tournament in Bosnia for?
It was the final Q Tour, the big event of all the America events, the Oceania events, converging as the winners of those smaller events, like the one that was in San Jose. They would fly over to Bosnia, and it's kind of the best of the best, if that's
Is this
right
under PABSA? Is this under IBSF? What's the...
PABSA, yes. It was at the PABSA Academy, so PABSA was covering the Q Tour. They
No,
have talked those up, brought those on.
PABSA was the one that hosted the event that Hassan won. What I'm asking is this event in Bosnia, is that also PABSA?
Well, it's under the world body and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering what the world body is. Maybe we'll have to ask for some clarification because I think I'm confused as to where PABSA stops and where the Bosnia tournament starts. You know what I mean?
Like, I think it's like WPBSA, I believe, is affiliated with PABSA. Thank you, David Proc. WSF, there it is.
So the Bosnia tournament is under WSF. Okay. All these acronyms to learn about? Just kind of slice this blue in. He might be running into the two reds in the bunch that are clustered. Oh, he actually went too thin on the cut. Oh. Okay, score is up to date. Yeah, up to date now. At break of 6 for Edward so far. 34-12. We had a hiccup on our end just a bit, but we're good to go. Yeah, 34-12. not a snooker tournament without somebody getting fired up a bit. I'm just glad it happened in the group stage, and hopefully it doesn't happen in the future.
Oh, we're only halfway through, Christian. You know, when you get into the money phase, who knows? Thank you. As David Brock has access to the internet, he's corrected that WPBSA has run the Q Tour finals,
Okay.
and that is in conjunction with the European Billiards and Snooker Association.
So,
But then PAPSA is the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association.
okay.
So they all kind of funnel to the WPBSA.
So there's the Q Tour PAPSA, there's the Q Tour something in Europe that a lot of players are playing in, and I think that was the first Q Tour, right? The one in England. So there's a few different Q Tours on all these different country organizations, and WPBSA hosts a final.
Correct.
For like the top of the Q Tour, winners of the Q Tour stops in all the Q Tours across all the world, basically.
Correct.
And that was a tournament that was held in Bosnia. Okay.
The final, yes. Because before, you'd have to fly over to England and play in a qualifying tournament over there
Yes. Okay, that's what I
to
remember.
become
So
in. So now
the
with
Q Tour is no longer just England, essentially.
yes,
Okay.
with the now the governing body has now got in touch with these smaller little groups throughout the world, and they have allowed now people don't have to fly across the world to qualify for the professional tour.
Yes.
They can be in their own country or very close at least.
Got it. Okay. Makes sense. So small break of 8 there. Apologies for all the offhanded. Now we're back to the snooker, hopefully. Edward Ling missing that blue. That makes the score, 36-20. So decent opportunity for Hassan. Actually, he's going for the safety here. Okay. Figure you try to force a mistake from your opponent. This is not a difficult escape around the right side of the table. It's just a matter of what you're going to end up leaving. The only risk here is to plant the black into the pocket. Pretty low percentage, so you still got to go for this type of shot. And you want to get in behind yellow if you can. And cut off the right side of the table. Hasn't quite done that. I think there's a shot to nothing. This red closest to the black. It's a thin one, so you run the chance of, if you miss it too thin, kind of leaving it close to the pocket. He's just deciding to play the outright safety, which I think is the smarter shot. Look at this, nudge on the yellow. I'm saying, I believe I played Edward in Master Q in Markham. He's not playing well. Yeah, I think the little bit of the pressure of the tournament, and as well, this table does have tighter pockets than the rest of them, so a player will look a lot different on a table with tight pockets than a table with not so tight pockets. I think most of our high breaks that we've had in the tournament have all been on the non-match tables, which makes a lot of sense. Bigger pockets, a little bit more yielding to the stray sort of stray pot that might not go in on a tighter table.
True, yeah. Like we did have Albert Kenny had a half century of 55 on his match with Renat, so
Okay.
it is possible. But yes, I think this table is probably the toughest and definitely warranted to put the final on it.
Yeah, no, that's I think the intent was to make the, this is table 5 that's in the corner. So table 5 is the main match table, and table 4 next to it is the secondary match table, and they're both set to the same pocket width. Meanwhile, the rest of the tables sort of have your traditional club table size pockets. So it's not bad.
Ooh, Edward. That's a shot he usually makes. Just had half of the table to deal with. Wasn't going from one side or the other. Again, Edward. Just a little off. Does have a 16-point lead, but can't keep missing all the time like that, because eventually his opponent is going to punish him.
Oof, and just got okay on that, so now he has option of black or pink. I think if you're hand on the table type, you're going to just have to take the pink here and maybe stun into position for the red in the same pocket. I don't like forcing it and trying to push in around. I think he just might get there. Oh, it's close. I'm not sure if he got it.
Yeah, it's tight. It's just willing it with all his might. Hopefully it does pass. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to go for him. So just going to run and hide.
Oh, and this could end up pretty good. No, he's still got an edge, so almost a devilish snooker. One player we haven't seen much of yet, but we will be seeing hopefully in the knockout stage is Andy McCluskey. He's playing right in front of us on the closest table. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be able to get him on the live stream today, since it looks like we're getting close to almost the last few rounds of the group stage here.
That was really dangerous, that thin cut there by Edward.
Yeah, he kind of went for it, didn't he? I would have thought to just outright play the safety. It's kind of like earlier where you have the shot to nothing, but likely to leave it when it's that thin. Left it he has.
It's a smart move there by Hassani.
And you can
He's
tell
punishing him.
he's cueing well too. He put a ton of left-hand side running English on that shot. So he's definitely feeling the conditions well enough to zip it around and get to the left half of the table. He's going to try to play some screw shot here to come up for the last red. Yeah, he's feeling it. Striking the cue ball quite well. Really is unfortunate that an event like that happens, because it only hurts the whole situation. I see it as lose-lose when someone's playing really well, and maybe that throws them off now that they had some big conundrum about things or whatever. Hopefully players are able to move past it and isn't something that lingers throughout the tournament.
Well, a good point for any tournament directors that are out there listening. Here's a little issue that happened there, so maybe important to get that in writing in your rules and regulations when you put together a tournament. Not sure what the penalty would be if you didn't follow it.
Yeah. Ooh, he's got to hit this gap between brown and blue, and I think he's perfect on the yellow. Wow. What a shot. KP, let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, if you guys are liking the channel, like and subscribe. We're trying to grow the sport in America, and it starts here. Getting the viewership up and getting the name out there. This is looking like a juicy chance for a clearance now. And there's no such thing as commentator's curse, all right, Dave? So I didn't jinx it.
Talk to Darren Taylor about that one.
Ooh, speaking of jinxes, he's come up short on this position. It should still be okay. It's got to be a little bit more diligent on this brown. It doesn't have to go now. Yeah, good shot. And as it usually stands, is you get out of position on one shot, the next one gets a little bit tougher until you hit a good recovery. I think this is the recovery shot.
Blue is frame and match ball.
Oh, he knew it. Kind of changed his pre-shot routine there a bit. Did you notice that?
What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Almost
wow.
flicked off the cue ball and went into the pocket. And the pink and black are nicely in their regular positions there for Edward. He's leading this frame for a while. Hassan came back, stormed back, has taken the lead 49-36. Can Edward fight back and take a frame? Was definitely rightfully his.
Yeah, this would be quite the steal. This is a big shot here. Oh, didn't get into the cue ball enough there, so we're on to a black ball game, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to start off with a juicy one here. Is he going for this pot into the right corner, or is it safety time? Maybe the double? He's going for the pot. He's going for the pot, and he's got the pot.
And that cue ball's not going to find a pocket, so we are going into a decider, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying all this great action here at the 2024 Embassy Open. We'll step aside for a few short moments and come back with the deciding frame. We're back here with our deciding frame. Hassan to break off. Let's see. It's been an up and down match. Lots of drama. A little controversy, that's for sure. A little scorekeeping hiccup. Always when you're doing the instructions, you know, always there's some little different rules from, you know, clubs to clubs, so it's always good to just get an understanding.
All right, we're back. Got an update. I think since there were a lot of walkovers from people leaving, we're only down to 2 more matches left in this tournament. Sorry, in this group stage, not tournament. There's 2 more matches left in the group stage. And I think it's me and Stephen Wong, who's tournament director. And we kind of just pushed that match towards the end because trying to prioritize other players getting out of here sooner. And who you just saw, short guy, is the other match left. So we should know where these groups are settling out pretty quick here. I actually should go back and check and give a confirmation of what all the groups ended up being so we can drop the bracket soon. I guess there are still a lot of matches playing in the room, so.
Either way, we're going to be starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So all the players that are moving on know that.
10 a.m. I heard update.
Oh.
10 a.m. start tomorrow.
Pushed
yeah.
it. Good to know. Good to know. So 10 a.m. everybody tomorrow. We start the Sweet 16 and the knockout phase of this great 2024 Embassy Open.
All right. Decider, this is going to be a spicy one, I think. We do have a referee in place for this one as well. And I think we're going to have referees throughout the semifinals and final. I don't know about the top 8 or the top 16. Obviously, it's all about how many folks want to volunteer and are involved. Oh, this is going to end up really good for Edward. How's your luck there?
That's good to see. It's too bad they couldn't even just employ a roving ref. You know, the tournament directors have a lot of work to behind the scenes and getting them hauled in. It's not the most glamorous job. It can be a little time consuming, but hopefully the tournament director could buy you a lunch or two, or maybe give you a little bit of change, because a lot of people, you know, do love the game so much that they do want to see it grow, so they don't mind coming in and just being Joe Policeman in the room. Because most of the time you're not going to get too many incidents. You'll get a few, but these players are really well versed in the rules that they'll be able to control themselves most of the time.
So he's playing the slow roll-up safety here. And the only reason he's playing this shot is because of the red close to the left middle pocket. Otherwise, you might see him try to attempt that two cushion escape where he just clips off the rightmost red and sends it up table. Because even if you shoot that shot in this scenario, you could end up leaving the cue ball somewhere in the right half of the table, not far enough, and leave that red on. So choosing a bit more of a conservative snooker escape here. Watch out, black. Oh, it missed everything. So I think Edward's going to take this on just because the red does pot and the black is available to the right corner. All right, 8 on the bottom score for Edward Ling. First points in the frame, and you might even have a choice of reds to the right as well, but I think this is the shot. Just roll this in. Wants to get fairly straight, unless there's nothing that goes to the right corner. Oh, he's under hit this. Oh, what a mistake from Edward. It's tricky, that shot, just because of how close he was to the object ball, because he still wants to get a little bit of topspin to get it to float forward. I think the shot there might have been to just roll it another couple inches and guarantee the pot, but that's in retrospect, obviously. Even this position over here, somewhere to the quarter side of the table, still gives you an opportunity. What red do you play for here? You stun up into the one below the bunch and play for the one to left middle or left corner, sorry. And another mistake, so there is a chink in the armor for these two boys.
Nervy decider, that's for sure.
I think they are feeling the pressure now a bit because, like you said, I think this could decide who advances in some respects. Overcut that black. I think he's starting to overthink things a little bit.
both doing their best to expand the size of that opening of that pocket, rattling in the jaws a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's going to come down to who can what's the British term? Couch their bottle or something like that. Control their bottle.
Who's just got the most bottle?
Oh yeah, who has the most bottle? I don't know these phrases. I'm just a tech guy. Sorry. It's looking like this blue passes the red to the left middle pocket. The only problem is which side of the yellow is he going to play for, and how's he going to play it? Yeah, some mistakes back and forth from the players. I think it's just a matter of nerves now. They know what's at stake. This one frame seems like it could decide who advances. I still don't have confirmation of how exactly it's going to work, but yeah, tech guy and a fluker. That's right.
Ooh.
Wow, expensive. Don't know if he's going to get it back or not, but
That might work by our referee, just checking in. Both players, they agree. They're both happy. Play on.
yeah, it's pretty close. I think the black could be a smidge, another ball length to the right, and a little bit closer to the top cushion. But cue ball, pretty close as well. I think is a slight bit closer to the bulk cushion. That's true, David Brock. Player putting the white on the table technically is a foul. You're not allowed to touch any of the balls when the referee is present.
Really might. It's been a long couple of days. I have a few brain lapses there. Forgot that they actually now have a referee since they've been playing all tournament long without one.
Sorry, David. That actually is not a rule violation for this tournament. That is not in the rules. I don't see it written anywhere. So went for it and slight overcut. Oh, this is going to drop. It's going to drop. He's going to fluke that red in. Wow.
Yeah, personally, I actually haven't seen the tournament rules. I've seen a little bit of a post on social media, just kind of the bare bones.
Yikes. Could this lead to somewhat of a break? Not really a lot of open reds. He's just got the one close to the black spot and the one out in the open on the left side of the table. I don't think anything goes to the right pocket. Maybe the one at the bottom, the red just at the bottom of these three on the left of the bunch might go to the right corner. He's changing his mind now. He's choosing to play a snooker in behind the green, this little stun shot. This could go wrong. He's played it nicely. It's getting nervy in this one, that's for sure. And there you can see the patch, I think, that Hassan's sporting. WSF and WPBSA must have some Q Tour stuff on it as well, I assume. I'm looking if he can just roll into this pack dead weight. Not sure if he can get away with it and not leave the red near the black spot. He's gonna play for in the bunch, in the bunch. Does it have the pace? Oh, what a shot there.
Could be a touching ball. Not sure how much refereeing our referee has done. If it is touching, which it looks like there might be just a...
Teeny weeny gap.
Yep, that ain't touching. When it's touching, the referee will point to the ball that it is touching. In a touching ball situation, player can shoot away from the red as the touching acts as the first contact. Great camera work right there. As you can see, you can slide a razor blade through there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. Great camera work until that debacle. I'm gonna see it roll up in behind. Oh, wow. Look at this. Unfortunate here. It's not disaster, though, because he didn't actually get him in a tough snooker, but a 6-point foul means he's probably going to be put back unless there's an easy snooker attempt.
Yep. Let his opponent play on. That is one of the rules. When a foul is committed, you can play on, or you can put your opponent back in.
And now the room's starting to clear up since all the group stage matches are ending. Like we said, I think there's a couple of admin folks that still get to play their matches. Stephen Wong and Short Guy have their matches left, but other than that, these last few that are in the room that are still going live is all that's left. You can see their view. Really only the top 4 tables at the top of your screen are the ones that are currently active. They're the farthest away. It looks like Ramil at the table here on table 4. Some other folks in group B playing in the far corner. Yeah, look at that pot rifled in. Hit that one pretty good.
Yeah, it always makes you feel a little bit good when that goes in. Straight into the heart, slaps the leather.
Brown does go to left middle pocket here next, and I think the red out in the open to the right of the bunch passes the black. It's just a matter of what angle he has on this brown. I think he's might be just dead straight in or just way too straight, which is going to force him to play a mid-range shot on this red. And depending on the angle, not guaranteed to be on the black next. If you guys are enjoying, drop us a like and a subscription on the Embassy YouTube and Ox Billiards YouTube and Facebook, Twitch. If you guys are enjoying the content. And do stay tuned because we're going to be coming back live for the next couple days for the knockout rounds. It's going to be pretty good.
Yep. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Pacific time is when we're starting. 10 a.m. So set your alarms for that.
Yeah, great pot there.
And like a good chance here for Edward.
Screwed back nicely to open up some of the reds as well. So strong shot. He does have the choice if he doesn't want to elevate and take the black to shoot the pink in the top left. I just don't know what his next shot's going to be if he takes this black on. He has some of the cue ball, so he can screw back a bit.
Be that red that's just with the cluster of 3.
Oh, you're right.
Left one.
Yeah, the top of the 3 bunch. Yeah, that must go. What you do here, though, it's a pretty steep angle, so you imagine you can't avoid the cannon on the reds that form this little wall of 4 balls on the left part of the table. So how you glance off of it is everything, and you might just play this with topspin and come down for the black, maybe.
Yeah, you might be able to cannon off a red, kick it down towards the black.
He's gonna cluster the blue. Nope. Blue is his bailout ball here. My goodness. Yeah, someone's saying, why not pot the green earlier? That was a choice. You did get the rest and kind of look at it. I don't know if it was guaranteed to be on anything next, so it's the player's decision. They are at the table, so
True. Sometimes people just, it comes down to what your comfort level is and your percentages. It's good to know what your percentage shots are.
yeah, good stroke.
For some, that green would have been a no-brainer. Some, it might have been the toughest shot they've ever had to play, so they avoided it.
And that shot was well struck in that he didn't underhit it. Typically, you'll see a lot of beginner players try to roll that ball in because it's a little bit of a steep angle. Those middle pockets are tight, but to make sure your accuracy is there, you're going to have to still shoot it with some amount of pace. And now I think Edward needs a couple of good shots here, I think, to really open up the reds. The red along the left long rail's going to be preventing any sort of easy big breaks. But he still has plenty to deal with before that is even a thought in the mind. Two reds in between the black and pink. Looks like they pot to right corner pocket. Is he going to get on it here? Open up these reds as well?
A saving grace for a red to the right middle and can hold for the pink. So
Yeah, I think
27 break and still going.
he really would have liked to bump those reds a little bit more full. Leave the red to the right corner on of the two in the bunch and also open up the ones that he ended up cannoning. That would have been best case scenario probably, but he still has some bailout options. Is the plant an option as well, or is it going to become an option later on in this break?
Prefer the red to the left middle after this pink.
Yeah, I think he takes that first for sure. But what do you do after that? He really wanted to get in that space between these four reds so you can shoot one of them to the right corner. Now I'm not sure. He might be playing for the plant now. This is a break of 34 from Edward. Starting to pull away a little bit, but like I said, needs probably a couple more really key shots to open them all up. This shot being one of them.
Yep.
And this is nice, actually. I didn't think about having this angle on the black. If he can stun into the bottom of the two reds on the left side, about a 3/4 ball hit, he'll have a shot on the red to left middle. He can also screw into that gap I was talking about earlier, and he's bang on perfect here. So what a shot. Has put him in position. Still has a little bit of a cluster. Two reds to the left of the pink don't go to the left pocket. So he's going to have to get into the space in behind them, but first needs to get rid of the pink between black, or sorry, the red between black and pink. It's kind of like two reds are clustered on both directions, so kind of looks like a drill almost. This is the right shot here.
Yeah. This
Now you're-
red is his frame ball.
Your three-shot pattern, you're deciding here what red you're going to be playing on next based on the color you play shape for here. So looks like he has an angle and he's pointing his cue above the pink, so he might just do a slight stun draw shot. Play up towards the left middle pocket and get fairly straight at the pink. Or maybe an angle. Yeah, slow, slight draw shot.
Nice little rub on that pink.
Problem is
Make it a lot easier.
he's too straight, I think. Or maybe just has the angle going the wrong direction to get on one of the reds.
TK, he's got a half century so far, 51.
If he's going the wrong direction, he could go forward 2 cushions and try to drop in behind them. He wants to be somewhere near the lone red on the left half of the table. No, he's just, okay, he was going towards him a bit, so he was able to screw back and just play a mid-range shot. This, I think, is the key shot in this run.
Yeah, obviously getting a high break is definitely important as it's one of the tiebreakers. So having a 57 so far looks pretty good. I don't think Hassan is going to come back to the table. Oh, nice recovery shot there.
Yeah, break of 58 might be too much to overcome, and he got the tricky red out of the way. So now he's really starting to think about the red along the left long rail. Needs to just screw this back 1 cushion, play red into the same pocket most likely. You can also go past it and play it into the left corner. Oh, no. 58. Difference of 63.
He's coming back to the table. Pretty interesting. I didn't think he would be coming back.
You can hear in the background folks watching the stream. And they're about 8 seconds delayed, so they're cheering and then wooing afterwards, like, oh no.
Yeah. And he's about 5 snookers. There's a, obviously the free ball. Maybe just getting a little bit of potting practice.
I think he was thinking about if he needs black or not to, get him over the hump of yet another snooker situation, right? So I think he might be just taking blue or pink since it doesn't affect how many snookers he needs, I think that might be what he was trying to calculate. I think he's still trying to pursue this frame. I don't think this is just stoppage time. This is going to be cannoning into something.
A lot of snookers that he needs, so I'm quite surprised that he is actually playing on.
Yeah, it might be part of the whole debacle that happened earlier too, just trying to push however he can. Would be quite the comeback if he was able to pull it off from here.
Well, I'll have to get my glasses because I don't know if that's John Spencer or not. I think he famously once came back when he was needing 6 snookers in a frame.
This one looks a little bit more promising. How's the length? Needs it to hold up. Yeah, he just got it. This looks pretty good. As long as it takes away the 1 cushion escape, or sorry, the short rail cushion escape. Seems like he is going to try to swerve at it though. So swerve and go 1 cushion maybe. Does it have the side? It does, and he's might get a snooker back in response. This is going to hold up nicely. Oh, just went a bit too far. I think it's totally fair though. Go for as many snookers as you can if it's your tournament life on the line. I don't know if that's the case with Hassan have been undefeated, I think, so far. I don't know what the current status is, so.
Yeah, a little bad blood between these two. We'll have to see if they actually shake hands at the end of the match.
Oh, that was the chance there for Edward to really clean up the frame. Is he going to get the fluke or? No, it's close, I think. Looks on. He's not going to go for it either way, but. Muhammad Ali's saying, can you please get Ramil? Oh, black foul. And that's end of frame.
So handshakes there. So Edward Ling takes that match by 2 frames to 1. Looks like he'll be moving on. We'll see, we don't have the standings right now, but we're getting pretty close.
I'm going to go play my match now, so I don't know what the next TV table is going to be, but we'll be right back to figure it out.
Well, enjoy. Hey everybody, just before our last match tonight, we're just going to restart the stream. So just make sure you're refreshed. We're going to shut down for a few moments, but refresh that web page, and we'll be back on the air in no time.